I've never seen anything so tasteless in my life.
The advertising people who thought of this idea, I think they were probably sacked.
Ad agency Saatchi & Saatchi, who cooked up this disastrous Christmas turkey, declined to offer their services the following year when the Mr. Kipling ad account worth £3 million was up for renewal.
Nothing could come good out of it. It was extraordinary.
When you're sitting down, eating your dinner, that is not the thing you want to be watching on TV.
When you want a food advert, you want something like where they cut into it and you see all the chocolate ooze out and all that sort of thing. This wasn't that.
Mr. Kipling, known for his exceedingly good cakes, but he's shite at making adverts.
Still to come, Keith Lemon runs amok on the Loose Women Christmas set.
He just suddenly decided to redecorate the whole set.
And legendary TV cook Fanny Craddock has the delicate touch with her tasty turkey.
You've got these four in. Begin with something else.
Bosh, stuffing stuff up its backside. It just puts you off wanting to eat it.
Welcome back. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
The scale of car crime at the moment is absolutely ridiculous.
These criminals are some of the most dangerous we've come across. They will do absolutely anything in their power to get away.
New challenges to face.
It's scary when stuff like this happens.
New criminals to chase.
Don't do that! Stay still!
And then a new police force.
Get my vehicle now!
The new series of Traffic Cops starts Monday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Roll with me, let us share what we see and all the best it could be. Just you and I.
Bringing old friends back to life. The Toy Hospital, Friday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Everyone's wrapping up warm for winter on the farm. The team are getting ready for another action-packed week, and they're not the only ones.
Welcome to Winter on the Farm.
It's completely delicious.
She's an absolute beauty. I've definitely earned my tea tonight.
Excellent work.
Get it down.
Cozy up for Winter on the Farm. Starts Monday the 11th of December on Channel 5 and My 5.
Christmas 1981, a time of Rubik's Cubes, home PCs and snow.
It didn't gently snow, it snowed.
It looked more like Switzerland.
The Queen was caught in a blizzard, finished up knocking on the door of a pub. It was quite incredible.
The Great White Christmas of 81, Saturday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Imagine crispy canapes, a roast turkey and tasty leftovers.
The air fryer is the gadget that could save Christmas.
So literally everything is going to go in that.
All the holiday hacks you'll need this Christmas.
This is about to change your world.
Air fryers, Christmas made easy. Next Sunday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
We're back on air. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
One of the most exciting parts of Christmas is putting up the decorations. A dash of tinsel here, a sprig of holly there, and an inflatable Santa on your roof.
Some people really obsess about their Christmas decorations.
People go crazy for lights, like just mental for putting lights on everything.
Lights, reindeers, Santa Clauses that are like bigger than you. It's absolutely crazy.
Some folk use the festive season as an opportunity to outdo the neighbours and multiply their electricity bills tenfold.
Christmas that I don't like is when it's too much. You know, you look at someone's house and it's kind of an electric bill for like 2 million just in these tiny little houses and you can't see a piece of normalness anywhere. They freak me out.
Christmas decorations can be hit and miss.
The TV studio is no different, with the popular daytime programmes getting a glittery sprinkle of Yuletide decor, like Loose Women.
Especially with Christmas, you get set dresses come in and make it look beautiful and spend an awful lot of time making it look very festive.
In the build-up to the big day in 2013, with 1 million watching at home, the anchor on this episode was Andrea McLean.
Now, we couldn't let 2013 finish without today's guest dropping by to see us on Loose Women and shush, Keith, and bring us some of his festive fun. It's Keith Lemon!
I love Keith Lemon, and for me, he's one of the joys of live telly.
Keith does whatever he wants to do.
Aren't you some sort of agony aunt?
I was from this morning, yeah.
That looks a bit tired, Keith. Has it been around a bit? Is it?
No, they just gave me around back and said he used the service to do on tell him.
Keith Lemon is a live wire.
He has no boundaries. You know it's going to be mayhem. You can't rehearse anything.
Rubber pen that made a noise.
Oh, okay.
You know, a lot of ladies do have these rubber pens that make noises.
He's crazy in the most amazing way. And I think that's why people like him.
Alongside Lee Francis's alter ego Keith Lemon, the panellists that day were Lisa Maxwell, Nadia Sawalha and Jane McDonald.
I have to say, I thought something else was going to happen.
If you're on celebrity juice, something else will happen.
Well, when Keith Lemon's on set, I mean, you just don't know what to expect.
How do I control Keith Lemon?
I think they know he's going to be a live wire. Once they get him in that studio, anything could happen.
Him doing stuff that goes wrong is just normal.
If he's coming on, there's no point in pushing against that tide. It's a very strong tide, and you just have to go with the flow.
I think you should move that Christmas tree a little better behind you, I think.
He just suddenly decided to redecorate the whole set.
Removable.
Drags it over, but as he's doing it, it all starts falling apart. It's like one of those Russian dolls. It just all the bits come off it.
The tree's in 3 pieces at this point. There's wires everywhere. I'm surprised none of the baubles fell off.
It don't look Christmas the way you are.
Luckily, Lisa Maxwell gets up and goes over and helps him.
So I thought I'd better give him a helping hand, by which time everyone's in hysterics.
This is funny, but it's also going horribly wrong.
You're right. That's not going to be. What's so hilarious? Put it in. There you go.
But it was Andrea's face. Andrea must have been sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. You could see she wanted to laugh, but at the same time, she's probably thinking, what is this man doing?
I think it's in.
We're in. Just get Andrea when she's done it. I didn't know it was a Christmas one because I watched it. I couldn't see the Christmas tree behind you. I like it to look like Santa's sicked up all over the place.
Yeah, he was trying to get a nice little two-shot, wasn't he? Well, why not?
And he was actually right. The shot did look much better. I think it looks pretty good. I think Keith Lemon had a point.
And I thought, oh, you could get a job as an interior decorator if you wanted it.
Keith Lemon does it again, steals the show. I wouldn't have expected anything different from this man.
Great TV. Great TV.
Christmas, the time of year to write hundreds of cards to people you don't speak to all year and wishing them a Merry Christmas. But if you're running a country and want to send season's greetings to the nation, no one's going to lick 325 million stamps. So the next best thing, make a Christmas video for all the folks watching at home.
The presidential Christmas message is similar to having Her Majesty the Queen give her Christmas message over here.
Christmas 2009, and Barack Obama had taken up office in the White House. Outtakes from the Obama's first Christmas message revealed a lot about this cool, calm president.
We're ready.
This is our first Christmas in the White House, and what? Stop! As First Lady, one of my greatest privileges is to visit with. Stop.
I didn't say it.
This is everything that I love about the Obamas. This is true Christmas.
Get tickled sometimes in interviews and the chemistry between your husband and wife or your family members. Sometimes you have these little inside jokes and you can't stop laughing.
This is our first Christmas in the White House, and we are so grateful.
They just seemed very happy, didn't they? They seemed to be having like a really good laugh.
He's always been a cool customer, but to just be real and to laugh a little bit and make a few mistakes. We're all human, you know.
Funny. All right. Okay.
She really wants to dig him in the ribs and just tell him to sort himself out.
Oh man, does he always do this?
I don't. It's rarely. Okay, let's go.
That's a Christmassy atmosphere.
It's just a really
enjoyable thing to watch.
To laugh, isn't it?
This is our first Christmas in the White House, and we're so grateful for this extraordinary experience. And to all Americans, from our family to yours, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
When they say Merry Christmas at the end, you feel like, oh, I will have one. And you?
He's relaxed, you know, and I love that about him. I absolutely love that about him. And I think that's why everyone loves Obama. Who doesn't?
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, and everyone loves seeing the president and the first lady share these loving moments together. It brings such joy to the world. In 2017, Barack Obama handed over the White House keys to Donald Trump. And being a man not known for his modest simplicity, all eyes were on the decorations for his first Christmas as president. America held its breath.
Whenever there's a new president in America and first lady, everyone's excited to see how they're going to decorate. Everyone's excited to see the Trumps come in there, Melania with all her style and the vogue.
Melania and the Donald went for a time-honored tradition theme, and when all the halls were decked, the First Lady posted a video online to let the world see the genius of a tasteful Trump Christmas.
When you look at the White House at Christmas and you see what they've done, you think, did they start off by saying, we need to do this, and then this, and then this, and they could not stop because it was way over the top.
You have got literally Cinderella, Snow White, everything just rolled into one in the White House. I can't think they recycle anything from Trump Towers.
There's this alley of like Christmas trees, and Melania stood there like proud as anything. She thinks she smashed it.
What does Christmas need? Lights and tinsel and Christmas trees and joy. Let's do all of them except the joy.
Melania Trump's White House, she's taken it literally.
The entrance hall is just one colour, isn't it? Very white. No colours allowed in there. And I'm not saying that that's, you know, indicative of anything necessarily, but I would say that white has supremacy over that hallway.
What people are overlooking is that Woolworths went bankrupt, so that must be most of their stock. They've done a job lot, haven't they, and decorated the White House.
It has come from the soul, doesn't it? Does the camera ever lie? No. Despite how much dressing you put in front of the lens.
You want a bit of taste and not, I'm using all the country's money just on Christmas decoration.
No atmosphere whatsoever. Despite the budget.
Proud of the First Lady's Christmas wonderland, the White House PR team posted photos online, but they weren't met with tidings of comfort and joy. Social media went crackers over Melania's Christmas. Countless memes followed. One added iconic scary movie monsters, suggesting the White House wonderland looked more like the set of a horror movie. Another suggested it had an air of doom by adding the Dementors from Harry Potter, creatures that drain happiness out of the air, and overlaying the twins from The Shining onto the photo. It drew comparisons with a set of Stanley Kubrick's horror flick.
I thought it was quite attractive, but some people were saying it looked like something out of Harry Potter. Really, really creepy.
There is a little bit of spookiness and a little bit of evil.
It's like you're going on a haunted Christmas experience.
It's a nightmare before Christmas in the White House, not only because Donald Trump is in the office, but also because of the decorations.
And the press seemed to agree. Melania's creepy Christmas wasn't a joy to the world.
Christmas with the Trumps doesn't grab you, does it? It's not something you want to go to.
It looks like a showroom for like a really expensive cars that no one else can afford. It's lifeless. It's really quite unpleasant.
For as long as there have been cooking shows, there have been Christmas cooking shows. And one TV cook who was very much in the limelight during the festive period was Fanny Craddock.
Hello?
I love Fanny Craddock.
Fanny Craddock. Fanny Craddock.
It's rich and dark and yummy.
A pioneering TV chef starting out in the 1950s when few other people were cooking on television. Fanny tried to inspire the average housewife with her glamorous approach to cookery, always dressing up for the occasion.
And Fanny has no apron. No one dresses up like that to cook.
In recent years, Fanny has experienced a nostalgic renaissance with her few surviving programmes being shown on the Food Network and the iPlayer, like this Christmas special from 1975.
Hello, and welcome to my little series on Christmas know-how.
Well, just wouldn't be Christmas, would it? Without a bit of Fanny.
We start with the most important of all, the turkey, which is, after all, the British national bird.
A terrible massage. You feel really sorry for this turkey.
But it just looked wrong.
It just made me feel sick. She's massaging the turkey.
Now, this curious pinching movement that I'm doing here, which is to loosen the skin so that afterwards I can put my hand underneath and run it right through the skin.
Lifts up the skin and really gets in there with her hand.
Like a glove, and is wearing the turkey.
It was disgusting, wasn't it? It's like fist fucking.
So that it holds right away. And you get the raw gammon in these paper thin slices, cut the rind off, and then run it under the skin.
I just felt sorry for the poor turkey.
It just puts you off wanting to eat it.
It's mean.
When you've got these four in, you begin with something else, which is mushrooms.
Then when she put the mushrooms in it and gave it a hunchback, I thought, fuck off, Fanny.
This turkey looked like Quasimodo.
And gracious me, she's done all that to the bird, but she hasn't put the stuffing in.
If you didn't think it was already stuffed enough, she stuffs it more.
So now I fill it into a nylon icing bag.
She takes a huge syringe of stuffing and puts it up its arse.
She shoves this thing out and goes,
and then all I've got to do is just squeeze until the bird's full.
And she just started pumping this turkey full of God knows what.
Bosh, 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 stuffing stuff up its backside.
Then I take another bag of stuffing. You see, a nylon bag like this. And then I push it up there and get that stuffing in there.
She goes up the other end, squeezes it all out.
There was not one orifice of that turkey that she knew with.
Well, I'm rather proud of this. I think some of you have seen it before.
It just makes you think of very naughty thoughts.
Now there, instead, is Christmas goose.
She then gets to work on this goose.
The kind of thing, you know, that a maiden aunt that you always have because she's lonely on Christmas Day or some other elderly lonely person says, oh, I can't eat goose because, you see, it does repeat so.
She attacks it like she's a serial killer.
I'm in a bad day. Bang, bang, pricking, pricking.
That woman was vicious.
Prod it all over. Think of somebody you've never really liked, but you're too well bred to say what you think of them, so you take it out on the goose and get it stabbed all over.
And while you're doing it, you'll be thinking of somebody you don't like,
But you're too well mannered to tell.
Look at the age of her. She's probably a little bit hormonal sometimes, I would have thought.
And then, beastly job this, you dip your hands into thin honey and you coat the goose all over.
Putting her hand back in the honey pot and then smearing it over it and back in the honey pot, smearing it over it, it made me feel actually really ill.
And you end up with a gorgeously crisp skin, which is part of the eating pleasure.
The following morning at breakfast, she's like smearing that honey all over her toast and it's just covered in goose fat and it's gross.
Back in the day, millions would have tuned in. But now, 40 years later, a whole new generation is learning how things can go horribly wrong when you get a little bit too up close and personal with your Christmas birds. But Fanny wasn't just a meat and two veg kind of cook. She had a few surprises up the sleeves of her ball gown. Christmas omelette, anyone?
But so can Fanny Craddock. She can make anything Christmassy.
Hold the pan in one hand and work with the flat of the fork. Pick up the frills as they form around the outer edge with the flat of the fork. I'm going to be noisy now, so I'm going to stop talking.
I've never seen an omelette cooked so aggressively.
Funny, it's not scrambled egg.
They're eggs, but I felt sorry for the eggs.
Because you don't want it to get like leather while you're putting in the mincemeat. So you put the mincemeat over the surface in the centre.
Mincemeat is for mince pies, isn't it?
Oh, Fanny, I'm not entirely sure about this.
There's a school of thought in France which says that if an omelette looks perfect, it doesn't taste perfect. So I'm never quite sure whether I agree with it or not.
The Christmas omelette is honestly one of the most bizarre things I've ever even heard of.
Who said yes, Fanny? Let's cook that on television today.
Thank you, my darling.
And then she clicks her fingers. And in comes one of her helpers.
Take the pan like this and tip pan and omelette at sharp angles to each other. And so turn it out onto the dish. But I always feel it looks a bit naked like that. So I like to dust it with sifted icing sugar.
Icing sugar in an omelette.
And then
That's a light dusting of icing sugar?
It's like an omelette you found in the snow.
because I want you to see when you serve it that still is wet in the middle.
Wet in the middle still.
Look, darling, how it's all runny and moist inside.
That sounds revolting.
Oh.
Thanks.
With Fanny's newfound popularity, modern audiences have taken to social media to voice their disdain for what has become Fanny's infamous Christmas mincemeat omelette.
Mad woman.
That's like she's off her nut.
I've never heard of a Christmas omelette and don't really want to hear of it again.
Still to come, a surprise visit from Santa goes horribly wrong as he's left dangling like a bauble on a tree.
Santa's beard stuck in the abseil line. My God, it only sat.
And going live to the nation, Eamon Holmes has had enough of a talkative Christmas teddy.
Well done, Eamon. Well done.
Head & Shoulders is launching something huge. The bare minimum. Clinically proven anti-dandruff shampoo made with just 9 ingredients. No sulfated surfactants. Packaged with 46% less plastic, giving dandruff protection. A new Head & Shoulders Bare. Job done.
Phantom Parfum, the new fragrance by Rabanne.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. Every month we have over 20,000 boosts. Every day we power up the odds on hundreds of bets with Bet Boost. We give you the option to increase your winnings with our incredible winnings boost. And just when you think you can't get better odds, we unleash Super Boost. Check out our boosts and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
This Black Friday, Plusnet is staying pink because we're always about great value, like Full Fibre, our latest and greatest collection, from just $24.99 a month with no activation fee. That's a plus. Oh, and that's our router. What an entrance! Look at them go. Get it before the 13th of December. Search Plusnet Fibre now. Look at that shiny blue one.
There's some places your toothbrush will never reach. Try Waterpik Water Flosser, a powerful way to clean between teeth. It removes up to 99.9% of plaque bacteria and improves gum health up to 50% more effectively than string floss. No wonder Waterpik is dentist recommended. Waterpik, the UK's #1 water flosser.
Travel to an oasis unlike any other place on Earth, where you can bathe in revitalizing mineral-filled waters. Found only in a Radox bath.
Flipping heck, I'm like a new woman.
Discover new Radox mineral blends. Life's better with bubbles.
More broadband switchers? Choose us. And this Black Friday, EE Broadband is free for 3 months and just $31.99 a month. And there's absolutely nothing to pay up front. Powered by BT, it's our most reliable full fiber, so it stays fast even at peak time. And EE Wi-Fi controls help the kids switch off and drift off. And didn't we mention it's free for 3 months until Thursday? Because, you know, more broadband switchers choose us.
Ladbrokes presents Instant Spins, bigger and better than ever before. There are 3 new wheels to unlock: sports, slots, and casino. It's free to play every day, and you can win amazing prizes like free spins, free sports bets, or up to £100 cash. Level up your play at Ladbrokes.
Get half price on selected fresh Christmas trees and 3 for 2 on decorations with your Tesco Club card.
helping you become more Christmas. Tesco, every little helps.
I just can't get you out of my.
You're watching me.
I want you to be my model. You should know there have been so many girls. We've only the whispers about you that we trust.
Watch the first episode of the new Paramount Plus original series, The Doll Factory, Tuesday at 10 on Channel 5.
It's time to get comfortable. Simba Hybrid Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
Breakfast television at Christmas is full of festive cheer, and ITV's GMTV was no exception. 4 million used to tune into the show at its peak, live every morning. And in 2002, showing off some gift ideas from the big red sofa were Fiona Phillips and Eamon Holmes.
Now, will you see what I have between my legs here?
Oh dear, I'd rather not.
I love Eamon Holmes.
Who can't not like Eamon Holmes?
I just want him to be my dad. No offence to my dad.
Christmas time on GMTV, they've got lots of toys to show off, and one of them is a talking bear.
Hello. See? Christmas Teddy. Now, what do you see?
You think they'd have dressed him up really, though? Oh.
Yeah, so there's a bear that talks, which sounds nice.
What is your favourite Christmas story?
Never mind. I'm not for that. Lovely. Yes. Well, more for my Christmas Teddy throughout the programme.
Yes, but still to come, the dream of living in Spain, where it's left thousands of Brits facing financial ruin, unfortunately.
It didn't quite go as planned.
The teddy just keeps going off.
Talking about that and why, after the news, the weather and the travel, where you are this morning.
It's like the bear was demonic.
And then they're going, how do we deal with this? Okay, right. After the news, Eamon was nowhere to be seen.
Hello again. Eamon's gone off chasing after some young pop filly. See, I've got a new presenter. And what did you...
If one of my elves kept you.
Yeah, when you replace Eamon Holmes with a teddy bear, it's probably not going to go right, is it?
I've replaced you, look.
You see, that's a toy.
He's lovely.
See, don't know anybody's told you. Mad.
Oh,
What is your favourite Christmas decoration?
Fiona, if you keep doing this, we'll have the RSPCA phoning in.
Where's the button to switch it off? And why was it talking so much?
Well, actually, that's what it's like working with Eamon Holmes anyway, isn't it, really? He just doesn't stop.
-9 it might get to down in the south later on today.
How you feel?
I don't know just how you feel. It's brilliant. Don't you do that?
There's only one option. It's destroy it. Destroy the toy.
Starts stomping on the bear's head.
Bitch, shut up! Well done, Eamon. Well done. Being between Eamon's legs. It's not a leg. You know what I mean? It's right down there. Well, come on.
I mean, you're not really going to sell it, are you? You can imagine parents thinking, oh, that's a nice toy for my kid, and then it just doesn't shut up.
You want to chuck it on the fire, I think, after about 20 minutes. Well, I would, you know. So what happens to Teddy? Oh, Teddy run away. Teddy's gone to heaven with Jesus at Christmas.
The image of Father Christmas can be traced back to the mid-1600s. And by the mid-1800s, the Americans had introduced the concept of unseen hands, leaving presents for children overnight. Today, children all over the world wait excitedly on Christmas Eve for the arrival of Santa.
When it's Christmas, we feel jolly, don't we? We think of snow and snowmen and jingle bells and happy children.
The anticipation of the arrival of Santa. Christmas cheer.
In 1996, Australian live magazine show Midday with Kerry Ann featured an outside broadcast from a very special Christmas party they had organised for disadvantaged youngsters. The surprise guest was, of course, old St. Nick himself.
If you want to see a Christmas party with 5,000 kids, come with me and have a look at this. 5,000 kids in this room, all having their annual Christmas party.
Things are so much better on there. If you've got the news crew there, that brings in the crowds as well, and it makes it a little bit special.
Okay, folks, there we go. Look, here comes Santa out of the ceiling of Darling Harbour.
Santa's being announced. All the kids are there excited, getting ready to see Father Christmas for the first time.
Oh, Santa is on his way.
Yes, Santa is abseiling from the roof of Darling Harbour. He's got a little greyer than he was earlier. And have a look at this kid. Look at those smiles out there.
You haven't seen that before. Ho, ho.
I think Santa abseiling gives that illusion of him coming down the chimney.
Oh no, we've got a tragedy. Santa's hair is caught up in his his hair is caught in the rope and in the thing mechanism. How can we help Santa out here? Oh no, we have a tragedy. Santa, what can we do? Oh yes, mate, but you see Santa this year. Just rip it out, Santa. Don't worry about it. Rip it out.
Yeah, Santa's beard stuck in the abseil line. My God, it went in sec.
We have a tragedy here, folks. A Christmas tragedy. Okay, how do we pan here? Let's start singing. Oh, what fun it is to ride on Christmas. Hey, jingle bells. Hello, Dad.
Have you got the scissors?
Oh, dear.
Tell Santa he can't take
And we got a pair of scissors. And the rest please. Scissors. We're going to go through the house with scissors.
What you need it for is it's a false beard. So just take it off. And it's just very funny.
Oh, look, there we go. Normally the lifesaver. Oh, yes, mate. But you see Santa this year, he'll be a little trimmer than last time.
Just turn him around for us because
Oh,
we're just trying to get the angle.
Oh, yes,
Santa's
there
now
he is.
cutting his beard off.
You've got it caught in the mechanism. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
And I'm thinking, this ain't happening.
Randy, this is one of the funniest things I have ever seen in my entire life.
I think that's the main reason most Santas now wear a false beard. It's a health and safety issue.
No.
It was just the maddest thing.
Okay, Santa, it looks like he's free. Oh, yes. Santa is free, folks. God bless Santa. Here he comes, Santa. Oh, no, Santa, please don't tell me there's another tragedy there. Oh, look what's happened, folks. The hit. Let's get the fire brigade in here.
Nobody seemed to be able to get the harness to work. But these kids are still going to get their presents. You couldn't make that up, could you?
Now, I can understand how some of the children might be a little distressed, but of course you can allay their fears that Santa is actually okay, can't you, Greg?
Absolutely, Carrie Ann. Santa's got a big smile on his face underneath that beard there.
Bad times for Chris Kringle.
Okay, well, actually, I think we will just leave it for a second grade. We've had our fun moment. Please give our love to Santa.
Good on you. Well done.
And the parents went, you can't watch that. Because kids go, he's not real, Mummy, his beard's not right.
That's an amateur Santa right there. He didn't go to the Santa school, obviously. Why couldn't Santa have just come in on a sleigh? Could have had some huskies, some reindeers, anything.
I bet he does wish that he did just walk through the crowd, though. He'd still have his beard.
In the build-up to Santa's arrival, Oxford Street in London is awash with people doing their Christmas shopping. It used to be a civilised affair, all done in the traditional, polite British manner. But these days, yes, it's Black Friday. That day 4 weeks before Christmas, when prices are slashed and civility goes right out the window.
Everyone wants to get a deal.
People turn into monsters. Elbowing, nutting, going crazy, jumping over each other. Thumping people. Yeah, it's quite fun, isn't it?
Bonkers. Not interested in Black Friday. I like my face. I don't want to get punched. I definitely don't want to be queuing for something for about 5 hours.
I do not understand Black Friday in this country. It's an American thing.
With its origins in the US, the term Black Friday was first coined in 1966. And in 2013, Asda's American owners, Walmart, imported the tradition to the UK. Since then, news crews have been dispatched to the busiest corners of the country to cover the event, and on Black Friday 2017, BBC World on Oxford Street, London, where the BBC decided to send their roving reporter, journalist, Frankie McCamley.
I get a call, and I think it's quite late the day before, saying, Frankie, how do you fancy covering Black Friday for us tomorrow? I thought, yeah, I don't mind that. And he's like, great. Okay, so you need to be at the store at 6 a.m.
This poor reporter was sent down to some major branch in Oxford Street.
7:30 comes and they're ready to open the doors.
But as the doors opened, the expected rush was nowhere to be seen.
The door opened and one guy kind of just shuffled in, just the one man kind of sauntered in, and you think,
okay, we've got one shopper on Black Friday. This is great.
There are more security people on the floor and cashiers than there are shoppers waiting outside.
Where are the others? Are they going to release the bulls any moment now? Because that's the thing you're expecting, isn't it? Absolutely be squashed to death.
Did I get up at 4 a.m. for this?
There is one other person waiting to go into the store.
And then he doesn't come in either, which just makes it even worse.
No, I'm not coming in because we're on television.
There's a potential sale lost, and the television's done it for them. Well done.
A potentially career-making story had gone horribly wrong for Frankie McCamley. All she could salvage was some internet notoriety as the mobile phone footage went viral.
I took this video and I put it online and it just went crazy.
Social media was quick to point out the funny side of the situation.
The Black Friday that Great Britain forgot, basically.
Complete debacle, isn't it? Complete debacle.
One thing that's inevitable during the festive season is the schmaltzy Christmas ad campaign.
Every Christmas, obviously, what everybody sort of looks forward to are the Christmas adverts.
John Lewis do it, Marks and Spencer's do it, all the supermarkets do it.
A familiar sight on the high streets of Britain, 146-year-old venerable retailer Robert Dias, purveyors of pots, pans and power tools, are no strangers to making Christmas ads.
It's a weird shop, Robert Dias. It's everything.
I don't even know what they sell.
In 2015, they used their seasonal window displays to introduce an internet ad with a difference.
Hi, my name's Marcus. I work at Robert Dias and I'm gay. This boy at the beginning says, welcome to Robert Dias, I'm gay. And I think, what? Did I hear right?
What did he say?
I also like showing our gay and straight customers a funky range of our Christmas gifts.
What the hell was that about?
What the actual fuck were they thinking?
And to highlight their inclusivity, customers also appeared delivering awkward, stilted dialogue.
I'm bisexual and I always find something I love at Robert Dias.
The commercial is shot like the dreariest commercial you've ever seen in your life.
It looks a bit like the adverts that you used to get at the cinema, like they had like 2 bob to make it.
Look at this Christmas tree. It's perfect for a gay person or a straight person. And this is the Christmas tree that you could all buy. And remember, it's good for gays and it's good for straight people. And you think, what is he talking about?
Hi, my name is James. I'm straight and I work at Robert Dias.
All the actors in it look like they've been forced at gunpoint to be involved, particularly James, who is sort of holding the saucepan in front of his body as though he's protecting his internal organs.
I like staying, baking and showing off all our Christmas kitchen gadgets to our gay and straight customers.
And you can see in his eyes, he's essentially saying, just if I say these words, will you let my family go?
This drill would work a treat in a straight person's home or a gay person.
You want a drill? You're going to go to a drill shop.
Hi, can I have a drill? Sure. Are you straight or gay? Does that matter? We need to know.
You're not going to go, oh, I better go to the gay drill shop.
Robert Dias, where gays and straights can buy drills and much, much more. Staff and customers then deliver the bewildering Christmas message.
I thought it was a joke at the end, but it seems like it was a real, serious advert.
Congratulations, Robert Dias. Groundbreaking.
I actually can't believe it went out, to be honest.
Who in the media agency and who at Robert Dias would have given permission for something like this?
As always, social media was quick to react to the unconventional advert. And the newspapers also weighed in with their reports of public confusion.
Straight people, gay people, bisexual people will not be forced into the Robert Dias shops because of this advert, I can assure you.
No one cares, it doesn't matter. Go in, buy your things and get out and you've got references in.
Still to come, Christmas Goes Pop as novelty act Tiny Tim releases the least Christmassy single ever heard.
Santa Claus has got the AIDS this year.
How did that get released?
Extraordinarily bad taste.
And having enjoyed the free bar at the Christmas party, Kim Wilde overdoes it on the Christmas tune.
Obviously, she was pleased. And you think, just give her £1 or something.
Supporting your evenings. Simple Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful
Les Gilbert, Dieu de Parfum, and the new extra, Lancôme.
Keep the orange juice away from these bubbling beauties. And now you can save a third on selected champagne at Morrison's. You can keep an extra bottle handy for the big day. Lovely. More fizz, less books.
Ah.
A blocked and bunged up nose can feel restrictive and uncomfortable. Olbus can relieve congestion and pressure to help you and your family breathe again. What a relief. Olbus, the power to breathe.
Vitality gets your health moving forward. And this is how it's done. They help you get healthier. And they get you back in the game. Taking you to the next level. Always a step ahead. Because progress only happens when you move forward. And forward feel.
Want to know my skin secret that doesn't break the bank? It's Olay, obviously. It works. Go to bed with Olay's retinol and wake up to smooth and glowing skin. As for the day, hydrate and get firmer feeling skin with Olay's all-in-one Regenerist. Together, my perfect regime.
Olay Regenerist and Olay Retinol 24. From £17 with your Boots Advantage card.
How am I going to get down?
Susan, down here. I need you to piccalilli me right now. Oh, bless you. So, Susan.
Bring out the Braxton.
Get the live casino experience at Play Ojo with game show favourites like Crazy Time.
Play Ojo. Have you been using my moisturiser?
No. What gives you that idea?
This Christmas, there's more to Argos.
Two of the biggest causes of sensitive teeth are weakened enamel and gum problems. I recommend Sensodyne Sensitivity Gum and Enamel because of its triple action. It helps protect sensitive teeth, improves gum health, and rehardens enamel. For me, that's why this one's really game-changing. Try Sensodyne Sensitivity Gum and Enamel because it works.
Indoor drying making your clothes smell musty? Ugh. Bust the muss with Lenore Outdoorable. And unleash the sunshine freshness of drying outdoors on your clothes. Whoa, it's like your nose is being hugged by spring itself.
What the?
Fresh. Lenore Outdoorable. Fresh, as if dried outside.
Welcome to winter on the farm. It's completely delicious.
She's an absolute beauty. I've definitely earned my tea tonight.
The team are getting ready for another action-packed week, and they're not the only ones. Cozy up for Winter on the Farm. Starts Monday the 11th of December on Channel 5 and My 5.
Welcome back. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
If you were at a Christmas party in 1987, you may well have heard this track. That year's comic relief single that teamed up comedian Mel Smith with the incredible Kim Wilde.
I love Kim Wilde. She's a fantastic artist. Amazing singer, and probably in the 80s, one of the biggest female singers we had.
Kim
Kim Wilder's been a guest on Loose Women many times, and she's absolutely amazing. Honestly, she was like massive.
Fast forward to December 2012. On a late night train out of King's Cross heading north via Potter's Bar was actress Catherine Eames.
All of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I can see this guy getting his guitar down from the top shelf of the train. And I thought, oh my God, here we go. I'm just not in the mood for this. And then there's this woman there as well. And I kind of looked round and I thought, that really looks like Kim Wilde. I was like, oh my goodness, camera's on. I filmed the whole thing.
Here. Is that Kim Wilde?
Who is it?
It's Kim Wilde!
Performing that iconic song, Kids in America.
A couple of people in the background of the camera are singing like this.
We're the kids in America. Oh, the kids in America. Oh, you can hear them. Why is Kim Wilde on a train to Potter's Bar?
Her brother was on the train with her, so it was her brother that was on the guitar.
She's not getting her car home. She's getting on the train with her guitarist, and she is just loving life, loving Christmas. And she can't resist breaking into song because she's full of the Christmas spirit. Also full of alcohol.
She's clearly a little bit sozzled.
Yeah, obviously, she was pissed.
She was going to entertain the crowd whether they wanted it or not.
There's two guys standing next to her.
I don't think they know who she is.
They knew exactly who it was. They were just trying to act all really cool.
It looks like London. They're giving it that look. If we look away, she'll go away.
They didn't even crack a smile for Kim Wilde.
Complete Scrooges. Just when you thought she'd finished and she might need to take a breather, off she goes again.
She'd be busking next.
And you think, just give her £1 or something.
A voice is singing, let's be jolly, Jack. The horns with bells of holly.
I mean, you wouldn't see Beyonce doing this.
I would love to go out on the town with Kim Wilde at Christmas after watching her in that video.
It just looks like the most fun tube journey ever.
That is a train journey that I would want to be on.
I loved it. I loved every second of her singing. It was brilliant.
Everyone's dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way. Happy Christmas, everyone. Happy Christmas.
The video was posted on social media and the rest is history.
All hell broke loose. The whole thing went viral.
Within 24 hours, she'd had 250,000 views. It's a lot of blooming views.
Indeed. 1 million views. And it seems that everyone who's seen it wishes they'd been there.
I don't expect the girl filming it thought that 2.5 million people would end up watching that video.
With so many people now witnessing her being very drunk in public, it had gone horribly wrong for Kim. However, she embraced the embarrassment with this video of her new version of Rocking Around the Christmas Tree, setting it in a train carriage. Where else?
Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party now.
She invited me and my wife to be in a music video with her as well, which was amazing. It was just brilliant fun. It was so nice to properly meet her and Ricky and the band. And it was just Christmas in a train carriage. And everybody got their own pair of antlers. So I'm a very proud owner of my own. And they're now part of my Christmas decorations at home.
Pure brilliant. Well done.
Merry Christmas, Kim Wilde.
Tim isn't alone at having a stab at a Christmas single. You all remember this one. Artists big and small have consistently released festive tunes as a surefire way to cash in on the holiday season. One such artist to do so was Herbert Buckingham Cowrie, more commonly known as eccentric musician Tiny Tim.
He's very tall, and he had this incredibly high voice.
Oh, tiptoe by the window.
Tiny Tim is best known for this 1968 top 40 hit, Tiptoe Through the Tulips, the first in a successful string of novelty cover songs.
Tiptoe through the window.
But the subject of his 1986 Christmas record was surprising to say the least.
Santa Claus has got the AIDS this year, and he won't be round to spread his Christmas cheer.
This song is called Santa Claus Has Got AIDS.
Oh my God. What? How did that get released? It was mortifying to listen to, but then you wanted to listen because, is this what I'm really hearing?
You think, no, I can't have heard that right. So you actually want to play it back again. But sadly, you don't need to because he repeats it time and time and time again.
The reindeer all look blue. They know what he's going through. Santa Claus has got the AIDS this year.
Oh my God, I can't believe it even happened. I can't believe I'm sitting here talking about it.
Your main thought is maybe political correctness is quite a good thing.
I had to stop it because I didn't want to be involved in it. You know, like when you listen to it, it's like when you look at a man and you're with your man and you look at the other man and start to think about him and you feel a little bit dirty.
Maybe there's a reason why people don't just make songs about horrible diseases.
Why would you even make a song about a disease anyway, regardless of what disease it is?
He's lying sick in bed. Call the doctor there instead. Santa Claus has got the AIDS this year.
What went through his mind? I'm just going to write a song about Santa. Boom, boom. Yeah, AIDS, yeah. And Santa. I don't know how it connected.
What possessed him to do this, or what possessed the record?
I don't even know who would buy this record.
Hardly anyone did. And when questioned about the record, he denied knowledge of the AIDS pandemic, insisting his song was about AIDS, the appetite suppressant.
He had a couple of excuses, didn't he? He said that it was actually about Santa taking some slimming tablets called AIDS, so AIDS. But when you listen to the lyrics of the song, it doesn't actually say anything about that.
You could have argued that maybe he's trying to make some sort of point, but no, it's just a terrible song about a stupid idea.
And then putting into context with the time that it was made, it was like, oh my God.
You know, in the 80s, this horrible epidemic is coming out of AIDS and it's passing around. Everybody's getting sick, just constant funerals after funerals.
Everybody was really, really scared of AIDS.
And then for him to bring out this song, which was extraordinarily bad taste, was unbelievable.
I said Santa Claus has got the AIDS this year.
Christmas is all about Santa and it's all about fun and magic, and that song ruined it for me. Ruined it.
It was the worst taste record I think I've ever heard in my life, honestly. Cringing! Oh.
It's no surprise that Tiny Tim's horribly run Christmas record did nothing to revive his ailing career. And whilst he continued to record and perform, he never again reached the heights of fame that Tiptoe Through the Tulips had brought.
For him to release such a bad taste record was probably the worst career move I think anyone has ever done in all time.
Christmas is, of course, the time when we celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, and nothing illustrates it better than a good old-fashioned nativity scene.
Christmas is all about baby Jesus and nativity and goodwill to all men.
But sometimes Mary, Joseph, the three wise men and the shepherds aren't quite what you might be expecting. And with major high street retailers all vying for their share of the Christmas market, competition to do something a little bit different is stronger than ever, as Greggs the Bakers found out in 2017.
Greggs are famous bakers in the UK.
Everybody knows Greggs.
Some people.
worship Greggs.
In the build-up to Christmas, Greggs decided to launch their first ever advent calendar, using a tenuous play on words, sandwiching Greggs into Christmas.
When Greggs bring out an advent calendar, people are going to sit up and want to know what all that is about.
There's a picture of the nativity scene with, you've got Mary and Joseph and the three wise men, and in the middle you would think baby Jesus, but no.
So what did Greggs put in their calendar to cause such a stir?
Christ himself replaced with a sausage roll. Not even a small sausage roll, a massive sausage roll.
Christ the Savoury. King-size sausage roll.
The whole thing caused quite a stir within the Christian community, with far-right groups even calling for a boycott of the bakery chain.
There were so many other things they could have put in there rather than a sausage roll. Sausage roll is so ordinary.
They could have actually made a nice little Christmas cake instead to stare at, couldn't they?
Even something that made sense, like, I don't know, baby cheeses.
Social media came alive with comments questioning the choice of image Greggs had used in the place of baby Jesus. In the press, religious leaders were quick to voice their disgust at Greggs' marketing ploy.
This went viral.
They are all over social media. They are all over the news.
Any publicity is good publicity, with the exception of this.
The Greggs ad campaign had gone horribly wrong for the bakers. Many people on social media and in the press did see the funny side. However, there was no doubting the offence that Greggs had caused.
Of course they were going to offend people.
People were...
Stupid mistake.
To save face, Greggs were forced to make an apology for the rather porky-looking baby Jesus and what had turned out to be a very flaky ad campaign.
I can't find the relevance of it.
Jesus, read it backwards, it actually says sausage.
Genius. I went straight to Greggs. Don't even eat meat.
Here's some snow. A staple of Christmas TV in 1950s America was the schmaltzy family variety show, full of Christmas sing-alongs, good old-fashioned entertainment, and a cheesy host as wholesome as Mom's Christmas pie.
Even you will find this hard to imagine before my time.
Country and gospel singer Tennessee Ernie Ford was a huge star in the 1950s and 60s who hosted his own primetime variety show on NBC.
Tennessee Ernie Ford was huge. He had this huge voice, and he did songs like 16 Times. He would have his own specials, especially Christmas specials. He was a good Christian guy, and at the end of his special, he always loved to do a real kind of a Christian song.
This is what everyone is tuning in for. It's just the sweetest looking moment.
I find that looking it over, it could be fitted to Christmas time. We hope you enjoy it.
It's Christmas. He's setting the scene out. He's got all the kids around him.
And amidst those are his two sons. He had a small son here and his bigger son there. There's a particular cheeky little chappy underneath his right arm.
This reminds me of when you're in school and the teacher has a naughty kid close to them, just in case.
Children go. He's given this heartfelt Christmas performance. That beautiful deep baritone voice.
Where you gonna send me?
It's a Christmas miracle.
I'm gonna send you 4 before, because 4 was the 4 that stood at the door. 3 with the Hebrew children. 1 was a little bitty baby boy.
One of the sons with a wicked crew cut.
He was just clapping along.
He's just into this tune.
How you gonna send me?
His brother sees that he's taken the spotlight, doesn't like it one bit.
I'm gonna send you 6 for 6, because 6 was the 6.
Look at that chemistry. He's trying to tell his younger brother to cool it.
He just leans forward, pokes him, and obviously says, "Shut up."
The older son was trying to keep the younger son in line. I know how that feels.
5 was the 5 that come back alive. 4 was the 4 that stood at the door. 3 with the Hebrew children.
His younger brother was just going like wild with his dad singing.
The older kid is like, come on, this is professional. We've got to do this for our dad. And little kid is like, absolutely not. Watch me wreck his life.
Children go.
Every time the song goes slower, he sits there with his daddy, but it's like he's waiting for the song to speed up.
gonna send thee. Yeah. I'm gonna send you 8 by 8 because 8 is the 8 that stood at the gate.
And he's off again, and he's off again.
6 with 6 that couldn't get fixed. 5 with 5 that come back a lot.
And then it picks up the pace, and it picks up the pace.
He's so gung-ho for it. He's fabulous.
This boy's having a really good time.
It's very, very sweet.
Oh my goodness.
You can see him trying to hold it together. He's like, just keep singing along. You just
Oh no.
Can you please just behave yourself for 5 minutes?
In Bethlehem.
Tennessee, the dad, can see from the corner of his eye what his youngest is getting up to. He just leans forward and laughs to himself.
With all this chaos going on, Tennessee Ernie Ford's trying to keep it professional, but you can see in his eyes he's just laughing.
Children, go where I send thee.
Okay, son. That's it now.
He now knows the reaction he's getting, so he's waiting for it, as are we.
I'm going to send you 10 to 10. 10 to 10 that couldn't get in. 9 that's coming behind. 8 with the 8 that stood at the gate. 7 that couldn't get to heaven. 6 with the 6 that couldn't get to heaven. 5 that come back alive.
I love that kid. I would have been so proud if that was my son. He was so funny.
Cutest little boy ever.
He puts his arm around his little boy. He embraces the moment. And I think he's having a great time.
In Bethlehem.
The older brother just had enough.
Love you, Dad, but I ain't been a part of this.
Storms right off the stage.
In front of millions of viewers across America, Ernie had nowhere to hide his embarrassment.
It has to be my two, doesn't it? It has to be my two that are playing out. His son's totally stole the show. He was completely upstaged.
I should never have brought the kids to work.
Just get a babysitter next time.
Still to come, one of the world's most expensive Christmas trees is turned up to gas mark 12.
Oh, it's a lie.
And rule 1 of filming in a wintry blizzard, never stand with your back to the road.
You want to inject a little bit of drama into it.
Just back from holiday, it's feeling so cold, wet and grey.
Ew, who'd have thought a suitcase could smell that bad? But it's okay. Dad's got Bold Platinum with extra freshness. With a quick sniff of citrus and white verbena, she's off to the pool again.
Oh, now you're right back in the bed. Although you're in Stoke instead.
New Bold Platinum with extra freshness. Always keep away from children.
Coral's new rewards grabber is now better than ever. Free to play each day, with a guaranteed prize from cash rewards to Coral coins. Every single time. The new improved rewards grabber from Coral. Get more in every grab.
Dear Santa, I really want to see you. And this year, I've got a plan. Perfect. Mommy! Catch you soon, Lily.
Let's have a look.
Feel the connection this Christmas on our reliable, award-winning network.
Every time I look around, it's in my face.
Sorry.
That's unique.
Embarrassing. I'm heading back on New Year's Eve for a party. You should come.
Let's not.
Oh, take my number.
News of a £15 million lottery ticket still unclaimed.
You won.
Life is full of big occasions. The ones we plan, the ones we prepare for. But sometimes it's these moments, in the here and now, that are just as special. So savor them together with the delicious multi-layered experience of Ferrero Rocher. Ferrero Rocher, get wrapped up in the moment.
At Eon Next, we believe life is better with less of some things and more of others. Like less hassle, more convenience, less variable, more stable, less short-term thinking, more long-term actions. Life's better when you get more. Fix your tariff and get 100% renewable electricity as standard. So switch to Eon Next.
The scale of car crime at the moment is absolutely ridiculous.
New challenges to face.
It's scary when stuff like this happens.
New criminals to chase.
Don't do that!
And a new police force. The new series of Traffic Cops starts Monday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Relaxing nights in. Simba Hybrid Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
Some run with the motto, less is more. Others prefer the old adage, why get one Christmas tree when you can have 100?
I would say one Christmas tree is more than enough per household.
They always drop all over the place. One, I would say.
If you celebrate Christmas in a certain way and that's your style, go for it.
German couple Thomas and Suzanne like to celebrate the festive season by filling their 3-bedroom detached in Rinteln with as many Christmas trees as possible.
Uncle Fester's there with his wife.
Christmas decorations can be hit and miss. It's all about taste.
I can deal with the Santa Claus toilet seat. But when it's like everywhere in the house, it can be a little bit too full on.
Who could be bothered putting that many baubles on? One tree is bad enough, putting them just right. There must have been over 100 trees in that house. That must have taken weeks of preparation.
I suppose it's the smell of pine they want, isn't it?
The first item on the Christmas list for any self-respecting town or city is a bloody great big Christmas tree, and the bigger the better. In 2013, the Russian city of Vladivostok splashed out 7 million rubles for their tree. That's about 150 grand.
If I paid 7 million rubles for a Christmas tree, I expected to stand up.
You could see as it fell over that it actually was sort of scaffolding with old twigs intertwined rather than a tree.
In 2017, Sakhalin Island off Russia's east coast went for the full Winter Wonderland experience with an 80-foot high artificial Christmas tree. Armed with their mobile phones, locals flocked to the main city square to admire this spectacular light show. A glorious showpiece for the Christmas and New Year's celebrations.
It's a Russian New Year's Eve celebration. It's outdoors, there's a concert, you can hear a band playing.
Thousands of people gathering to see this beautiful Christmas tree.
It's upbeat, people are there, there's drinks, Christmassy atmosphere, still going strong. New Year's obviously coming around the corner.
And then a Christmas tree bursts into flames.
It goes off like a Roman candle. Where the star should be, there is a huge fireball.
The big old tree in the middle of it will go on flames right up to the sky.
Looking terrifying, that, man.
The fire is just growing and growing and growing.
There's this huge 80-foot tree, but it's not a real Christmas tree. They tend not to burn. This one's made of tinsel and plastic. Why didn't they use a real Christmas tree? There are plenty of them in Russia.
Locals stood in horror as Christmas was cremated and the 5 million ruble tree lit up the night.
There must be a few thousand people at least around it. It looks quite serious.
People were kind of staring at me, look around.
That's not normal.
I know if I'd have been there, I'd have been the first out of there because that looks like a whole stampede about to happen to me. That looks like Dangerville.
I thought it was really quite funny how the health and safety around it was non-existent. Everyone just stood there as if it was part of the show.
Some of them might have just thought it was an attraction. Probably just saw the first bit of fire and was like, oh.
Bits start shooting out of it. Bits popping up, shooting off the tree.
You don't know how far that's going to fall. You don't know how far it's going to spread. These people were hardcore because they just stood there watching this tree go up.
Even a guy that was about 5 foot away from it going, oh, it's alive.
We've reached an age now where if people are in a scenario that's a little bit different or a bit out of the ordinary, instead of moving away and running to safety, they'll get the phones out and just be like, filming it.
Some of them are there like taking pictures.
The whole thing was like bonfire night and Christmas combined.
To avoid a mass panic, spectators were encouraged to keep dancing.
Imagine all these Russians dancing around. It's phenomenal.
The band just carries on. They just start playing a new song while everyone else is watching.
It reminds me of the Titanic when that started to sink and the band went down with the ship.
I think it's so cold there that they were actually quite pleased to have a bit of warmth. They were huddling around watching this beautiful sight of this tree going up, and it's nice and toasty as well.
As everyone danced the night away, the firefighters battle the inferno.
It doesn't stop. The concert's still going on while the firemen are putting it out.
There was all electric lights all the way around it. They put it out with water. Isn't that a little bit dangerous?
By the end of it, you just sat looking at an empty frame that's burnt out. It looks terrible.
You'd hate Christmas for the rest of your life. You'd be terrified of it.
Within minutes, the glittering Christmas tree was reduced to ashes, possibly ignited by a stray firework.
Maybe it's a Russian thing. Maybe in Russia you blow up trees. I don't know. I've never been to Russia.
Is that the new Russian missile defense system?
In the lead up to Christmas 2017, video on demand and streaming giant Netflix, producers of mega hit shows The Crown and Stranger Things, released a schmaltzy rom-com to tap into the feel-good Christmas movie market.
It was the kind of cheeseball movie that you would expect a teenage girl to watch.
It was a little bit like The Princess Diaries.
It had all the romance and the charm and all of that kind of stuff.
A journalist is told to cover a story about a prince in some made-up location.
What do you know about the royal family of Aldovia? The king died last year, and the prince who's supposed to take over is a total flake and scandalous socialite.
If I was in a cinema and that trailer came on, I'd be like, no, I'm definitely not going to watch that.
Where is Aldovia meant to be? Because it looks like it's maybe Eastern European because it's snowy all the time.
Spoiler alert, here's the plot. A surprised-looking Amber, played by Rose McIlver, flies out to the prince's rather grand-looking castle in the snow-sprinkled Aldovia countryside.
It feels a bit like the film was written by and for an 8-year-old girl.
Cue love at first sight moment with handsome prince.
Hi.
And then they fall in love, lovely.
Brilliant moment where she's playing with the princess.
Ready? Hang on! I'm gonna get you.
You didn't throw that snowball. There's no way. You're on a horse. How do you throw a snowball while sitting on a horse?
You seem rather fascinated with my brother.
I heard people say you didn't want to give up your lifestyle.
What lifestyle is that?
I don't know. Women, wine, and song.
Is that what you think?
The accents are very unclear. What's happening there? Why they're speaking posh when they're meant to be Eastern European or something?
I know some people may say it's cringe and, a bit soppy. That's what Christmas is about. Come on, guys, lighten up.
The style of the film is probably Disney on a budget, like a real budget.
They fall in love, and it's a whole schmaltzy thing.
Oh, this is a lonely place for a king without a queen.
Not the most imaginative script.
I'm such a sucker for Christmas stuff. So the Christmas Prince to me is just a beautiful thing.
The release of Netflix's festive masterpiece luckily coincided with another royal romance. So, with Christmas on the doorstep, Netflix were rubbing their hands.
Bit like Meghan Markle and our prince. Well, they're married now, aren't they?
Although critics panned the movie as a predictable cheese fest with a plot full of holes, it suddenly gained cult status. Apparently, it was so bad it was good. Netflix knew their Christmas turkey was schmaltzy and took to social media to have some fun with the fans.
They put out a tweet saying to the 53 people who have watched this show 18 days in a row, who hurt you?
Tweeting about your customers and telling people they're sad it's an interesting business move.
I think it's bad form, if you will, for Netflix to badger our viewers that are paying for a subscription.
Netflix have really mugged themselves off. They haven't really taken the mickey out of these 53 people that watched it. They've taken the mickey out themselves. They commissioned it. So who's really silly here?
I watched that more than 24 times, and I love that story, Netflix. Who hurt me?
But by shaming their customers, Netflix inadvertently highlighted something a little unnerving. They are watching us, watching them, and have the data at their fingertips. The public were not amused.
A bit of an invasion of privacy, isn't it?
It's a bit like Big Brother.
It suddenly had me worried.
I was really disturbed by the idea that Netflix is like watching what you're watching.
Stick with Channel 5 and the BBC. That's the right way round, isn't it?
Christmas 2015 and the eagerly awaited John Lewis ad campaign had us all sobbing into our festive napkins.
They always make viewers shed a little tear.
In conjunction with Charity Aid UK, the Man on the Moon was designed to raise awareness of loneliness over the Yuletide season, with the tagline, "Show someone they'll love this Christmas." However, John Lewis weren't the only ones to tackle this heartbreaking subject. German supermarket giant Edeka released their ad around the same time and pulled out a right cracker. From the off, the scenes of an old man listening to messages from his absent kids set the tone of loneliness at Christmas.
None of his kids are going to be there for Christmas.
They can't get to see their old dad.
They contact him and say, "Sorry, Dad, we can't be there."
Christmas is a family time to be together.
You feel a bit sorry for him, actually.
The solitude theme is reinforced with a montage showing the old fella enduring Christmas alone year after year.
He spends Christmas on his own.
You just feel so sorry for him.
I'm almost in tears by this time.
Don't just leave the elderly. It's not very nice.
The more I did, the less I cared.
The viewer's emotions are tested as the advert hits a somber note.
The next Christmas, they've all received a letter saying he's died.
Oh my goodness me.
I wanted to sob.
Scenes of the old man's family in mourning serve to further tug at the heartstrings.
That I know.
And they arranged to meet at his house.
They all turn up in black. They're all crying.
From the moment I watched that, I thought, I'm inviting my mum up for Christmas.
Bracing themselves for the worst, the family are unexpectedly met with a festive scene and we realise it's Christmas.
And the table is set for Christmas.
Wie hätte ich euch denn sonst alle zusammenbringen sollen?
He's alive! He's alive! Dad's pretended he's dead to get the family there at Christmas.
This is not the right way to get your family to come and visit you.
The whole advert just turns on its head.
It's got to be the saddest Christmas advert ever.
I disagree. I think it's the most emotionally manipulative advert ever.
Your family looked really horrible a minute ago, and now you look horrible because you faked your own death.
That's taking it a step too far.
I would be furious.
I went right off him. I felt sorry for him in the beginning, but after that I just thought, no, it's horrible.
There's a line, Grandad, and you've crossed it.
A large helping of guilt was served up this Christmas and the public felt that Edeka had well and truly crossed the line. This wasn't the season to be jolly on social media, and the press were as equally unimpressed with Edeka's Yuletide sob story.
The writing of this advert was not great, because if you think someone's come back from the dead, you don't just react to a smile.
The unbridled joy of a family Christmas underpinned Idika's poignant Yuletide message.
Then they do have the most marvellous Christmas.
I would have been laughing around a turkey and thinking, oh, what a good one, mate.
Probably not the best way to go about it, was it?
You need to take a long, hard look at the fact that they won't come and see you.
No one's going to turn up at his funeral. It's the boy who cried wolf all over again, the granddad who cried death.
Still to come, a polar bear finds itself on tonight. And 2 Christmas cookery presenters find their turkey going up in smoke. Whoa.
We're back on air. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5. Introducing new Carte d'Or Bailey's ice cream. Velvety vanilla ice cream topped with rich dark chocolate flavour pieces and Bailey's flavour caramel sauce. You get so much more with Carte d'Or.
Travel to an oasis unlike any other place on Earth, where you can bathe in revitalizing mineral-filled waters. Found only in a Radox bath.
Flipping heck, I'm like a new woman.
Discover new Radox mineral blends. Life's better with bubbles.
Napkins at the ready. It's party time. Get any 3 packs for the price of 2 on fresh and frozen party food at Morrison's. Whoa. More keeping a few back in the kitchen for the host.
We all deserve a little extra. The kind of extra you get when you shop amazing pre-loved deals on Vinted. You can find a cool update to your everyday style. Or an adorable upgrade for her living room debut. Save a little extra, be a little extra. Shop loads of unique second-hand styles on Vinted.
Get the live casino experience at Play Ojo with favourites like Mega 5-Lays Roulette.
Play Mojo.
Solar Cocoa Beans.
What are you talking about? You steal from an Oompa Loompa, we take back 1,000 souls. In cinemas December 8.
Capture the magic of Christmas with a perfect photo gift made by you from Snapfish. Get this 8x8-inch hardcover photo book, just £10. In minutes, you'll create unique gifts for those you love. Like this attractive 8x12-inch classic wall calendar, only £7. Simply add photos and text. With Snapfish, it's easy to share treasured memories with family and friends. Make everyone feel special this Christmas with beautiful personalised photo gifts from snapfish.co.uk.
David Beckham hunts the future sim racing pros at the Sky Guild Gaming Centre.
Come on, one more lap. Still one spot on the team available.
Welcome to the team.
Hi! My favourites! Oh, I'll put them somewhere safe.
Or open them now.
Don't you want to see the house first?
Yeah.
After you.
I know I'm obsessed.
Thank you. Neil.
At Thorntons, we understand what the nation loves and have been proudly crafting deliciously British chocolate since 1911.
Gaultier Divine, the feminine fragrance by Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Imagine crispy canapes, a roast turkey, and tasty leftovers.
The air fryer is the gadget that could save Christmas.
So literally everything is going to go in there.
All the holiday hacks you'll need this Christmas.
This is about to change your world.
Air fryers, Christmas made easy. Next Sunday at 8 on Channel 5 and My5.
Supporting your evenings. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
Everyone dreams of a white Christmas, so we can wake up to beautiful snow-covered scenes in our backyards. And when the white stuff eventually does come down, we're desperate to get out there and enjoy every moment of it. Like global news reporter Rob Leth in 2008, doing an item about a favourite Canadian pastime, snow tubing.
All right, so I've got my trusty stopwatch, and here they come down the hill.
He stood there at the bottom of the hill, watching these children tubing. You know, like they're going like 60, 70 miles an hour.
Okay, what's going to happen?
Hold on.
It looks like Ruben is in the lead, and here comes Alex.
Oh my God!
Full on, flip, 360, whack.
Came down with such a thud. Self-esteem, his pride was shattered.
And here comes Alex. That was a bad idea. At Riverside Park, Rob Leth, Global News.
He was in agony, the poor sod, but true professional, he finished his bit.
Are you okay?
Are you alright? Do I look alright? I don't think he was.
And of course, social media was alive with sympathetic comments regarding poor old Rob's impressive acrobatics.
If by any chance you nearly die, keep recording.
Of course, when the snow is coming down faster than it can be cleared, the weather reporters are the ones stuck out there, telling us just how bad it can get. As Fox 29 Steve Keeley found out when reporting from the side of Route 40 in Woodstown, New Jersey, back in 2014.
A lot of snow on the roads. A plow just went by here about 2 minutes ago.
It's bad weather. Look, it's bad weather.
You want to inject a little bit of drama into it.
We're in Woodstown. Only one filly, born and raised in Woodstown. That would be Hildreth Milton Flitcraft, known as Hilly Flitcraft. He only had one summer.
These things are very big, and they're spraying a lot of snow.
There goes a couple of plows demonstrating what I said.
They just
tidal wave of snow
just wiped him out. Demonstrating what I said.
It is quite incredible how this guy managed to stay on his feet. He kept it going. He kept it calm, kept it straight.
There you go. Here comes another one.
I would have probably said a few words and you would have heard beep, 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 beep.
That is the beauty of breaking news.
Social media quickly got the drift. Steve's followers were happy to point out that he may well have been out of his depth.
He doesn't deserve to have that happen to him because he's so good.
At the end of the day, it's just snow.
I was shouting at the screen, step back, step back. He didn't hear me.
Daytime TV shows love a bit of Christmas as it gives them ample ammunition to fill up their schedule. In Christmas Week 2016, the Calgary Global News team in Canada were running an item on homemade Yuletide treats.
I've been busy, so I didn't want to make anything, but my family was all freaking out.
Because it's Christmas week, they've each brought in something Christmassy to eat.
And it was the turn of traffic reporter Leslie Horton to present her Christmas concoction live on air.
They sent me this recipe and I'm going to make you guys try it. So this is artichoke dip.
Leslie Horton brings in this artichoke dip.
Obviously, the woman is no cook. Let's just put it that way. She's no Delia. She's no Mary Berry.
You have to look at it. It just looks disgusting.
Just look at it. Zoom in on that and look at it.
It looks like congealed vomit.
Yeah, it's not supposed to look like that.
The first thing she says pretty much is, it's not meant to look like that. And that's a red flag.
Weatherman Jordan Whitsell and anchors Amber Schinkel and Scott Fee were the guinea pigs.
Is that too much for you, George?
That's a lot.
I really
I can't do this.
How does it smell, Scott? It's like vinegar or something.
I thought it smelled like a barn.
This smells of poo. Taste it.
You can see buttocks clenching. To be fair to the others, they are game. They try it.
She's making them do it.
Jordan was the first to dip in.
You can see when he smells it that it's completely rank.
They're on telly, they've got to do it, they're obviously live.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's too much.
Instead of just taking a small taste and saying, lovely, and covering it, he shoves the whole lot in his gob.
Is it edible?
He's trying to go,
He just goes.
He's going for it.
How bad can an artichoke dip be?
At first, I'm like, well, it's not that bad, but the vinegar.
Vinegar.
I've made a terrible error.
Their faces were just something else.
But there's no vinegar in there. So here's what happens.
That's like all I can taste is vinegar.
There is a moment that you think is gorgeous actually going to rise on live television.
He's trying to be so brave and swallow it and do the right thing. I can't do this anymore.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not trying to be rude here. It's okay. I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
They're all so delightfully Canadian at first. They're all very polite.
Oh, it's artichoke dip, but something went terribly wrong.
It sounds like she'd left it on the patio for about 2 days.
Okay, so first of all,
Doing that.
there's no vinegar. There's no vinegar. Do you think something is off?
I didn't put vinegar in.
Maybe it's gone off. I don't know. Like, do you think maybe the artichokes are off? Do. Well, okay, I didn't have a lemon, so I just cut up an orange.
What? She didn't have all the right ingredients.
This is where
And
the little bits of chemistry play in, Leslie. Things didn't combine properly.
So, how are you enjoying it, Amber? It burns.
That's burning.
Burns. It burns.
You can see she was actually in pain.
It's burning me.
It's like the witch in the Wizard of Oz.
I'm melting.
I was walking here.
Leslie's Christmas colory cock-up was posted online, and within a couple of days, it had over 850,000 views and was number 6 on YouTube's trending videos list. It had all gone horribly wrong for Leslie live on air. She had no choice but to hold her hands up.
To me, an artichoke dip does sound horrible. I don't think I'd even like a nice one.
If you've got a dip that burns, that is a bad start to any meal.
So, what does Christmas mean to us? A crackling log fire? Baubles on the tree? Polar bears? No, seriously, polar bears. Well, that's what Richard Herod at White Bear, Mitsubishi, Minnesota was thinking when planning his Christmas ad campaign in 2016.
Like Minnesota, and quite a few years back we made the white bear our mascot. So of course the white bear is in every one of our commercials.
And he's this huge polar bear in this massive polar bear suit.
It's a big polar bear.
You've also got like a beaver or something.
It's a gopher, actually. And with Minnesota being the ice hockey state, the dealership sponsors the university's team. So, for his Christmas commercial, Richard's master plan was to position his polar bear on the hockey rink alongside the golden gopher.
Polar bear mascot on ice. What could go wrong?
P1, pick 4.
Needless to say, I didn't get my deposit back. Well, normally you'd think that a white bear would be fantastic on ice. Our mascot wasn't.
You should have had a pair of ice skates or something. It would have been better off.
I wore the wrong socks. Once we got him on ice, we figured out that the bottom of his feet were more like sandals, and sandals on slippery ice, not so good. You get to go home for the rest of the day.
He's not going to be much use to us, I don't think.
You've got a whole cast and crew just laughing at you constantly.
I felt so sorry for him.
Poor fella.
Have you tried the hot dogs here?
It just keeps happening, and they keep trying to reshoot it, and it just keeps going.
Every time.
Oop, bear would fall down.
Over and over and over again.
Then we do a few more takes, and the bear fell down. I wore the wrong socks.
It's just non-stop. It's very funny.
It's just perfect. It's perfect slapstick.
That foot going backwards that you think isn't really going to go. Whoa, he's down.
Have you tried the hot dogs here?
But you just know, inside, there's an actor having the worst day of his life.
You fell over that many times during a take. You're not going to be happy. I'd be raging by the end of it.
The guy wearing the bear costume definitely earned his pay that day.
I did laugh properly out loud for about 3 minutes.
The best thing about cold weather is ice and seeing people go arse over tit.
It shouldn't be funny, but it is.
Eventually, they got to the final shot of the ad. All the bear had to do was stand still.
And Viper Mitsubishi is a proud sponsor of Golden Gopher Hockey.
You think you've done it? You're nearly there. And the presenter actually taps him on the back and he goes,
Boom, straight down.
Bang.
boom, smack on his face.
Bear down. Oops.
Face plant. It's amazing.
It may not have been exactly what the company were intending, but the advert's outtakes have reached nearly 3 million views and have attracted the usual hilarious comments, including one from the polar bear himself. And no, he wasn't very happy.
Who knew that the commercials weren't going to be as funny as the viral video?
Just thinking about it, I'm still pissing myself.
I hope they paid him well. I've never looked at a polar bear quite the same way again. Maybe they paid him in fish. That would have been dreadful.
That's cute to walk off and say, I'm too good for this. I deserve better.
I wanted to do Shakespeare.
Know your worth.
This is not how my life was meant to be.
Well, that's showbiz.
Christmas is the time we celebrate by toasting family and friends, reconnecting with our loved ones, and stuffing as much turkey down our necks as humanly possible.
I love turkey. Turkey's, that's what I like most about Christmas. The days afterwards, turkey soup, turkey ice cream.
And tradition says that whoever cooks the festive feast must spend the whole of Christmas in the kitchen. That bird is big, unless of course you live in Michigan, USA, like wannabe celebrity chefs Norm and TJ, who hit on a genius way to speed cook your goose or turkey. Deep fry it.
It's kind of a cowboy thing in America to deep fry everything. They'll deep fry Snickers bar, they'll deep fry bananas to create this kind of outdoor cowboy experience.
Luckily for us, they filmed it for a TV pilot on how to cook wild game in the great outdoors.
The oil is at 375 right now. We just checked it. The temperature is at 375, which we want it to be at. We're going to drop the bird in there, and it cooks. The cooking time is 4 minutes per pound.
It cooks much quicker than our traditional cooking methods of turkey.
We got a string on here to help us lower this bird in and out of there.
Okay. Had this massive drum of oil boiling.
Who fills a pot with oil that big unless you're, attacking marauders at your castle gates?
I think anything cooked in a bin is never going to be that appealing, is it?
Well, let's see if you're a wizard dropping this in the pot without killing everybody.
Let's try it.
Okay, the bird's coming up.
Lower down.
Okay, the marinades.
Lower down.
Some of the marinades, right? Okay.
Guy's pulling the turkey up like this.
Dangling it.
Lower down.
Okay.
I thought the leg was going to fall off before anything.
Now we're ready to do her.
All right.
It's not a great idea.
Here goes nothing, folks. Whoa. Now that's what I call some hot basting.
The oil spills over and it goes, whoa.
Whoa.
It just went up in flames.
Good bloody idea, mate.
That's one hot turkey. Okay, let's put her back in.
Instead of just like, okay, let's call it quits. This isn't going to work. Goes, I'll put it back in the pot.
Why? Why are you trying it again? Put it in the oven.
Okay, I think we're cooking.
Okay, there.
Boiling oil plus fire equals loads of burning oil and a potential death trap.
Let her boil. Whoa! Opa!
Wham! It goes straight up.
Boy, that turkey must have been done like that.
That's what I call outrageous, folks. Woo!
Clearly these men aren't chefs.
They're on a mission. They want that turkey cooked.
What did they season that turkey with? Like petrol. You can't take the turkey out. It's going to be fried turkey and fried hand. So they just stood back and let it burn.
Oil splashing everywhere.
Yeah, it'll burn off.
My biggest question about this is where's the health and safety?
I think that oil's a little too hot, Normie.
Hey, the poor old bird was burned to a crisp.
That turkey was past my confection. It's done.
But I think it's going to be a pretty good tasting bird when we're done with it.
I wouldn't have liked to have eaten that turkey.
Pretty much burn that baby up.
Sadly for TJ and Norm, their TV pilot never took off.
The volume against liquid displacement was not worked out.
It's been around since Archimedes, this.
We're cooking, boys. Let her boil.
If you put something in liquid will come out.
Whoa!
And that's fine if it's water, but if it's boiling oil, you're going to cause a bit of a problem, aren't you?
Opa! That's what I call outrageous, folks.
I didn't see if they got to eat the turkey afterwards. I hope so. Probably need something to eat in hospital.
Still to come, vintage Yuletide goes horribly wrong as Santa heads to Mars in a catastrophic Christmas sci-fi mashup.
Santa Claus and Martians just don't go together.
That is the worst Christmas movie ever made.
And a kid's Christmas cartoon gets somewhat lost in translation.
When Spunky turned around, there was his Christmas tree, the most beautiful in the land.
Spunky the Snowman.
That cartoon is hard to swallow.
Travel to an oasis unlike any other place on Earth, where you can bathe in revitalizing, mineral-filled waters. Found only in a Radox bath.
Flipping heck, I'm like a new woman.
Discover new Radox mineral blends. Life's better with bubbles.
Keep the orange juice away from these bubbling beauties. And now you can save a third on selected champagne at Morrison's. You can keep an extra bottle handy for the big day. Lovely. More fizz, less books.
Ladbrokes presents Instant Spins, bigger and better than ever before. There are 3 new wheels to unlock. Sports, slots, and casino. It's free to play every day, and you can win amazing prizes like free spins, free sports bets, or up to £100 cash. Level up your play at Ladbrokes.
This Black Friday, Plusnet is staying pink because we're always about great value, like full fibre, our latest and greatest collection, from just $24.99 a month with no activation fee. That's a plus. Oh, and that's our router. What an entrance! Look at me go. Get it before the 13th of December. Search Plusnet Fibre now. Look at that shiny blue.
McDelivery, you in?
I need a Big Mac.
2 Big Macs, please!
There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. You in?
Oh, so relaxing. This Christmas, there's more to Argos.
Sorry. That's unique. Embarrassing. Oh, no. I'm heading back on New Year's Eve for a party. You should come.
Myself.
Oh, take my number.
Introducing new Corsidil Active Gum Repair. If you spit blood when you brush, it could be the start of a domino effect to worse. New Corsidil Active Gum Repair actively helps repair gums from 1 week. New Corsidil Active Gum Repair.
What you got to work with when your eyes are closed in the forest? What you got in your pocket? Super! And on a cold and wet Tuesday night, what you got? William Hill, it's who you play with.
Christmas 1981, a time of Rubik's Cubes, home PCs, and snow.
It didn't gently snow, it snowed. It looked more like Switzerland. The Queen was caught in a blizzard, finished up knocking on the door of a pub. It was quite incredible.
The Great White Christmas of 81, Saturday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5. It's time to get comfortable. Simba Hybrid Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
Christmas comes but once a year, and after you've opened your prezzies, eaten a belly buster of a lunch, had a blazing row with your nearest and dearest, there's only one thing left to do, and that's settle down in front of the TV and watch a classic Christmas movie with the family.
You know, at Christmas, you want to just relax. You want to be in your pajamas with your fuzzy slippers, and you want to sit back and put in your.
All of the old school stuff, that's when you know it's Christmas.
We watch Miracle on 34th Street every year as a whole family. There's so many really good Christmas films out there.
And there's this one. In 1964, kids' TV producer Paul L. Jacobson had his eye on the lucrative Christmas movie market. He wrote what he thought would be the ideal story to tap into this genre and raised $200,000. That's about 1.5 million in today's money to make this film. Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. Yes, the Martians. Working with a small budget, Jacobson hired a director with one stage play movie to his name and cast minor stage performers and wannabe actors. The result, a bizarre movie full of dodgy old sets, paper-thin plots, and plenty of hammy acting.
Sci-fi Christmas. No, doesn't work.
The movie's not very Christmassy plot involved the Martians, who were worried about their kids watching too much Earth TV, kidnapping Santa Claus and taking him to Mars to create the first Martian Christmas. Confused? You will be.
It really is probably one of the worst films I've ever seen. To be honest, I couldn't get past the opening credits.
We need your advice, Cho-Chim. Something is wrong with our children. What do you advise?
The children must be allowed to be children again. We need a Santa Claus on Mars.
I don't even understand a concept where Santa Claus and Martians even come into play with one another.
It's weird. It's bizarre.
Earth has had Santa Claus long enough. We will bring him to Mars.
Against it. Our children are fine the way they are. I don't want any Santa Claus bringing them toys and games. They'll start playing and laughing and running underfoot. They'll become a nuisance.
I've made my decision. We leave for Earth tonight.
It is just the most ludicrous idea. I don't know who came up with this idea.
It just doesn't work. I mean, it's Santa Claus and Martians.
Santa Claus, you're coming with us.
No, you can't take him now. It's too near Christmas.
Quiet, you.
But
That is the worst Christmas movie ever made.
Doesn't work, never will, never has.
Just leave it alone.
Mrs. Santa Claus has positively identified the kidnappers as Martian.
And with Santa captured by the meanie Martians, his first job is to cheer up the children and spread Christmas cheer to one and all.
They're laughing. Oma and Grandma, too.
they've never laughed before.
It's just so over the top.
If you start to modernize and bring it up to date or put him into space or whatever it is, you're going to be in trouble.
With the children won over, Santa's next mission is to defeat the villainous Voldor and make it home in time for Christmas.
Voldor, why don't you relax? You're going to relax permanently.
You just look at that and just sit there with your mouth open. Like, what is going on?
It's one of those things that you just are shocked how cheesy it is. You can't stop watching it.
All right, Rigna, take them away. They've had a rough day.
As our buddy is banged up, out of nowhere, I told you the plot was paper thin. A replacement for Santa is found.
Hello, everybody. Merry Christmas!
And festive cheer is restored on Mars.
You don't need me here, Kima. You've got a wonderful Santa Claus of your own.
Santa Claus and Martians just don't go together. And they didn't go together on that movie either.
The eagerly awaited reviews came out, and sadly for the producer, his Christmas cracker was more of a damp squib, universally panned by the critics. The public didn't think much of it either, and the movie tanked at the box office. Producer Paul Jacobson's $200,000 gamble didn't pay off, and he never made a movie again. The audience, like dear old Santa, made a quick dash for the exit.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
The acting, the storyline, the whole premise of it was just absolutely terrible.
Get your whole family together, put that on and make them watch it. And you'll actually have a good time because it's so bad.
Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Ta-ra. Bye.
There have been some iconic animated Christmas tales. Who could forget this classic? The Snowman. But back in 1958, a long-forgotten cartoon was made that has not stood the test of time. Made by Moscow-based Sayers Multfilm, it also features a snowman coming to life.
Every year, when the first snow falls, the kids on our block build a snowman. This year, we made him especially big and strong and handsome.
This beautiful little animation from Russian animation house.
Really kind of well drawn, well animated.
It's quite a sort of simplistic.
It's almost like a Disney cartoon.
And it's just so sweet.
You see, we needed a tree, not an ordinary park tree, but a Christmas tree. And we figured there was only one way we could get one. A letter to Santa.
He runs off with his puppy friend to get this letter done. He gets chased by some bad guys.
It's a really wholesome, gorgeous story.
With a little bit of a moral at the end of it, involving Santa and some woodland animals.
A letter to Santa. To be delivered by Spunky, our snowman.
Spunky.
Spunky, the snowman. Really? He's quite energetic, I suppose. He is quite spunky.
Spunky was still running when Jeff brought him the letter.
I don't think I've ever said this word on television.
Hey, Spunky!
Spunky the Snowman.
That cartoon is hard to swallow.
When Spunky turned around, there was his Christmas tree, the most beautiful in the land.
Why couldn't somebody have said just change it?
Couldn't have come up with a better name.
Did the Russian people not know what that meant?
Spunky, Jeff, and the Christmas tree were all there waiting for us in the park.
I actually Googled this. I didn't mean to watch it, but I was Googling something else and this popped up.
Spunky.
Still to come, 70s comedian Lenny Bennett sets the tone for a bizarre New Year's show.
Okay, really? You get ready?
The atmosphere was ghastly. Welcome back. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
On the back, sweet singers in the front, cruising down the freeway in the hot, hot sun, cycling with blue lights, flash us from behind, loud voice booming, please get out onto the line. Policeman taps the shades and said a Chevy 69, now design.
At Eon Next, we believe life is better with less of some things and more of others, like less hassle, more convenience, less variable, more stable, less short-term thinking, more long-term actions. Life's better when you get more. Fix your tariff and get 100% renewable electricity as standard. So switch to Eon Next.
12 pigs in blankets,
11 sweet potatoes, 10
8 bowls of stuffing,
7 winter salads, 6 second helpings,
5 Yorkshire puddings,
4 veggie pies,
3 roast lambs,
2 turkey fries, and a jar of Kellogg's mayonnaise.
More broadband switchers? Choose us. And this Black Friday, EE Broadband is free for 3 months, then just $31.99 a month. And there's absolutely nothing to pay up front. Powered by BT, it's our most reliable, but stays fast even at peak time. And EE Wi-Fi controls help the kids switch off and drift off. And did we mention it's free for 3 months until Thursday? Because, you know, more broadband switchers choose us.
We all deserve a little extra. The kind of extra you get when you shop amazing pre-loved deals on Vinted. You can find a cool update to your everyday style. Or an adorable upgrade for her living room debut. Save a little extra, be a little extra. Shop loads of unique second-hand styles on Vinted.
Get the live casino experience at Play Ojo with game show favorites like Crazy Time and casino classics like Mega Fireplace Roulette. Plus, get money back on every spin.
Feel the fun at Play Ojo. Life is full of big occasions. The ones we plan, the ones we prepare for. But sometimes it's these moments, in the here and now, that are just as special. So savor them together with the delicious multi-layered experience of Ferrero Rocher. Ferrero Rocher, get wrapped up in the moment. There is a goddess in all of us, strong as a lioness. Embrace the power within. Burberry Goddess, the new fragrance.
I just can't get you out of my head.
You're watching me.
I want you to be my model. You should know there have been so many girls.
We've all heard the whispers about you when you first.
Watch the first episode of the new Paramount Plus original series, The Doll Factory, Tuesday at 10 on Channel 5.
We're back on air. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
New Year's Day in 1982 saw the launch of the Southwest region's exciting new ITV station, imaginatively named TSW, Television Southwest.
It's the launch of a new broadcaster in the whole of the Southwest region, which is massive. TSW is going to bring you new, exciting, vibrant programs.
Run BT5.
Where is it?
The program's called The Opening Night. You're expecting something special.
Starts off with half a dozen girls in striped leotards dancing around the studio.
Goes on and on with clips of the Southwest.
Those of us who were there were thinking, what the Sam Hill's this?
What followed was an hour and a half of what should have been a showcase for the very best of the region.
I don't know how they came up with who was on this show. You had wonderful Maura Limpany, concert pianist, and you had classics nouveau. You had Mike Westbrook narrating a poem about badgers.
The badger, grunting on his woodland track.
It was the most extraordinary lineup.
Holding together this flagship programme was comedian Lenny Bennett, host of ITV's prime-time Saturday night game show Punchlines. And as an ITV face, he was seen as a safe pair of hands.
Tonight, we at TSW, we hope you will come to look upon as television simply wonderful, right?
Mr. Naff. He was sort of classic 70s with the curly tight perm kind of look and everything. Why? Why him?
Oops, that's nice. It's a great fun show, set fire to the time.
He was huge in the day, but so of that time.
You are a PA.
Production assistant.
Oh, I thought he meant physically attractive, but never mind.
Awful old jokes and just horrible.
The burning question remains, what has become of Gus Honeybun? There we are, Judy. How is the little fella? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Presenter Judy Spires had been a regular on Westwood TV, making a name alongside channel mascot Gus Honeybun.
This is Gus Honeybun. I can't believe this. 60 odd years of age and I've still got this rabbit on the end of my head.
Well, you'll be here now, from now on, talking to the children. Yeah. Of course you will.
Lenny came down and he was going to show us shit kickers how to do it down in the West Country.
Oh, we are.
I don't know why, but we all loathed him to right at the very beginning, didn't we?
There we go. Look at that. He worked so hard, not a round of applause from anybody here.
It was supposed to be festive, but it was just drab.
The atmosphere was ghastly.
And when the interpretive dance kicked off, viewers must have thought they were hallucinating.
Probably one of the weirdest programs I've ever seen. I'm fascinated by it.
It's the worst evening of television I've ever seen in my entire life.
I couldn't understand why it was ever broadcast.
It was like they got commissioned the day before and said, right, we better get this together because we're on tomorrow night.
I do hope you're enjoying it at home, because there's nothing worse than sitting at home at 7 o'clock watching a lot of drunks.
It's just like a car crash. It's just amateur.
Also, the other thing we wanted to do on this show was introduce the new presenter of the 6 o'clock news programme.
Kerry, first
Yes,
time here on
first
TSW.
time.
Looking forward to it?
Not a lot. There's 20-something young journalist who looked like a rabbit in the headlights.
Presenter Kerry Swain was given a baptism of fire.
We thought tonight would be probably the ideal occasion for you to meet somebody who is probably the easiest interviewee.
Who did they give us an interview? Live on television.
This young, new talent that they'd found,
Spike Milligan.
who is notoriously difficult even in the hands of a pro.
Hey, Swain. Governor Milligan.
Me, with 40 years' experience of interviewing under my belt, I wouldn't want to touch it with a barge pole.
Tell him to get out of the way, yes? Oh, sorry. Yes. Excuse me, this is Piffle.
Lenny Bennett creeps off.
Go on, serious questions, then.
Supposing, for instance, someone really nutty came on and I had to interview them, how would I cope with it?
You've got to take all your clothes off first.
No.
It's just not actually working like she thought it did.
You're not far away, are you?
I'm here. I'm trying to protect you. Now, what about the role of the comedian in contemporary society?
The other presenter who tried to patch things up actually made it worse.
How do you think I got this job, Spike?
I give up.
She was terrified. He was hard.
You took all your clothes off like that.
The show's going from bad to worse.
What is this? Go on, ask the questions then. Go on.
You could hear people all around the West Country, well, rushing to hide behind their sofas.
He doesn't fit my nose. Tell me what.
Go.
It was the most cringe-worthy interview.
It was terrible. It was absolutely disastrous.
A major part of the show were the production crew. Not behind the camera, but interviewed on screen.
It must be the cheapest thing ever, because no one needs to get paid because they already work for the company.
Here's a pretty lady who does a very important job here at TSW. This is Jane Ross. Jane, you're in Billings.
Yeah, great idea. Get that pretty girl out of Billings. You know, the one who gets on the phone to the Radio Times every week and goes, oh, hello.
Jane at work. What are you doing there, darling?
TV Times.
Get her on. Yeah, she'll be a right laugh.
The audience couldn't give a shit.
This is really embarrassing, isn't it? Yes.
It was dire.
The man next to me is one of TSW's top film cameramen. Welcome, Jerry.
Thank you.
Have a good time.
Super.
Exactly.
Great.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen that.
It's like they've aired a company's corporate video. It's that boring.
But what kind of place have you been to?
Oh, Milan, Marrakesh.
Marrakesh. Really? You get laid?
Lenny Bennett shoots himself in the head. It's like, I'm now going to press total self-destruct.
I'm sitting here with the boss.
He realised it's all going pear-shaped, and he's doing that funny, Will
you foretell the future for me?
No, there's one thing I do see here.
What is that?
I don't think we're going to see you around here anymore.
Lenny Bennett, you can see his eyes just start to glaze over. He realises there's nothing else.
Well, in that case, I shall retreat.
His agent's probably been called, and they're going, never are we having Lenny on this shift ever again.
Lenny Bennett, exit stage left, and keep fucking walking.
I'm going to be fired. I was shot from a cannon. Not far enough, I can tell you.
Look at his little ears. Do you enjoy the show?
All except you. I like him. Not a lot.
Watch us from now on. Come, folks, let's dance.
They should have had their franchise cancelled from that first broadcast because they didn't deserve it.
Those of us who worked on the show actually hoped that the master copy had been buried under somebody's patio.
Yes. Are we going to clap or not?
You can almost hear all the television sets being turned off. You know, there's bosh, 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 bosh.
Oh, my lord, that is how the majority of people in the Southwest watched this programme.
And a reminder, with December in full effect, we've a box of cosy, romantic and funny Christmas films for you to rummage through over on My5, whenever you fancy.
I saw a redhead today. Her skin was pristine.
I just can't get you out of my
I want you to be my model. You should know there have been so many girls. Bluebell was murdered, found by lamplighters at dawn. I know what we've done.
Watch the first episode of the new Paramount Plus original series, The Doll Factory, Tuesday at 10 on Channel 5.
Everyone's wrapping up warm for winter on the farm. The team are getting ready for another action-packed week, and they're not the only ones.
Welcome to Winter on the Farm. It's completely delicious.
She's an absolute beauty. I've definitely earned my tea tonight.
Excellent work.
Get it done.
Cozy up for Winter on the Farm. Starts Monday the 11th of December on Channel 5 and My5.
The scale of car crime at the moment is absolutely ridiculous.
These criminals are some of the most dangerous we've come across. They will do absolutely anything in their power to get away.
New challenges to face.
It's scary when stuff like this happens.
New criminals to chase.
Don't do that! Stay still!
And then a new police force.
Get my vehicle now!
The new series of Traffic Cops starts Monday at 8 on Channel 5 and My5.
Now, getting you up to speed with all the backstage buzz, it's entertainment news on 5.
This is entertainment news on 5. Today, the girls are back in town.
We've all changed as human beings. We've all changed as women. Our lives have changed. Our life perspectives have changed. We're mothers. We've lived so much in these last 10 years that everything has an impact on you.
Charlotte Crosby is going for a career change.
Nervous, excited, scared, but like really excited.
And Sweet Things with Timothy Chalamet.
You learn by osmosis, you become your environment. So I was around British legends, British comedic legends.
So are you in a Christmassy mood yet? If not, this very glam lady might be able to help. Ted Lasso fave herself, Hannah Waddingham, has got a few of her co-stars on board for her very own Apple TV Plus show, Home for Christmas. And she had her own premiere in London.
I used to start on the 1st of December, but my daughter got out all our Christmas decorations the other day, and as soon as my album dropped, she was like, around the house. So yeah, we've gone early this year.
I was buoyed by Hannah's gumption, and I was like, I believe I could do it.
Well, I believe this next movie might end up getting some awards. Starring Emma Stone, Mark Ruffalo and Willem Dafoe, here's another look at Poor Things. It's about the revolution of Bella Baxter, who's brought back to life by an unorthodox scientist, Mr. Godwin Baxter.
We must experience everything, not just the good, but degradation,
Shall we sing?
sadness, and we can know the world.
Right, let's have a confession from Nicolas Cage now.
This one really came together. I think it's one of, if not the best movie I've ever made.
Yeah, that's what he thinks about his new film, Dream Scenario. It's about a hapless family man who finds his life taking a funny turn when millions of strangers start seeing him in their dreams. So the obvious question here is he a dreamer?
Sometimes when I don't know how to play a scene, I'll ask for a dream to give me the answer, and more often than not, it happens. I'll wake up with that energy, whatever the mood is, and I know.
So what do you get when you have a load of red boiler suits, masks, green trackies, a giant doll, and a huge amount of Wonga? Well, it means Squid Game is back, but this time with real, actual people. 456 human beings are battling it out for $4.56 million. That's about 3.66 mil to us, and is one of the biggest cash prizes in TV history. Of course, the show kicks off with the massive doll with the swiveling head, and here's a cheeky glimpse at some of the characters.
I have an extra person in this game, somebody I know I can trust, and I don't know if everybody's going to have their mom in this game.
I see the time on the clock. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Talking of characters, Jason Isaacs has totally transformed for his latest role. Yes, that is Jason. He's taken on acting royalty Cary Grant in ITVX's 4-part bio Laura Aikman. The series follows 5 phases of his life, and his tan is pretty impressive.
I do the most amount of fake tan that I've ever seen as Ron Seal. I look like outdoor furniture. He was a very...
I started to feel pale, and I had full fake tan on.
One of the areas in which he had a strange blind spot was how brown he felt he needed to be. He was so brown that his friends begged him to stop, and that the directors of photography would try to overlight him and underlight other people to balance out the look on screen. But it was an obsession that he didn't let go of all of his life.
And from one maestro to another, he's already getting rave reviews for his role as legendary conductor Leonard Bernstein, and now we get another glimpse into why Bradley Cooper might be working his way towards an Oscar. Check out this brand new clip from the movie, and I think I could watch it forever. Well, if I've learned one thing today, is that a conductor's stick thing is called a baton. Still to come, Calvin's got a new banger. And karate bands, listen up.
Our new film starts right now. So let's wax on, wax off, everybody. You mean check it on, check it off, crank it up? Maybe the new Karate Kid will have to do it all. I'm excited. You excited? I'm very, very excited. Let's do it.
21 years on, the ladies who found fame on Popstars The Rivals are getting back together. Girls and Howard are going on tour next year, and they're going to honour their late bandmate Sarah Harding, who tragically passed away in 2021.
Been like stewing in silos, hasn't it?
It's been a big secret for us for a while, like not even our closest friends and family knew. I think our main priority is to just get to the show and honour Sarah as best we can and make that moment absolutely magical for the fans, for her, for us as a collective, and celebrate what we all did together.
Mr. Calvin Harris has done it again, fresh off the back of his 11th UK #1 with Ellie Goulding. He's returned, and this time with rising UK star Eliza Rose. It's got a house vibe, it's got funk, it's got horns. I mean, what is not to like? Now, are you any good at your Mo Ichido, your Karateka, your Uchi, or your Zuki? Well, if so, you could be the next Karate Kid. Check this out.
We're starring in a new Karate Kid movie together.
That's big news. But we even have bigger news.
Bigger than that?
We're looking for next Karate Kid.
That's right. The global search for the star of our new film starts right now. So let's wax on, wax off, everybody.
You mean check it on, check it off, crank it up?
Maybe the new Karate Kid will have to do it all. I'm excited. You excited?
I'm very, very excited.
To Marrakesh, where there was quite a lineup to open its film festival.
Declare the 20th edition of the International Marrakesh Film Festival open!
This year, Mads Mikkelsen was honoured with a Lifetime Achievement Award and got to fanboy over Willem Dafoe.
I just realised I forgot my glasses. Let's figure out something. It's all a bit much for someone who was young yesterday in Copenhagen, who didn't dream of acting, but nevertheless has heroes. She watched over and over again heroes who sucked him into worlds of human stories.
Just love him. Someone buy him a spare pair of specs, though. Talking of love, listen up, JLo fans. It's the moment we've been waiting nearly a decade for. She's dropping a new album called This Is Me. Dramatic pause. Now. Oh, and as if a new long-awaited album isn't enough, She's gifting us with a Prime Video film to go alongside it.
When I was a little girl, when someone asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, my answer was always in love.
And yes, I've slowed it down and replayed it over and over again, and no, that isn't Ben Affleck dancing with her. To another pop powerhouse, Demi Lovato kicked off the winter season in Austria, belting out some tunes in heavy snow at the top of the mountain opening concerts.
I'm going to be bundled up. So normally I try to look really cool on stage with a costume that's very fitting for my show. But tonight I'm saying I'm just going cozy.
Well, at least she can tick off being a rock chick in a blizzard off her bucket list. We are like kids in a sweet shop, literally. At the world premiere of Wonka in London, where the all singing, all dancing Timothée Chalamet is the main man himself.
Oh, I love the original film, and I thought this origin story was very clever, so I wanted to be a part of
The
it.
people that you're working with, Olivia Colman, Mr. Bean himself,
No, that's what I geeked out over the most.
and the king of rom-coms, Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant in the flesh. I became an honorary Brit for a couple months.
I mean, as a person and as Wonka, he's magical. He's a really special, gentle, lovely, lovely being. I need to feed him up though. He needs some pies.
Sweet as a nut. Someone else as sweet as they come. Who knew Geordie Shore's OG Charlotte Crosby had the voice of an angel? Well, she's doing a Mariah Carey and lending her voice to the Paramount Plus Christmas advert. And trust me, you'll be singing it all day long.
So I'm on the flight going to Dubai, about to be proposed to, right? And my agent texts us and went, you won't ever guess who wants you to sing on the Paramount Plus festive advert. And I went, who? But I lost signal on the plane. My Wi-Fi cut out and I couldn't connect again. So for 4 hours I was on the edge of my seat.
Off to New York now, where Greta Gerwig and Margot Robbie were honoured at the Gotham Awards with the global icon and creator tribute. And Margot couldn't stop chuckling.
It's far more of an exposing role than I ever expected a plastic doll to make me feel. And I think that is the genius of Greta Gerwig, is she took this thing that we all thought we could judge and dismiss or decide upon quite quickly and really use it as a tool to interrogate ourselves. I found myself interrogating how I feel about myself.
Oh, well, I'm doing that without starring in a movie, love. See ya.
Imagine crispy canapes, a roast turkey, and tasty leftovers.
The air fryer is the gadget that could save Christmas.
So literally everything is going to go in there.
All the holiday hacks you'll need this Christmas.
This is about to change your world.
Air fryers, Christmas made easy. Next Sunday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Grow with me, let us share what we see and all the best it could be. Just you and I.
Bringing old friends back to life. The Toy Hospital. Friday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Now we hand over to Play Ojo for the live casino show.
neglecting your duties, lad. Don't deny it. What do you call that?
Sir,
What?
I mopped and swept twice out.
You lying dog.
I swept them.
It's begrant and bedaddled. Unwiped, unwashed, and disdained.
Some kind of pert out of molested me.
Come now.
I already said.
How dare ye contradict me, you dog?
Now look here. I ain't never intended to be no housewife, no slave in taking this job. And it ain't right. These lodges is more ramshackle than any shanty boys camp I ever seen. The Queen of England's old fancy housekeeper couldn't even done no better than what I done. Because I tell you, I scrubbed this here place twice over.
And I say you did nothing of the sort. And I say you swab it again, and you swab it proper like this time, and you'll be swabbing it 10 times more after that. And if I tells you to pull up and apart every floorboard and cupboard of this here house and scour them down with your bare bleeding knuckles, you'll do it. And if I tells you to yank out every single nail from every mould and nail hole and suck off every speck of rust till all them nails sparkle like a sperm whale's pecker, and then carpenter the whole light station back together from scrap and then do it all over again, you'll do it! And by God and by golly, you'll do it, smiling lad, 'cause you like it. You like it 'cause I says you will. Contradict me again. I'll dock your wages. You hear me, lad?
Aye, sir.
Swab, dog. Swab.
Channel 4 film. Sponsored by Hyundai.
I'm looking for a truffle pig.
I don't understand. Someone stole it.
Tell me more.
You made the right choice being out there in the woods. There's nothing here for you anymore.
We don't get a lot of things to really care about. Who has my pig?
Nicolas Cage stars in the network premiere of Pig on Film 4. Stream or watch live from Wednesday at 9.
This one's for the comedy lovers, the dog munchers.
Would you like some?
No thanks.
And the randy mothers, the pickle rickers,
Pickle Rick!
the treadmill trippers, the kung fu nuns.
I just needed some serious moves.
The bowl-cutted ones, the furry fight starters, and the stinky school farters.
Oh, no.
So laugh, laugh, laugh like no one's watching. And get ready to stream comedy, comedy, and even more comedy. Find your funny. Stream free comedy on Channel 4.
Welcome.
Hello, new neighbors.
They always want what we don't have.
Whatever, Jason. Back off.
But whatever's happened, we have to face it.
You could destroy us all.
The Couple Next Door on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch Monday and Tuesday at 9.
Channel 4 film. Sponsored by Hyundai.
Keep 'em steady, lad.
Aye, sir.
Whitewash must be even, lad. Bright, shining, like a silver whorehouse token. Give them sailors a proper day mark.
They're not gonna see in the goddamn storm.
Keep your temper now, lad. Just fine work, and you're making high marks in the logbook. Things gospel. I'll drop you down a few feet. Easy. Never been in better hands. Easy. Quit your flailing, lad. I ain't yours. Keep still. I am. Thank you, lad.
Winslow. Ephraim Winslow. These last 2 weeks, I'd like it if you call me by my name.
Listen, lady. Giving orders, lad.
Winslow.
All right, all right. Suits me just as fine. Ephraim Winslow. So, what wrong such a one as ye to this damned rock?
Such as what?
Pretty as a picture. Only Johnson, lad. Only Johnson. Winslow. What brung ye to this rock? Ephraim Winslow. What were you working for?
Timber.
Timber.
Big timber up north. Canada ways.
Hudson Bay outfit.
The same.
True what they say. Forest as far as the eye can see.
Yes, sir. Spruce. Bush, them folk up there call it.
And enough for trees, that it then.
Yes, sir.
Can't say I blame you. I heard tell about that life. I'm going. Work one man harder than. No, thank you. You see, she's the only situation want for me. You miss it? Ain't nothing. What can touch it? But I can be dragging me old stump about. Nay, not worth the trouble. Now, I'm a wiki, and a wiki I is. And I'm damn well wedded to this here life. And she's been a finer, truer, quieter wife than any alive-blooded woman.
You ever married?
13 Christmases at sea. Good ones at home. She never forgave it. It's for the better. Since we're getting too friendly, Ephraim Winslow, tell me, what's a timberman want with being a wiki? Not enough quiet for ye up north. Sawdust stitching your nethers. Foreman found ye too high-tempered for carrying an axe.
It's like you said, I've had enough of trees, I guess. Since I left Dad, I done every kind of work that can pay a man. Some I ain't near proud of.
Drifter, right?
Oh, just
Can't find a post I can take a real shine to, so I keep moving along. I ain't the kind to look back what's behind him, see?
On the run.
Now look here. Ain't nothing wrong with a man starting fresh, starting new, just looking to earn a living.
No.
Just like any man. Want to settle down quiet like with some earnings. I read someplace that a man could earn $630 or $1,000 a year. Tends to like far offshore. The further away, the more he earns. I read that. Now it says, work. Save my earnings. Sometime soon I'll raise my own roof. Somewhere up country. No one to tell me what for. And that's all.
Same old boring story, eh?
Well, you asked. Say, why is it bad luck to let go?
In them's the souls of sailors, what met their maker. You're a praying man, Winslow.
Not as often as I might. I'm God-fearing, if that's what you're asking.
Wind's changed.
Good riddance.
Oh, don't be so darn foolish. It's a calm before the storm, Winslow. She were a gentle westerly wind you're cursing. Only feels roughly because you don't know nothing about nothing, and there ain't no trees on this here rock like your Hudson Bay bush. Northeasterly wind will come soon and blow like Gabriel's horn. Best board up them signalers' windows.
I see.
Pretty steady before the tender comes in the morning, I expect. There's dirty weather knocking about. Something's starting in you. You're getting off this rock tomorrow, Winslow. Don't start grudging me now.
No, sir.
Keeping secrets on you.
Just use a hammer, them boards is all.
Oh, Winslow. Look at her. Better than fin fishing. Ain't no crime to take a snort now. A clear night and our last afore relief. I ain't never known an inspector what won't turn a blind eye. And I won't take no for an answer.
Should pale death and trouble dread. Well, to relief.
And now. Oh. When we arrived at Bedford Docks, them bloomers coming out in frocks, and pretty girls, they all did say, here comes Jack with his 9-month pay. Hurrah, we're homeward bound. Hurrah, we're homeward bound. And the pretty lass, she were taking off her bonnet. But as I says, I broke me leg and banged myself all up. Was to a nun's hospital. All them nuns were Catholics, I tell you. I never went to Salem since without hoping that I should see her. For then and done weren't the same since.
Feel shame when you lie with a woman.
I ain't saying them nothing. Well, I'll say it. I'd even miss you, Ephraim Winslow. You're fastly true blue wiki in the making you is. Thought one night you were bound to split me skull in twain, but you're a good one. You'll be working the lamp in no time.
Why haven't I?
Oh. Right. I'm the keeper of this station, lad. Some other station you can tend the light.
Man, yours.
My log is the only book on this rock.
Says I'm wicked.
I'm the keeper of the light, man. And I'll never let no man touch it. Don't concern yourself with our reading, man. Mine.
that I never. I don't know your name.
Wake?
A Christian name.
Thomas.
Thomas?
Hi, Thomas Wake. Call me Tom.
Well, to my friend Tom, I'm getting off this goddamn rock.
£10 in Ojo Plus in a month, we'll chuck a bonus 10.
Where I was talking about the silk and explaining it and telling people. I told you this story, and I love it because a lady came up to me and she was lovely. She was in her 70s, and she came up to me and she said to me, "Oh, is this mulberry silk? I bought this from the Ideal Home Show 22 years ago."
Yes.
Okay.
From our politicians that do have the platform.
So, Andrew, given you think there's no hope, do you agree with
Well,
that?
for the foreseeable future. I mean, there's always hope in the longer term.
But do you agree with the young woman there? Do you think, well, actually, there is no hope, so
Well,
played on all your houses?
I mean, I agree with the lady in the audience in that Britain should not overestimate its influence in this situation. It really doesn't have very much at all, which probably doesn't matter because we don't know what to do either. The problem I have with this is if you're going to try to move to some kind of peace process, and I've covered many peace processes, and by the way, the Palestinians had opportunities for what a wonderful peace agreement. At one stage, you could have all of Gaza and 90% of the
You're
West
talking about the
Bank.
Oslo Accords.
Yeah, and they turned it down.
And that has to be quite quick, so
But the problem is, it takes two to tango. And at the moment, who are you going to talk to, Gaza? Who are you going to talk? Because I tell you this: if anybody who's not Hamas talks to the Israelis, they'll be thrown off the nearest highest building the moment Hamas gets a hold of them. It's an impossible situation for people of goodwill in Gaza to show any political power at all.
Are you okay with what
what's happening. I mean, this is.
Oh, obviously I'm okay.
No,
The
but I
killing
don't-
is just wonderful. What a stupid question to ask me.
Seriously?
Of course I'm not okay
Okay.
with it. It's horrific. It's horrific.
Well, then what?
But I'm
what are
trying
you
to.
offering?
I'm trying to point to the realpolitik of the situation.
Hang on. I'm really sorry. I have to stop you because we are actually over time. So forgive me. This won't be the only time that. Hang on. We're talking about Gaza. This is not going to be, and Israel. This will not be the last time we come to this subject. I know you want to say more, Leila. Forgive me.
No,
but
I'm
we
just,
are out of
I'm
time.
just in shock.
I just want to say, we'll come back to this subject. Our hour is up. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you to all of you for coming here and being part of our audience. It's been great to see you. And of course, thank you to you at home for watching. And remember, as always, if after the 10 o'clock news is too late for you, we're on iPlayer at 8 o'clock. But from Question Time.
He wants to be the greatest man in Rome. He's so smart. He just knows how to use his opportunities to disgrace in every single way. He's immoral, he's irreligious, and he's a pirate.
Julius Caesar is the most dangerous kind of demagogue.
Relive the greatest rise and fall in all of history. Julius Caesar, The Making of a Dictator. Press red for all episodes. Only on BBC iPlayer.
Now, later than build, some strong language as tensions rise in the newsreader.
Make it natural. Feel your group. Yep. Feel each other. Yes.
Not literally. I think I need to go over the moves again. Yeah.
Let's put aside an hour for that kind of stuff. Right. So we begin with landscape images. We're flying over beaches, ranges, over ranges, worlds of red dust in the outback. Now we're fading up on each of you, turning to the camera, stars of the network. And then when the tempo changes, that's when we cut to all of you moving together. If you just want to watch Danielle, okay?
So we're just swaying side to side. Keeping it simple, loose.
And singing as well. Boys on the male vocal. Helen, female.
No, I'm not going to pretend that that's my actual voice.
It's a group sing along, so it won't read as your voice per se.
She's not singing, I'm not singing. Well, I don't think this reflects on us as journalists. It's a promo. It's important that the news team's foregrounded.
Foregrounded.
What does that even mean?
Okay, let's bring it back into the room. Let's get some smiles on those faces and get those feet moving vaguely together.
All right, thank you.
You were just getting it. It was looking. You three look fantastic as well. Okay, stand by. Playback. And action. On More Energy National Pride. Here we go. Big energy now. That's it. All right, come on. Here we go. Take it this. Yes. We'll celebrate. We gotta bring love. Bring all that love.
Feel the promises of pride.
Hold that ceiling. Hold it. Keep holding it. Cutting there. Fantastic. Well done. Well done, everyone. Thank you.
Can we have one more go, maybe?
She's done so well with physical recovery. We now need to understand why. Why Kay had those moments of refraction into addiction, overdose.
She's talking to you.
I was just saying, we understand it's not always possible, but
we find it's much better to involve the whole family.
Oh, of course. And Jeff would absolutely be here for this cold and just stay at work. Might it be possible to conduct these sessions a little later in the evening?
She wants a cover of darkness. She doesn't want anyone to see him here.
Mrs. Walters, I can assure you we take confidentiality very seriously. We've had several high-profile people on these rounds.
Really?
It's confidential.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. Well, thank you. I'll put that to Jeff.
She's lying. She'll never tell him.
Darling, I might have made a lot of mistakes, but I've never lied to you. Not once.
Hello to viewers across the nation. I'm Jeff Walters. Welcome to our live coverage from Western Australia as this historic reenactment of the First Fleet.
Can we change the channel?
Which is our
No one else is going live.
Now, this journey began 7 months ago when these majestic ships departed Portsmouth in the United Kingdom, tracing our 18th century ancestors. And finally, today, helicopters in the sky, you can hear it now above you. Let's see the fleet as it draws close to Australia. Well, a glorious sight indeed. One can only imagine the sheer spectacle as this reenactment finally reaches Sydney Harbour on our 200th birthday. Watched by all of Australia, welcomed by their Royal Highnesses, Prince Charles, Princess Diana. We are a young nation, a humble one. A nation that typically shies away from grand gestures. But as we reflect on the journey from 1788 to today, it's hard not to feel a sense of pride, a sense of sincere glory. Thank you, how dare you? I am Lioness Conway Preston of the Wongamara Glory Order Ancestry. This is an unlawful trespass. You have no legal claim over any of our lands or waters. This is illegal occupation.
You cannot scribe your lives into truth. Australia is not a nation. It's a crime city. There is a concrete truth in this country.
Are they ever going to cut back?
Rowdy protesters briefly interrupted a live telecast. That's it? One line?
There's a bit more in this one.
A small group of protesters disrupted live broadcast. It wasn't a disruption, it was a bloody assault.
Honestly, darling, it doesn't seem that dramatic because you handled it with such professionalism.
Also, no mention of that.
Darling, I'm worried that Kay's starting to think that I'm keeping you from her.
I've visited her several times.
I know, but now they want to conduct these counselling sessions. They're of the belief that the family should play a role in someone's recovery. I know, but we did insist on her committing to this facility. We can't very well refuse.
Nothing at all in this strain. It never happened. Good evening. Well, I was hoping tonight I'd be recounting a weekend of glorious national celebration. Instead, we learned there are those among us determined to interrupt our bicentennial commemorations, convinced that Australians should feel shame of the actions of our distant ancestors some 2 centuries ago. Saturday's protest was led by a half-Irish radio disc jockey who claims he's the voice of Aboriginal Australia. Well, I have many strong links to genuine Aboriginal leaders, and they agree with me. It's time to move forward as a nation. History is history, and dragging us back to the past does nothing to help the Aborigines of Australia. At least, not the real ones.
I am Linus Helway Preston of the Wongamara Yorta ancestry. This is an unlawful trespass. You have no legal claim over any of our lands or waters.
So his name's Linus Preston. He's not so much a DJ, but a community radio announcer. He's an academic and an activist.
It looks like a whole lot of thrashing and yelling to me.
Well, the yelling's actually quite a detailed speech. You read a transcript of it on the radio.
You cannot celebrate away the acts of genocide and war inflicted upon the true owners of this land over 200 years of illegal occupation.
Whoa. Look, Helen, I don't know where you're going with this, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to assume that you're not going to be so stupid as to suggest an interview. Oh, really?
Jeff Walters spent 4 minutes on national television calling him a sham. I want to see how he responds.
Bringing this guy in for an interview is like asking Gaddafi to come in and have a chat about weapons.
Our promo says that we're going to cover every angle of the bicentennial.
Not every angle, Dale. Not every angle, okay? We're going to do the pretty ships. We'll do Princess Di. We'll do concerts. We'll do Princess Di. Oh, and if you want some variety, Charles.
And Jeff has a point. Like, it's been 200 years at some stage. Got to get over it.
I think Linus would probably have a few things to say about that statement.
That statement.
Mm-hmm.
What are you saying? I'm a racist. It's the least racist person in this place. What are you saying with black fellas?
Black fellas? Look, we all know what he's going to say, okay? So what's the follow-up with the fleet? When are they leaving Fremantle?
Why don't we say to Lindsay, we'll give you 4 minutes of Di for 1.5 minutes of Linus.
I'd like to.
This is what he's going to say, right? He's going to yell at you. He's going to turf you, and he's going to find a way to blame me.
Let me give it a go.
Oh, wow. The moment has finally come. Wendell Jennings has overestimated himself. I never thought this would happen. I am so excited to see this.
By 74, there were 3 of them on the team. Actually, 4. Barry Caton. He was unreal. Fullback. I was just like the rest of us. We ate together, showered together, went to the pub together after every game.
Rob, stop.
Lindsay would like 4 minutes of Princess Diana.
4 minutes.
What about Linus?
Dale, congratulations, mate. Like, what a great outcome. I did not see that coming.
Yes!
Realistically, is there 4 minutes of story? There hasn't been much Diana footage coming through lately.
You know what? She is just clearly a really depressed woman who hates every choice that she's ever made in her life. I mean, that's your story.
Justin, pregnancy speculation.
This is the last full story we ran on Di. Prince Harry's first day at school all the way back in September. I couldn't figure out why there'd been such a drought, so I started combing through the print clippings. And basically, Charles went to Balmoral Castle for the summer, and Diana stayed in London, which is not unusual. But now it's December, and Charles is still there, and she's still in London. They've been living apart for months.
Maybe they prefer getting saucy on the phone. Oh, some couples are into that.
Her body language is dire. Have any other outlets verified where they are?
No, and they've cancelled their last 5 official engagements. I think if you put it all together, there's only one conclusion you can draw. The royal couple is separated. They just haven't announced it yet.
They haven't separated. You should see me dropping the kids off at school. I'm barely human.
Forget the 4 minutes. We're going to need 6. Because I have an exclusive that reveals a fracture in the royal family that's going to threaten the whole bicentennial tour.
Well, what do you got?
Well, that's what the whole country will be wondering, why you promote the hell out of it for 24 hours.
Yeah, but you have got something.
Yeah. And we're going to cover it in detail. If you give us 2 minutes with Linus Preston.
Oh, fuck me, Dale. You two, what is it with you people?
2 minutes with Linus for for 6 minutes of diet.
Mate, do you want me to show you the ratings for the night Elevators do land rights? It's filed under N for never fucking again.
Lindsay, you know if you promote the hell out of this story, you'll get the biggest numbers of the year.
All right.
Hey, Dad, do you want to go and grab some lunch?
I just got you 2 minutes with Linus.
Beg your pardon?
2 minutes with Linus.
Does Lindsay know it?
Yeah. Yes, he does, and he hates it. But I got to kill a diamond, sorry.
Do I have to cover Diana?
No, that's just me and Dolly.
Thank you so much. Oh, can we do the lunch thing later?
Yeah, I'll give you as much lead time as I can.
Okay. Thank you.
It didn't matter who was black and who was white. We're a footy team. Yeah, we'd hang out together. Some of those boys were just... Well, my mate Dino, he was like a brother to me. I even go to the miss every now and then, just special occasion things, like funerals and whatnot.
Rob, you don't have a racist bone in your body.
Oh, thank you, Jen. Thank you. I always just thought it was pretty obvious.
I've never known you to catch up with a Dino. You catch up with all your old footy mates, but never Dino.
Oh, well, we all shot off in different directions after footy, but we were close.
I've never known you to catch up with any Aboriginal player.
So is this because of what Ellen said? Dino was my mate, but he lives out in Gunbarry. He works on the farm.
A farm?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
He works on a farm, and you're on television every night.
He's a labourer. He's a country boy. He's good with his hands. He wouldn't work good with it. No, I just don't think you're understanding me.
You know Diana? When she was 19, she was only 19 when she actually met Charles.
Really?
Yeah. Wow, I made some horrible choices when I was 19. I did. He was in his 30s too. Like it's a big gap. Do you collapse last year? That footage?
No.
And she collapsed, and then she's being led off by these two bodyguards, and Charles is she's just walking behind her, like he was annoyed by her or something. I don't like him. I think she likes him. I think she's fun. I think she needed a nail. Oh, that's my royal commentary anyway. I'm gonna have a shower. Hello, Jamie's residence.
Hi, it's me.
Hello, me.
Do you know where Graham's engagement ring is?
I know exactly where it is, darling. Are you?
Would you be able to bring it to me?
I could drive down tomorrow.
When?
I can come first thing. You tell me when's too early.
The morning's good. Okay, I gotta go. Thanks, Mom.
In the evening we stroll down by the river, and as the golden moon shines brightly on the
You right there, Bob? Hello. I'm Helen Nordell from News at 6. I called several times yesterday, hoping to speak with Linus Preston. He's on air at the moment. I'm his Auntie Tiny. Come on, I'll introduce you. Oh, I don't want to intrude if he's on the air. He'll be fine.
That was the Black Elvis himself, Uncle Roger Knox, singing Cool Roads. And that takes us to our last half hour of love song dedication. So, all you mob out there, you know what to do. Dial on in if you're a sister that wants to let that fine brother know how neat he is, or you're a brother that's too shy to approach that beautiful black queen. Just give me a call, my bread, and I'll help you unlock that groove. Speaking of groove, how about a splash of bright lights, the beautiful disco queen herself, beautiful black queen Marsha Hines with Your Love Still Brings Me to My Knees.
Here we go, you mom. Don't hurt yourself now. Speaking of divas, Miss Helen Normal. I believe I've been dodging your calls.
Yes, you have indeed. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I wanted to speak with you about an opportunity that I have to potentially.
We have a rule here. Never interrupt Marsha. It's a good song, you know this song?
I do.
Here, I'll turn it up for you. Come on, let's go on, you can move it. Come on. Bust it to the shoulders. To the shoulders, and then the hips. That's it. That's it. That's it. Woo! Woo!
She here? You might need to get it resized. Your gran was, well, you know, quite an ample woman.
Yeah, we can do that after.
Do you have a plan?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it here. I've got the chef at Mietta's to prepare us a special meal. I've got 4 bouquets of flowers coming. So Helen will she'll come home, she'll think it's an ordinary night, and then she'll walk into a sea of flowers and fairy lights.
Tonight?
Yeah.
And you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Sorry. I just wasn't sure this was going to happen.
Mom.
So I'm assuming you know that Jeff Walters railed against you for an entire segment on Monday night. He completely misrepresented what you were trying to say. He even questioned your heritage, your aboriginality.
What happens when you add milk to tea?
Sorry?
It's still tea, isn't it?
Listen, I read what you were going to say on that broadcast, and it was passionate and forthright and urgent, and you were cut off.
Yeah.
I'd like to give you a dedicated interview with me tonight on News at 6. We have a huge audience. It's mainly Middle Australian. You'd have the opportunity to respond to Jeff, and you'd also be able to get your message out to the viewers, challenging them to meet you halfway.
Why halfway?
We could record it here in your studio. I could have a crew here in 40 minutes.
Let's go to another meeting. Now, actually. You can come if you want. Protest in Fremantle when the fleet arrived? Nah, that was just the beginning. There's a march being organised for Invasion Day up in Sydney. Now that's going to be a proper blackout. Biggest robbery we've ever seen in our lifetime. Oh, should have told you. You're not the only one here that finds me urgent, was it? There's this French fella here shooting a documentary about me. Award-winning Gabriel. This is Miss Norville, Julian, and Tim. Helen. You two know each other?
Tim both work at News at 6.
All right. Well, Helen here is trying to convince me that Primetime News is ready for a troublemaker like me. Well, if you'll excuse me, my beautiful Caucasian people.
Let's get set up, s'il vous plaît.
You ain't gonna hear anything from back here. Come on, Buck.
We're going to go to Hyde Park, ain't we? Well, a few of the mob are still talking about stopping at Hyde Park, Uncle, but we all still hold the view that we think it's important to carry on the march all the way to Lady Macquarie's chair. Yeah? What? Chair.
The harbour.
Yeah, they've set up a tent embassy there. They're waiting for us. You know, that's what we spoke about in our last meeting.
Yeah, well, I wasn't at the last meeting. But I'm here now. And I think it's important that we all stick together in Hyde Park. All the clan groups, united, one mob.
Yeah, but there's no historical relevance in Hyde Park, Uncle. Look, the point of invasion happened at the harbour, yeah? That's where the battle lines are.
Battle lines? You need to play the white man at the white man's game. You know, if we're there screaming and shouting and carrying on, they ain't going to see us. They ain't going to hear us. The world's just going to see
mob of angry blackfellas. With all due respect, Uncle, I want the world to see our anger. I want them to see our pain, our humanity. In fact, I demand it. I'm done waiting for a chair at the table of democracy. How many times have we died waiting for that to happen, Uncle?
Thank you so much for letting me see it. And it's that passion that I'd really kind of like to capture. And I'm just wondering if maybe I could call the crew and we could even start shooting if we're here now.
I've got to go to lunch with my cousins.
Lunch with your cousins?
It's a fortnightly thing we do. I can't believe I want to break tradition. Hey, you like lunch like that?
Linus, our bulletin's at 6 o'clock. If I want to shoot the story, edit it, and then get it on today.
It's the Yum Cha dance. Proper ceremonial dance, this one. Ooh, Yum Cha. Come on, Helen. They got the deadliest spring rolls. Come on. Yum Cha. Yeah, wake up, Ronnie. I'm hungry. Yep, he did the same thing to us. It's a test. Probably got that. Oh, and it's Gabriel. They think it's the next big thing in Docos. Not that you're not great. Look, if I'm honest, I don't see Linus agreeing to the news at 6.
This one mentions a reconciliation meeting set up by the Queen.
I've read that a few times and I can't find any actual evidence to support it.
Dale Jennings?
Hey, Dale, listen, can you make sure that Dennis holds the slot for Linus' story?
Where are you?
Yum Cha.
Have you shot again?
No, I haven't. Listen,
Dad,
Tim is here. Tim Hurt. He's working for some French guy doing a documentary on Linus.
Oh.
Did you know that he moved into Doco?
No.
Okay, can you just make sure that they hold the story? Thanks.
Okay, how are you feeling now?
I feel like a failure. I feel like everything that I do is insignificant. And you're both ashamed of me.
Since when?
Since school.
Are there more specific moments or feelings you could mention?
Parent-teacher nights.
And can you describe why those nights were difficult?
Well, Dad, you never showed. Ever.
Of course not.
Well, your father was a nightly newsreader. He was working to support us.
And Mum, you were going for days after about how embarrassing it was. If the teachers mentioned a single problem.
You'd have to concede it was really a single problem. I mean, the things I heard in those meetings, truancy, language, congratulations were hardly in order.
Parent-teacher nights. I hardly saw my father at all. He worked so hard, he was too tired to hold his morning coffee to drink it. But I knew that he did that for my benefit.
I think what Kay might be describing is a sense of expectation, disappointment.
I was never disappointed in Kay. How could I be? Every time we spoke, she went on and on about how wonderful everything was. Work, boyfriends. Of course, I now know it was all lies.
Well, I learned to lie. I knew you both had no interest in hearing the truth.
Honestly, it's a disease of the modern world. People casting themselves as victims. The fact is, we gave you the childhood most people could never dream of. And for you to sit here and attempt to blame your mother and I for your own drug addiction.
Yeah, please let me. Oh, no, it's fine. We got it. It's fine. You come to my country, my land, I'll show you traditional custard, young child.
Linus, if you want to be on the news, tonight, we're going to have to shoot within the next hour.
What about tomorrow, Albert?
No, I'm sorry. It's got to be today.
Thing is, I've got to drop these takeaways to my nephews.
All right. Thank you.
Helen, don't, honey. Helen. Hey, just wait.
You know what? I have waited. I've waited for hours. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to get your message out to a huge audience, and all you have done is wasted my time.
Well, why does that have to be on your
How many
time?
do you actually think are going to watch that documentary? Thousands, maybe, if you're lucky. I'm sure you've never watched News at 6, but it's
actually I have.
Let me tell you something. No one else cares. No magazines, no other networks. I don't see anyone else standing here offering you this opportunity. And frankly, Linus, now I can see why.
Great. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Good script, no way.
Thanks.
I think we could put in some more colloquial terms, you know, like more Aussie, blokey terms, like...
I'll ask Rob.
Are you afraid of joining you tonight? Well, just at the end to introduce the promo, but yeah.
Well, don't diminish it, Dale. I've told everyone it's my news reading debut. Did you draft this script?
I did.
Oh, well, you've done an admirable job. But I might ad-lib a little.
What?
Dale, it's not ad-libbing if I tell you.
What?
I don't know, maybe something like, some people have issues with birthdays, but not me. A year-long national birthday is right up my alley.
You've been looking for an excuse to drink champagne 365 days straight.
That's actually pretty good, Dale. Don't write it down.
Write that down.
It's funny, Dale.
Dale Jennings, I have just spent half an hour getting my ears bent sideways by a cretin called Harold somebody who used to be a royal correspondent we used in the 70s. He's seen our Charles and Diana promo. He's guaranteeing me they're going to get News at 6 barred from the royal tour.
Is that possible?
I've got to tell you, if Charles and Diana are doling out Australian television interviews and we're blacklisted, we are royally fucked.
They rarely do interviews and they don't have any plan for this trip.
I don't know, being rude here, Nalene, but are you sure?
Well, I say let's get him on the desk, argue it out loud.
Fine, mate. Just watch yourself. This bloke's beyond camp. He's like Liberace on a Christmas cake. He acted like I just shat in his religion.
Do we have his number?
Yes, ask Jean.
Tonight at 6, the royal marriage in turmoil. Beyond the gossip, beyond the rumours. Tonight, Dale Jennings presents exclusive evidence of the fractured union of Charles and Diana. A royal marriage in crisis. A bicentennial tour in question. And a princess adrift. Tonight, only on News at 6.
Hello, Normal.
That's what I call promo. What's this exclusive evidence, Shav?
Nothing. I mean, it's just that Charles and Diana have been living separately for a bit.
She's all Lindsay Faff. God, I can't believe he's still in the job. Sorry to say, tonight's ratings are going to be huge, Helen. Could buy Lindsay another year.
Helen, if it's royal stories that bother you,
Maybe it's not Lindsay who needs to move on.
I mean, I fucking would if any other network would have me.
let's snap you up. Why wouldn't I?
You are immensely valuable. News at 6 is lucky to have you, and they got your first song. You get double at any other network.
Look, I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I was on the brink of getting into the arse before I got the arse.
Really?
And you're not the only News at 6 staff member who wants to move on.
Well, who?
Well, that's not the point. Helen,
Rob?
Helen, I can't talk about it.
Dennis?
Is Linus Preston here to see you?
I gotta go.
Audience of millions, you reckon?
Linus, you've left it so late, there's probably not even enough time to edit it.
That can't sound good to me.
After you, Miss Normal. You have to mix a few shades together to get my complexion. So,
You good? Linus Preston. Last weekend, you interrupted a national broadcast during the reenactment of the First Fleet. You were arrested and may face court. What were you trying to say?
Australia was invaded, not colonized. You know, this is an illegal occupation. You broke your own law, and your precious King George III stated very clearly that in order to claim land, it has to be unowned. And Captain Cook knew that there were owners that had a recognized law.
I don't think that very many people would deny that history. But it was 200 years ago.
Yeah, but that illegal act is being upheld to this day. And not just upheld, but it's being celebrated by you. You know, you present these pretty ships as a celebration, but really they're just a reenactment of rape, murder, and brutal savagery.
Can you just pause for a second? You're just delivering a diatribe. People are just going to switch off.
Well, you rather up on a little shy.
I've watched you, Linus, and you do know how to connect to people. So maybe just try putting a little bit more of yourself into it. Talk about how you feel. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, you good? Good?
Mm-hmm.
Linus, it's been argued that you have both Aboriginal heritage and Anglo-Saxon. So why claim only the Aboriginal side?
But I don't. You know, look, let me tell you, I may be part Irish, but I haven't been a guest of honor any St. Paddy's Day, and I love myself a Guinness.
When people look at you, they see a confident DJ. Some might wonder, how can you really be feeling the pain of 2 centuries ago?
You know, my eldest brother passed away 2 months ago. And he was 55 years old, and that's young. And my brother before that, he died at 49. And now I'm the only brother left. I'm 33 years old. You know, when people were talking about the life expectancy of our mob, my eldest brother would say, these white fellas, they think we die because of disease and chronic illness, alcoholism, drugs, violence, suicide, you name it. But none of that matters. It's all bullshit. Because our mob dies from a broken heart. And every time we bury one of our loved ones way before their time, we are constantly reminded about everything our people have gone through. And until we're ready to tell that story and speak that truth in this country, our mob will continue to die way before their time. And I'm tired of burying my family.
Recovery is never a straight line. It's rare that residents don't have at least one relapse.
You suspect she's actually relapsed?
No, not necessarily. We didn't get any explanation. They just found her room empty.
Oh, the amount of money we've paid.
I know. It's very upsetting. Addiction is a terrible illness.
Oh, for goodness sake. Is it an illness or is it a choice? It could at least be consistent.
Mrs. Walters, I've been here many times, and there's one thing that gives me confidence for a resident and their family, and that's if someone continues to show up for them.
Now, Jerry, you famously enjoy. Huh. So, Jerry, you famously enjoy birthday. So, Jerry. Any excuse to drink champagne 365 days a year. Any excuse to drink champagne. Excuse. Any excuse to drink champagne 365 days a year.
Dale. Here you are. Fine.
Oh.
Need everything?
No.
Okay.
Tonight, the fractured royal marriage, an explosive report on the troubled union of Prince Charles and Princess Diana.
We speak to one of the bicentennial protest leaders who tells us why he refuses to celebrate.
And we're joined by a special guest for the world premiere of our 1988 network promo. I'm Dale Jennings.
And I'm Helen Norval. Welcome to News at 6.
As Prince Charles and Princess Diana's bicentennial tour approaches, evidence is emerging that the royal marriage is in grave trouble.
A string of cancellations and absences has royal watchers speculating that the couple may have already separated. Dale Jennings filed this report.
For most of this decade, the Prince and Princess of Wales have appeared to be living a fairy tale.
Howard Page, royal correspondent. I'm sorry, but if I'm expected to respond to this.
90 seconds.
Hello, I'm Helen. Hi, nice to meet you. Welcome.
In November, Diana was conspicuously absent from the wedding of Lady Amanda Knatchbull, an event attended by...
Go down to Murray for Guinness now. European footage just landed. Follow me.
Of what?
Of Charles and Di in Berlin looking like happy families. Now leaves you 2 minutes after the break.
Something being dropped.
Yes, when you have the intro, make sure you give it to Dale, not Helen. Dale at the last minute. Go.
30 seconds.
And also, there's going to be a change after the break.
What?
What do you mean?
I don't know. The breaking news. Knowledge is going to bring news scripts down to the studio.
What do you do?
Can you find out what the story is? I'm calling Lindsay. I want to know what it is.
Their public duties were complete. He returned
No,
to Scotland
Jean,
alone.
no.
The popularity of the
10 seconds.
Would you know what the story is? Like, what's the...
And in 5, 4.
Can you tell us what the story is? To find out. Well, longtime royal watcher Harold Page has tracked Charles and Diana's union for years, from courtship to marriage, through the births of the two princes. Harold, is the royal marriage over?
Absolutely not. That is absurd and offensive, and there's not one whit of truth in it.
Well, how do you explain the months the royal couple have spent apart?
Princess Diana is, as we all know, a city girl. Charles recognizes that in his wife and respects it, and that is the key to the absolute strength of the royal marriage. Now that the two children are at school, the princess is enjoying discos, musicals, parties. The prince, of course, has been there.
Oh, so you admit there is an incompatibility?
Not at all.
Well, many people can see the rift. It's obvious in their body language.
They must be seeing something very different from what I'm seeing.
You need a typist? No, it's faster if I do it.
When we first met Diana 6 years ago, she was too blunt, rather frumpy and shy. Now, thanks to the love of the prince, she has blossomed before our eyes. What you in the media forget is that behind the titles of prince and princess are two human beings building a successful marriage under enormous pressure. And they do that not just for themselves, but for all of us, their subjects, because they are raising our future king.
Well, if ISIS got a journalism, I consider it to be nothing less than an attack on the monarchy, and by extension, an attack on all of us, the royal citizens of the Commonwealth.
Mr. Page, that's all we have time for, I'm afraid.
We'll be back right after the break.
And we're out. It's just more Charles and Di stuff that appeared in Germany.
Well, then what if they cut?
Oh, I haven't heard they're dropping anything.
No!
They're asking for you down on the floor.
No, I'm in the hospital.
Why isn't anyone answering?
Jean isn't, Colleen isn't.
No,
Are they taking calls from the control room?
That's all the information I've
Well,
got.
you can't add 2 minutes.
Alan, I don't know.
What are they dropping, Rolene?
Charles and Diana are in Germany. There's lots of footage of them looking to both each other. What have they cut? I don't know. What were they adding? Are they wrong? Linus? I don't know.
We are back. In 5, 4.
In news just to hand, after weeks of cancelled appearances, it appears the Prince and Princess of Wales have finally re-emerged. Raising hopes that the bicentennial tour will proceed as planned. Our European correspondent has more.
How much longer?
This still looks hot weather.
No, this week's 30.
20 seconds.
Helen, you've got the interview. We will find another spot.
No, you both know that this is absolutely
And in 5,
I'm sorry.
4.
I'm going to drip.
Well, returning once again to our nation's bicentennial celebration, the News at 6 team have recently joined the entire network family to participate in a very special promo.
Australia's Year is a specially composed 1988 anthem, and joining the chorus is our favourite adopted Australian, Mr. Jerry Carroll.
Now, Jerry, you love a birthday, don't you?
Well, Dale, I'm the kind of person who likes to celebrate a birth month, not a birthday. So the prospect of a year-long national birthday is music to my ears.
Any excuse to drink champagne 365 days straight.
Well, I'm already celebrating, so I'm aiming for, I don't know, 400.
Too good.
We'll be back with sport. But right now, let's enjoy the world premiere of Australia's Year.
It's pretty catchy. Hello?
Linus Attila Norval. Did you watch?
You know, the first half telling me that the royal marriage is over, and then right at the last minute, everything's fine. I'm sorry.
Miss Norval, we've been fighting for 200 years.
And lucky for your mob, we're a very patient people. Now, if you excuse me, I've got a march to organise.
Wait. I just want you to wait a second.
You know, Dale, when you struck that deal with Lindsay, did he just say, tell her whatever you like, just shut her up, and then we can do whatever we want anyway? You know, you did not seem even remotely surprised.
When?
When he pulled it.
Well, I was on air. I was trying to get through the bulletin. Could you just wait? Wait. What? Please, just give me a second to just... Surprise. So this is my second attempt at this, and I didn't think it could go any worse.
Okay,
but
Dale, so your second attempt at what?
let me just.
Can I just say,
No,
I feel like I'm
let me just get through this because I've had the words in my head for days. Helen, okay. We've been in each other's lives for 2 years now. No one knows me like you. No one challenges me like you. No one knows every part of me like you. And I hope you feel the same way. I love you. Helen Noble, will you do me the honor of being my wife?
No.
I love you so much. So much. I can't. I can't.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
I'm so sorry. I'm just.
Oh.
Dixon, this is Granger. What are you doing?
Get control of Alpha now!
7 murders on Scottish soil.
We need to visit the basin, would you? But you're okay with it?
Well, I'm not due for another 2 months, and you put me on this case.
You'll love with Jan. Nobody tells the truth there either.
Somebody told them what we were doing here. Find out who. We're all suspects.
Yes, of course we are.
Keep your head down.
Are you asking me if I did this? Why were you there?
Those drawings are tools for oppression.
And I didn't do anything wrong.
Police! Oh my God!
What evidence do you even have?
I have enough.
You should try to complete your work quickly. They are lying to you.
Okay. Come home. I can't.
The new series of Vigil starts next Sunday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Now, remember, girls, be normal. Getting home with Josie was the worst mistake of my life. Should I go? Sorry, I didn't realise you were still here. I can only afford one daughter having a breakdown at a time. Are we going to heaven? No point, we won't know anyone. We're happy. I hate that.
We show these women no fear.
Such brave girls. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
It's The Sling Zone on BBC Two and 9, later than Build, when Blondie came to Britain. There's some strong language.
When I think back about all of the times that we've been in the UK,
I think it's been a tremendous influence on learning my craft. I feel such a kinship to the British and the UK that when I don't go there on a fairly regular basis, I miss going. I like the culture, and it's had a deep effect on me. It was nice to come back. It's great to play again. It's great to see, friends that we hadn't seen in a long time. It was like coming home in a way.
In the mainstream in the UK, they came out of the tracks. They were part of the culture straight away, and they stayed in the culture.
The UK was single-handedly responsible for breaking Blondie.
And this is where it all happened. This is where Blondie was. The first time ever on British television. And this is it. Blondie, take it away.
I booked Blondie. I booked Blondie. The British people took them to their hearts. We felt like these were out of the people somehow.
I'm free to Debbie and Chris.
What's your favourite song you like to sing in bed?
I like to sing in bed.
I don't think anything like what happened to me could happen now. Effectively, a fan stepping off the street and onto the road with a band as they become huge.
There was a period of time when Blondie were everywhere. Debbie Harry was the front runner of all of us women who were trying to get a foothold within the music industry.
Debbie's probably the most photographed rock and roll star of all time.
To earn that title of icon, and Debbie Harry is absolutely, undoubtedly an icon.
Top of the Pops was a must-see, and they very quickly became regulars on the show because they were having hit after hit after hit.
I found myself on the stage. There I was with my camera. I haven't seen these pictures properly since I took them.
You know what that is? It's a Blondie poster.
I'm wearing a poster.
Yes.
When we went to the UK, it was always like we were adopted. They don't like going home.
People in America thought we were a British band.
We wanted to be a British band.
Thank you for coming in, Debbie, from New York. You were tapped for being a garage band once, weren't you?
Yes.
Were people really nasty to you?
Well, business people were. Our friends and our fans weren't.
But the press put you down in America, didn't they?
Yeah.
And finally you've come through.
Yeah.
Blondie went down better in the UK, certainly in the beginning. We embraced them in a way that in America they were a bit sniffy. They didn't get much radio play. They didn't really understand them.
The story about Blondie is that they came out of the CBGBs in New York, literally out of a place that a scene came out of, the Ramones and Patti Smith, Talking Heads, that East Village bohemian thing. So at the roots of it are the beat poets.
Basically, we were beatniks. William Burroughs lived next door. Allen Ginsberg was down the street. Our habitat was the Lower East Side of Manhattan. And we were all products of the DIY attitude, do it yourself.
The vibe they gave off was that they weren't really trying too hard. They all seemed like they had more interesting things going on than just being pop stars, which I think is probably true. Arty without being elitist, really.
They really were just part of that very loose scene. Blondie were like the band least likely to make it out of all the CBGB's bands because they didn't take them seriously because they had fun on stage.
We were like bottom of the A list.
But we were at the top of the B list.
Yes.
Bottom of the A.
Before they found their feet, They were probably quite shambolic.
Initially, it was just Debbie, Chris, Clement, myself. So pretty thin sound. And then we got Jimmy Destry on keyboards. We all hunkered down in this loft space on the Bowery where I was living with Chris and Debbie. We did intensive rehearsals. And then we were much tighter, and we had, pretty much a full set of original material. And that's when we started to attract our own crowd and started to headline. That was the beginning of '76. And then by the end of the year, the first single came out, Ex Offender, that I wrote music for, and Debbie wrote the lyrics. Kind of really hit our stride and got, the suits interested coming down and offering, deals and things like that. I can't say I'm not gratified or chuffed, as you say in the UK, that it was my song that got the record deal. And that was it. Of course, what's next?
We toured with Iggy Pop and David Bowie on the Idiot Tour in the States. And that gave us a real leg up as far as becoming known and having our first U.S. national tour.
And during that tour, it came up that television had been offered a UK tour, but the promoters wanted a CBGB package. And I don't know if they tried the bands, Talking Heads and the Ramones. They wound up on a UK tour as well, so maybe they weren't available. I don't know. But we got offered the gig. Well, the first place we played in Britain was the Village Bowl in Bournemouth, and Squeeze opened for us.
I don't know what Blondie thought Bournemouth was going to be like, but quite the opposite of CBGB's club and the punk movement in New York. Yeah.
It's like one of these English coastal, resort towns.
They've got to do a warm-up. They can't go straight into London. So they want to do something outside first. Their agent would have said to them, the rockinest place in England is Bournemouth. It's like the punk town. It's like punk on sea. And the band goes, oh yeah, great, we'll do that. So through that strange quirk of fate, Bournemouth is now on the musical map, which is the last place you would have thought is the place that they first performed here. Squeeze, we'd been together for a bit. We were aware through reading the music papers of Blondie and Debbie and everything because we'd seen their pictures and heard their records. So when the thing came up, would you like to support them? Yes, please.
I was invited down here by Squeeze because I knew them quite well. I'm not sure who Blondie were back in 1977. I mean, they were a band which I'd heard of, but I perhaps wasn't very much aware of. I mean, they were intriguing, they were interesting.
I remember watching Squeeze and then in great anticipation waiting for Blondie to come on. And I remember it was quite an electric feel. It was very exciting.
I remember the actual gig because the stage was very, very low, and also the physicality. Everybody went crazy. It was pogoing and going nuts, and we were all like taken aback initially. It was very exciting. In New York, there was really no rock dance going on when we left.
This was the first time we played for British audience, and we were not prepared for how crazy they went.
One of the ways that the punk audience would show their affection was by gobbing at them, and it was a big thing. It was a sign of huge appreciation for Blondie. I don't know if they were expecting this. It would have been a bit of a surprise. It's a quaint English custom.
It was tough. it was real. This is how they show their appreciation. Yeah, because we're down in the streets with them.
That was a surprise to me, that people would spit on you when you played. But if you did it in New York, you'd probably get your head smashed or something.
There's the original ticket stub for the 1977 concert.
Oh,
It
yes.
was Blondie plus Squeeze, the Village Bowl, Glenfern Road, Friday the 20th of May 1977. And it was 70 pence for students to get in and £1 for guests. I paid £1.
Oh, my goodness.
This is my photograph of me with Debbie.
Oh my goodness. That's brilliant. That's wonderful.
Just my proudest possession. Yeah, still got the photographs, still got the memories, and good memories at that.
In a previous life, I'd studied photography at Bournemouth College. So I came to the gig and I took with me a little camera that I used to carry almost everywhere. I managed to get backstage and smuggle the camera in with me and take a few snaps. I asked Debbie to do a little bit of posing for me, and I like this one. And she was completely natural, just like that. And she was really, really friendly, really, cooperative, as it were. And then she relaxed and smoked a roll up of some kind. And I got that shot, which is possibly my favourite. I mean, I didn't have any idea, really, that she would become so famous.
That was like the ultimate for us to be on tour in the UK.
But when the British invasion happened, it changed everything about my life. And all of a sudden, I changed the way I comb my hair. So going to England for the first time as a musician was the same sort of visceral reaction.
The music connection was always there.
And we weren't really bothered by the invasion.
No, it was great. I was happy to be invaded. I was a big Rolling Stones and Beatles fan.
Clem brought his influences, The Who, and all these other different groups that he loved.
I mean, it couldn't have gotten any better in my mind at the time. It was just brilliant.
I was like, we're in London and we're musicians and we're playing here. It was a big deal for me.
We would just start walking around King's Road looking for the Rolling Stones flat, on Edith Grove, where Mick Bryan and Keith lived together.
The first time I came across Blondie was when Debbie and Chris and Clem strolled into my shop, Acme Attractions. I remember selling them a really nice 60s shirt.
We went to Liverpool and saw the wreckage of the cavern. And at that point, it was just a rubble-strewn parking lot. And we went to Lime Street Station and all of that stuff.
The lava beds. It was quite something.
We were there right in the midst of the Jubilee. Also, and that was when, the God Save the Queen was out there and all that stuff was going on.
The music scene was taking off. I mean, it was a major catalyst for the success of Blondie.
1977 is a really interesting moment musically in the UK. It's the beginning of punk getting its story out there. It's about rebellion against doing what you're told, not letting the world sell you its stories anymore, trying to expose it.
I remember seeing the signs due to industrial dispute, this is closed, that is closed, unions on strike. It was a total snub at society. In New York, it was more of an artistic statement, whereas when we went to the UK, it was real. And it was really inspiring in a way.
When Blondie came over to Britain, they bring some kind of New York cool into what was quite a grey 1970s Britain in some ways.
I think the landscape of UK punk was actually perfect for Blondie. They were still experimenting, But it's interesting, isn't it? Because they come to the UK and that stuff doesn't matter so much to us. The main thing that we liked was the energy and the kind of freshness, the barbed lyrics and that kind of comic art that was a part of their image.
At that time, there was a lot of seriousness in the punk scene. Then we came along, and we were bright colored, big melodies, and I think it was sort of a breath of fresh air.
Tell us what your new song is. This song, Rip It to Shreds, is about.
It's about gossip.
Gossip?
Yeah.
So who's being ripped to shreds?
Well, it's about talking about people, you know, as they pass by you in a bar or something.
I guess we thought they were probably much bigger in New York than they probably were. And so there was a kind of sense of reverence, indeed, when they turned up. Oh my God, it's Blondie from New York. In fact, I think they were not that well known in New York at the time. You know, the UK was where they really found their audience. I was 22, just joined Granada, and one of my very first jobs was working with Tony Wilson. What's On was literally just a 20-minute segment every Thursday in the local Granada reports. And it was pretty much down to Tony and you know, for 18 months, me, as to what we put in it. It was a fantastic platform to basically put the bands on that really intrigued us.
The first time ever on British television, and this is it. Blondie, take it away.
1, 2, 3.
I booked Blondie. I booked Blondie.
Hey! Here she comes now. Yeah, you know her. Would you look at that hair? Yeah, you know her.
To get Blondie, you know, on a local news show, I mean, it would never happen now. You'd never have a band just starting out, coming over and coming all the way up to Manchester and playing on a local news show. These were different times. Wow. That is amazing. And this is where it all happened. This is where Blondie was. This is where we did What's On. And what a lot of fun we had. We hadn't stood in the studio for, I don't know, 40 years. Pretty much the same as I remember it. I think we had little stage. The band were pretty much cramped on one stage. Clem Burke at the back, obviously, but Debbie was obviously right at the front, and the cameramen were really very near. And Debbie was giving it all with that attitude. She had this thing that she was incredibly sexy, but there was such attitude, like a sexy punk Marilyn Monroe, you know. And you kind of looked at her, thinking, "Wow, she's beautiful," but oh God, she's fucking terrifying as well. You could just feel that Blondie was going to be huge.
In the late 70s, it was really quite rare to have a female front person with that sort of slightly aggressive approach. And, you know, the songs like Rip Her to Shreds is basically kind of literally tearing up that image of manufactured femininity. So she would have this absolutely gorgeous, glamorous image, but then she'd undercut it by deliberately moving in a really awkward way, or just standing stock still, or like baring her teeth as if she was this sort of scary lion or something.
'78, when the whole thing really started going, they've been sent on this massive tour in late '77 that had taken them to Australia and Bangkok, and that got them kind of road home.
We were just on tour constantly for many
9
years.
months.
Yeah.
It was like about 9 months. And then we squeezed out another album and went back on the road.
Playing, you know, big venues for the first time in our lives. That sort of taught us a lot.
Australia to Japan, Japan to Thailand, I think. See, this is how crazy it is. All I know is that we flew into London, and that's when we did this dreaded Dingwalls show.
By the time they came to Dingwalls, they were really tight.
They just come back from like Bangkok or somewhere, and Chris had gone down with a flu, and he had a temperature of like 104. And it didn't bode well.
I was very ill, and we had a doctor come to the hotel, and he gave me a shot of something really great, which he said was B12 and nicotinic acid, nicotine, and that got me right up, but that only lasted for about an hour. So I was like half passing out. It was very, very loud and very hot and sweaty, and the walls were dripping.
Yeah, the walls were sweaty.
So all the guitars were badly out of tune all the time from the condensation and humidity. And Clem kept starting the songs without waiting and just plunge into the next song. And I kept screaming at him on stage through the din. And finally, at the end of the show, I just jumped on him on the drums. And then everybody jumped at each other, and we went rolling out into the alley next to Dingwalls.
I jumped over my drums. I think I started to strangle Chris. I remember Debbie was kind of kicking me.
I remember at one point, Clem was on the ground on the cobbled streets and all the slush, and Debbie was just whacking him. It was like full-on wrestling, and it was already Spinal Tap, the whole thing.
It was a crazy gig, the good old days.
So I saw the show, and Chris, I remember, was sort of slightly slouched against one of the pillars wearing shades. He looked really cool. What I didn't realise was, of course, I think he had a temperature, he had the flu, and he was just struggling to get through the gig. I was loving it. It was fantastic. It's fresh, it's exciting, there's an energy, it's pop, but also there's a depth to it, and there's maybe a dark side to it. But it was modern rock and roll. I would have been about 21, 22. I'd been a reviewer for Sounds and Record Mirror. So I was here every night reviewing bands, and I was catching them all. Average White Band, Ian Drury, Dr. Feelgood. And I knew a lot of people in punk because I'd been at school with Billy Idol. I knew Brian James, who went on to form The Damned. It was a very, very small scene. So I realised I had to start my own company, my own PR music company. When I saw Blondie, subconsciously somewhere, I understood this was possibly a very, very big thing. I watched this gig and it was really exciting, and I thought, well, I've got to do their PR. I should just go and knock on the door. Why not? What's the very worst that's going to happen? So I go round and I walk past the stage, and it's a little dressing room. It's really small. So I go up and I knock on the door, and it answers slowly, and Chris Stein comes out, and he's post-gig, he looks at me up and going, yeah, what do you want? Oh, well, I'd like to be your PR. I said very earnestly, I'm there in sort of leather jacket and jeans. Yeah, I'd like to be Blondie's PR, please.
He's so cute. I gotta say, he's so handsome.
And then he turns around slowly. Hey, Debbie, this kid wants to do our PR. What do you think? And there's a sort of 30-second gap. And then Debbie comes out, and she looks out, and she's toweling down, and whatever. And she just kind of looks at it and says, sure, yeah, he'll do.
He was really cute. That was a no-brainer.
Yeah, no, he looks like fucking Mark Bolan or something,
I know, he's really handsome.
Yeah. And that's how I became Blondie's PR. 50 years later, with a few bumps in the road along the way, I still am. So that's got to go down, certainly in my life, as the most important knock on the door I ever made. I was determined and passionate and evangelical that they were going to be just gigantic. And I kind of made up my mind that I'm going to get them in the papers and the magazines so much, they're going to be so omnipresent, that people are going to think Blondie are English.
People in America thought we were a British band.
We wanted to be a British band.
Everything was going according to plan as far as I was concerned, by the time we got to Top of the Pops, I was like, yeah, this is success.
Hey, we've got a good sound to start off Top of the Pops this week. It's Blondie and a number called Denis.
Until they did Denis on Top of the Pops, it was really still quite underground. It was that really put them into the living rooms of everybody up and down the country.
I think definitely the turning point for me was Top of the Pops. This was a big deal for me because in England, Top of the Pops was everything. I remember saying to Debbie, "This is it, watch out." Because that's, he talked about touching the masses, that was it.
I remember coming into school the next day, everyone came in buzzing. Oh God, did you see that group, Blondie? Wow.
People who worked in factories and people who worked at train stations and painters and decorators, you knew who Blondie were. It wasn't just kids who read the music papers.
I guess we were sort of known at that point. We had an audience. They knew who we were, you know, and it just kept moving up and forward.
I get my NME religiously, as you do, and watch Top of the Pops religiously, as you do. And I saw a piece about this band, Blondie, who were slated to come to the UK to play. And I thought, that sounds interesting. I was about 17. I was living in London. Things were happening musically, culturally. There were fanzines were developing. So there were things like Livewire, Sniffing Glue, Ripped and Torn. I was hanging around at the Sniffing Glue offices. Sometimes it was just sitting around chatting to people or getting free records, or it was going to gigs. Somebody said, "Who wants to go and see Blondie?" So I volunteered. So I got sent off under the auspices of representing Sniffing Glue, and presumably, I don't interview them for the magazine. But it was a complete blag. Of course, everything I was doing was a blag. When I got there, I think they'd been doing press for the day and were a bit worn by that sort of thing with these po-faced serious people from Melody Maker and the serious press. So I just turned up and said, "It's you, hello." And I think drink probably flowed. Then we had a chat, we had a laugh, and somehow managed to get kind of roped into going to a few gigs and travelled with the band in a minibus.
Danny was such a great character. We met him when he was a teenager, and he became part of our entourage, an intern, because I don't think we paid him anything very much, but he got to hang out with us and travel around, and he was just great.
And we kind of adopted him. He's got some brilliant pictures that no one's really ever seen. He has like pictures of us like asleep, like in the hotel rooms, doing like brushing our teeth.
We had this song called Attack of the Giant Ants, and we had this funky ant costume, and at the end, that was like the last song, and he would come out and do this sort of dumb hand-to-hand combat with Debbie in the ant costume, and he eventually was referred to as Eddie the Ant.
So here's a review from Zigzag. Tonight's encores. Rip it to shreds. Attack of the Giant Ants. When Ant-Man Eddie Duggan should leap on and scare Debbie, but he couldn't get his ant head on tonight. I think of Chris and Debbie as my rock and roll mum and dad, and they brought me up, as it were, over I suppose a couple of tours I did with them. and it was really interesting to get that unique view of the band as they were forming and developing.
The best band in the biz, Eddie 78. I love you, Eddie. One of them is, but whatever happened to punk rock? Who knows? Thanks for your help. A lovely message from Clem.
If I'd been older and wiser, I might have appreciated more of the insights that I was being given, unique insights that they were. I don't think anything like what happened to me could happen now. Effectively, a fan stepping off the street and onto the road with a band as they become huge. That's not really going to happen.
Right, you monkeys, this next one's called I'm Always Touched by Your Presence, Dear.
They were prolific. They were working, they were doing the promos.
Something in my consciousness told me you're here. Now I'm always touched by your presence, dear.
But it's still, every day I'm trying to get someone on the phone, trying to get the national press to do an interview. And now that was a lot harder than it sounded. And there were two areas of the media. There were the big nationals, and then there were the music press. The music press and the fanzines were going to cover Blondie to a degree. But the serious papers, like the Telegraph and that, they didn't have music pages. At that point, they'd only had a hit with Denise, which had gone to number 2. So they're looking at Elton, Eagles, Genesis's bands that are selling millions and selling out Wembley Stadium, and they're like, well, this is just a punk thing. And punk was not taken seriously. In fact, it was quite the opposite. There was a sort of rejection of punk.
There are a lot of journalists who try to be very arty and clever, and they look down at Blondie. I think they might have been the first example of modern tabloid relentlessness.
It's a classic thing. They build them up and then they knock them down. I do remember there'd be some reviews that they'd really lay into Debbie, find something wrong with her. And I don't think Debbie enjoyed reading that stuff.
She was kind of constantly coming up against that marketing of her as the sexy chick. Rock critic Lester Bangs said basically underneath all that fashion plating, she's just a piece of meat like all the rest of them. He actually wrote that. I mean, it's unbelievable. So, yes, I think there was very reductive thinking in the 70s. It took a long time for people to really have a more evolved appreciation of female artists.
We learned a lot.
I had to trust the press.
It's a system, there's a certain system to it. To be accepted madly and then rejected.
Everybody was pitted against each other, and this one is better than those guys, and blah, blah, blah. But it just sold papers, regardless of, what the journalists were thinking. It was difficult to navigate.
It didn't hurt them, it made them bulletproof. They knew who their friends were, and that's why I kept getting exclusive interviews. I gave Blondie 4 zigzag covers. The second one was outside the BBC, and some of that band had the idea to attack me as a member of the press. They launched into it with a lot of enthusiasm. Then they started yelling out the names of all the journalists that they didn't like.
Trying to get the national press to do an interview. It was a very labour-intensive job because it was pre-Instagram. You couldn't tell they got 500,000 likes. And one of the ways I convinced the Telegraph was I'd have these cuttings books. Probably got 50 scrapbooks, and every cutting would be cut out of a newspaper and put in these books. Then I'd go and see the editor and say, look, I've got books and books. This is really coming on. It's really going to happen. And then they say, okay, we'll do a piece. And then someone designated Martin.
The Telegraph was a very middle class, broadsheet newspaper on a Sunday, so punk music was not sort of high on the agenda. I knew that I could get that face on the cover because she was so photogenic. And when the pictures came back, yes, they instantly slapped it on the cover. And the magazine spread brought them to a completely different audience, a wider audience.
That becomes like a big thing. When the Telegraph appears, that's another marker.
I guess at the time we didn't realize it, but the record label had a master plan.
There was this always constant discussion about moving to the next level. And of course that was to happen because they hired Mike Chapman to produce the next album, which was Parallel Lines.
When I met them, they were obviously at a very serious crossroads. They were just like, hey, we're famous already, right? But they weren't. But they were on the way. The first two albums showed everything that they were. It showed all of the humor, the drama, but they were both loose. I remember saying to them, you know, there's one thing we have to do. Is we have to tighten you up as a band because this kind of don't make us play together. We're having more fun playing out of time. No, we've all got to be focused on going to number one. So that was the challenge for me, was to not lose the vibe, but straighten it out enough to put it at the top of the charts.
When we went into the studio with Mike Chapman, it brought a musicality to the band that we didn't have before.
We used to try all sorts of different things. A lot of experimental stuff going on.
Hanging on the telephone has the British phone ringing.
Yeah.
On the beginning of it.
Beep, beep.
And I remember us trying to figure out who to phone in the UK. And it's probably somebody we knew.
So we had to call before and say, don't answer the phone.
Yeah.
Because we're going to record the ring.
They learned that making a big hit record like they were having isn't an easy job. Then they put out Heart of Glass. It went like a rocket to number one. That was their first number one in the UK.
Parallel Lines is like a perfect collection of pop songs. It was their crowning moment.
I was 9 when I first discovered Parallel Lines, and I just was transfixed. And I remember trying to stand like her.
They kept putting out these tremendous songs, and they were on repeat on tape in our tour bus.
And at that point, it feels like overnight stardom. But it has gone from being quite an obscure punk band to being one of the biggest bands in the world in the space of 6-8 months.
It was like Blondie has conquered Britain. It was so cool.
Well, the lady's here. Hello, Debbie.
Hello,
Welcome to the program. Chris, hi.
Oh, yeah.
I remember doing the swap shop, and all these little kids called up with the accents to us, British accents, was really sweet.
Hello, Karen.
Well,
How are you? What's your favorite song you like to
I like to sing in bed.
No. What's his favorite song you like singing
Sing
best?
best. Oh.
Poor Debbie, it's so great to talk to you. I really like you. The highlight for me was meeting Manuel, aka Andrew Sachs, the actor, in his Manuel outfit, kind of coming to life in front of me. I was a big fan of Fawlty Towers. Yeah.
Well, the Blondie success story just goes on and on and on. From their former #1 album, Parallel Lines, and their follow-up to their last single, which was also a #1, comes their new one, Sunday Girl.
Ice cream is still as sweet. Now your eyes Sunday girl.
When we did that up here at Our Price Records on Kensington, there were thousands of people there, and the police had to close the road off, and we were there for hours signing autographs. And it was just nuts. Barely made it onto the tour bus. It was thanks.
That was really the beginning of Blondie.
Yeah, that was like a full-on Hard Day's Night situation. You know? It was like a mob scene kind of situation.
We closed down Kensington High Street.
I think the Our Price Records thing caught everyone by surprise. Oh, and then when we left, somehow I got stuck in the crowd, and the bus door closed and the bus took off. But like Debbie, she's like, Nigel! They have to come back and get me.
I do think that one of the things that makes Blondie different as a band is having Debbie Harry as your female front person. There aren't that many standalone female artists in the late 70s. There's some girl bands and there's some girls in bands, but they're the eye candy, they're not the heart of the band. And Blondie really changes that and is singing in quite gender neutral. Give you my finest hour and one that's spent watching you shower. I mean, although it's Debbie Harry's voice, the lyrics don't tell you what gender it is, but it's absolutely turning what we would call the Debbie Harry on your bedroom wall. That's all right, she's been watching you have a shower. They change what a woman's role is. In the late 1970s, when most of the discussion around empowering girls was about getting them away from boys. So all girls schools, all girl clubs. Well, it's a completely different model, isn't it? When we've got a collaboration in a band that is equally about men and women.
I just found Debbie Harry mesmerising. She was so charismatic and so unusual at the time. To be in such a, how could you describe it? Almost outrageous band. It was quite something to see her. When I heard there was a gig coming up, I thought, well, let's get there. By the time of that gig, I was beginning to think about going to do a photography degree. I hated the office and I'd fallen in love with imagery. I always loved having a camera. I remember getting to the gig and one of my friends just turned to me and said, put this on. And it was a press armband. I can still see it. It was a white armband with blue press written on it. And then she basically just said, pushed open the door and said, just get on with it. And I found myself on the stage with my camera. And I was so shocked. The band were playing. And I thought, well, I have just got to get on with it because I can't do anything else. Her presence was so extraordinary. The inspiration that she was giving to other women was a sense of you can just get out there and do it. If you want to do it, just do it. And I remember thinking, at long last, I know what I want to do.
Oh, wow.
It's incredibly reminiscent. It really takes me back. What's extraordinary is I haven't seen these pictures properly since I took them, and that's over 40 years. I printed contact sheets in my own darkroom and then just filed them and thought, okay, I know I've got them. You know, one day I might get around to printing some of those, but I didn't. They stayed filed for a very, very long time. It's going to be so extraordinary to see them. There she is. Oh, wow. Amazingly sharp. Surprises me. There should be enough in there, I think. It was always a big sadness that I hadn't actually managed to do the photography. Mostly because I didn't have any credibility. All I had was my college portfolio. And I'd also had my daughter. So it was a very, very difficult time to be thinking about freelancing in that kind of world. I didn't have any family to help me. I suppose in some way I lost the confidence. I just let it go. I have a quite joyful feeling that these pictures that I thought were kind of lost in the depths of obscurity are actually going to be seen at long last. And it just feels like, I can't think what the word is, success at last. At last.
That's nice. That's really nice.
I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what that is?
What?
It's a poster. It's a Blondie poster.
It's I'm wearing a poster.
Yes.
It looks kind of good.
Debbie Harry, her style was incredible. She always looked, I was going to say the bollocks, but I don't want to say that. The thing is the look, the style. It's about the person. Someone can wear great clothes, but they don't have it. She had it all. She could have, and she did wear a bin liner. She could wear anything and look fantastic because it's all here. It's here, it comes from here. So I met Debbie and Chris. It was a London Fashion Week, and I was at this fancy party, cocktail in my hand, spread out on a settee, wearing one of my new pieces. It was a black, wet look and mesh catsuit, totally relaxed off my head like this. And in walks Debbie Harry, and I'm like, oh my God. So she's walking towards me, and I'm gradually getting composure. And I didn't even say hello. And I just said, you want one of these, don't you? And she said, maybe I do. And I thought, we're going to be real good friends. I make clothes to make women feel powerful and unashamed in their own body. And the thing is, with Debbie, she encompasses it all.
She was the front runner of
all of us women who were trying to get a foothold within the music industry. I think that in the late 70s, early 80s, women were coming into the music business and doing things on a different basis, and therefore it was an opportunity to put yourself across in ways that you hadn't been able to before.
I remember there was this, was it the Women's Tea Party photo shoot, where they were all gathered together, and so that there was Chrissie Hynde, Viv Albertine from the Slits, Debbie Harry, Black, you had Irene, and Sue. I mean, what a lineup.
It was kind of a new thing, I guess, so I think we all felt very strongly about it, and I think we were all sort of fighting the same battle at that time. It was an opportunity. It was nice that it was a tea party, but we should have done it a little bit later in the day with drinks.
All I remember is we were waiting for Debbie Harry to arrive, and eventually she arrived, looking incredibly wonderful and girlish, so immediately everybody felt like chopped liver in the room. It's an incredible snapshot of women because all bases were covered, and I'm not really sure that such a thing has ever happened again.
That image is tremendously important. These were powerful women that were in control of their own shit.
There was no let up. After Parallel Lines, we came to eat the beat, and the songs kept coming.
Blondie back at number 1, only 2 weeks in the chart, this time with Atomic.
Listen, this is Blondie, number 1 this week. Hold
We were on an upward trajectory. Our peak of our success was like around 1980 when the Auto American album was released with Rapture and Tide is High, which were both US number ones and massive hits around the world.
It's hard to have that many hits off 4 albums. Usually it's one hit on an album, or they just pump them out.
Things were really good. We were at the top of everything. I don't know, because of the success, people were feeling some kind of pressure after each of the beat. Things got a little funny.
The Hunter, of course, that was when the whole House of Cards came crashing down. That was tough. Oh, that was tough. There were a lot of bad feelings. The songs were getting very, very dark.
Everything was fading away. Mike Chapman became not only the producer but the referee, because everyone was going at each other.
4 years from your first hit to total collapse isn't a long time.
We should have just taken a break. It was too late by then. It's a little sad.
Attention all Blondie fans, don't send any money for tickets to the Blondie tour because I'm afraid to tell you it has been cancelled. They were due to appear for 4 nights at the Wembley Arena from the 16th to the 19th of September.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was a point where everything collapsed, everything fell apart. We do things wrong sometimes.
Well, but that's part of the process.
Yeah.
Is, you have to embrace your mistake. I did call Debbie to ask about redoing the band. And she did say, you're absolutely crazy. And so
I got a call from Chris. He was, what do you think? You think it's about time? I took Maria to the band, and everybody recognized its power. I was just thumbing it on the guitar, and she moves like she don't care. Smooth as silk, cool as air. Maria went to #1 in England first, and it was like, oh, we're back home, we're back home.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're Blondie. That's right. And we have a long track record with you guys, so thank you very much for that. I think we have a lot of memories, and I think we've been shaped by it.
We felt adopted by Britain, and it's still like that today. I mean, it's the market for the band.
Blondie really opened up the world for me. It just opened up a kind of emotions I didn't know I had.
Are you happy? Does it take you a long time?
Playing Blondie songs in bands when I was a kid is like it's a really great apprenticeship. I went on tour with Blondie last year. That's been a kind of brilliant, kind of full circle. Kind of, it's an honour.
The nature of the experience that I had was life-changing.
I'll forever be grateful for giving me those songs. I can't imagine my life not having made those records.
Seeing those female musicians represented right there, it was so inspiring, and it gave me and my friends confidence to form our own band.
We were influenced and have influenced many British musicians, and I think that's a big part of our legacy. I guess we stood the test of time.
Are you happy? Does it take you a long time? Does it?
Well, people have been hearing this stuff their whole lives. Well, the stuff doesn't sound dated.
Kids come up to me now who couldn't have possibly been around when the songs were hits, and they've grown up listening to them because of their parents, and they're just as much about the music as their parents were. So, that's to me totally astounding and wonderful.
Carol Festive special.
Endless possibilities. Flying then. What's it doing in Europe?
Monstrous and incredible. This is true.
I was cleaning the kitchen.
It's too early. I don't think any of us are going to make it through another year.
Are you right, Nana?
Merry Christmas.
Festive fun for everyone this Christmas on BBC Two and iPlayer.
charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui? You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibe. I did it with that cake too. It used to be over there. It was very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. No, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group.
Can I ask your David a question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturdays.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, Jay. What are your other records?
Look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That's Peru is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
For musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
It was setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s. I've never seen this printed. Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Lydney Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shirt.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie, all your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it.
No, don't. Don't do it. Don't mind.
Don't. Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do.
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
It's just nice what Matthew just said there. That when he came in and he looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works. That's why your cheese sings to you.
I locked you in the loft. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them.
Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family, just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own. I'd take up a quarter.
Your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do you want to try it? No.
How is she?
She's in her bed. Yeah.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah. He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything? Everybody will help you out tonight, you know. They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, I want from high school. Well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. The person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
You're off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, you know, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. So you're kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Police don't know that. I just don't believe it. Yeah. I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How can I be guilty of something I didn't do?
When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. We all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I've ended up
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
That's why I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago. The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, me and him. The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
You're exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. I say so, what?
been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
I can repeat.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by "I need that book in the office."
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay. Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Lurex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching a clip of the Jonathan Minute film and the wall running in black and white and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. And just imagine him coming up the hills down there. There's black and white cat. Just behind the tree. There's one there.
There is.
These are the blackbirds of Enderby. In your Manchester, there's a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. I'll give you an elbow.
Thanks. Well, I can taste it. I'll be honest, I don't know what peach tastes like, but I can. It tastes like how an old house. And that, let me say something. That is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open the fist. Don't put your hand here.
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world completely, to the farming world, and I felt completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited? Yeah. I'm daunted.
They're playing the same shit again.
She's a cow, and she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
You found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Even in the morning on the volunteer, give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich. It will keep me occupied at least, while the cogs of justice.
Why did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins. A whaling.
And a damn farmer. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. Look, the fall was deserved. And perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can. Someone told me yesterday I was capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not Wicklow, that is Remington.
Well, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge? There wasn't a demon in his hedge. You interrogated it to rule it out. Oh, look. She's broken. This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
My chicken.
Your imp.
Run, cow creature.
Gotcha.
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to it.
For the benefit of the BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone. Everyone? The actors hated it, the execs hated it. Even Kate was hated it.
Yeah, you're the Bobby.
I play Bobby, yeah.
He's not called Bobby. He is a Bobby. The Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamonds?
Yes, know your voice.
You mean the fake diamonds?
I like taking your Stop you talking to me.
I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Mirandaing. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands until I could be fed by all of them. There's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Look what Mr. Shutter. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The stories that we've been told are not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. I used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wild as some sort of pantomime villain, but the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wild, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
That's my sister by the wall with her beloved Cracky duck. And that's my sister with Cracky now.
Wow.
You gave us a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision?
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design. Anybody care about design?
What am I doing over here? That's mine. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is.
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carlet. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carlet Island.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees 20 years ago or so. The ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's an incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
charisma and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui?
Ah,
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did it with that cake too. It used to be over there. It's very impressive.
oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh,
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. No, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group. Can I ask your David Preston? Go for it, go for it. Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself? I said to Mum,
This is fucking repeats.
Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what.
And despite a host of changes, England's disappointing one-day form continues. So welcome to the programme. Lots coming up, and we're starting with snooker and another record-breaking night for England's Ronnie UK Championship title. Nick Parrott reports.
30 years separate Ronnie O'Sullivan's first major trophy from his latest. Back then, he was a fresh-faced 17-year-old. This was an early 48th birthday present for Wednesday.
I always keep beating myself up because of the age thing. I keep thinking at some point, it's got to stop. I've got to stop winning at some point, but I keep doing all right, So I keep going until the wheels fall off.
They've almost fallen off a few times. His struggles with depression, alcohol and drugs are well documented. He arrived at York Barbican facing a disciplinary hearing for appearing in an exhibition event earlier this season and threatening to quit over the row. After reaching the quarter-final, he said, I just can't be bothered anymore. But there was no lack of desire as he took on China's Ding Junhui in the final. The Rocket raced into a 4-1 lead, but Ding remained calm. He'd been here before, losing last year's final. 3 times he hauled himself back into contention, but this to make it 7-all provoked the same reaction as poking a bear. It took just 8 minutes for O'Sullivan to roar back into the lead. It finally broke Ding's resilience, and the inevitable soon followed.
What a final! What a contest! I just had to come out and just have a good head. I thought, if I'm going to lose, just make Ding earn it. The big crowd here, everyone's watching this, giving their money's worth, leave blood, sweat and tears on the table. If I don't win, that's just one of the things. But I come out here and I give it my all, and I just love competing.
As most people get older, they start to lose their abilities. But O'Sullivan keeps proving that age to him is just a number. Nick Parrott, BBC News.
On to football now, and an entertaining day in the Premier League, including a particularly high number of goals. 6 of them were at the Etihad, where Tottenham managed to grab a draw against Manchester City. In a breathless game, it was 3-2 to City until the 90th minute when Dejan Kulusevski denied City victory.
What kind of stand football?
Important for that mental well-being.
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
It's just nice what Matthew just said there. That when he came in and looked at all the vehicles and he says there's something precious going on.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works. That's why you achieve things to you.
I'm not doing the lot. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them. Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely. If my family, just could they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Ah,
Do you want to try it?
no.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin. Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody help you out in Hyde, you know. They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from Hyde, I want from Hyde. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor.
So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
It's just sometimes it's really quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
It'll be off the back of that drawer, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, you know, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little look-up garage number, isn't it?
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
name.
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption,
NHS and
once you
police are
start,
fucking
you start
dodgy as
to stop.
fuck.
And that then leads into
NHS
the
and
next
police are
form of
fucking
corruption,
shit.
which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
Let's say as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I could ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I've ended up right.
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
That's all I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table.
You greedy bastards.
That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special there.
Can we? Yes. No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't a little auntie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, I mean,
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
Exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What? Here? You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder
Our own government accuses you of these things. And I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands on, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing
Fuck it
to
is,
us.
mate.
It's just like a spectator sport.
Fucking guarantee it.
Media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You've damaged someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookieitis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay. Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Lurex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching clip of the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table
Jane Crawford,
and then the
you were very fucked up yesterday.
Apparently this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat.
She was in her pajama bottoms. Her hair wasn't even combed or washed or clean or anything. And she's driving.
Are you in Manchester? There is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. I'll give you an elbow.
Thanks. Well, I can taste the peat. I don't know what peat tastes like, but
it tastes like how an old house smells.
And that let me say something. That is what you want from a drink.
Open that gate and open it this way.
Don't put your hand there! I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots.
Fuck's sake, John.
Sit at the end of the day. And
I've heard
watch
you
the
3
sunset.
times in the last 10 minutes, I think.
The land, and all the farm is like a person, and you get really to know it. To your worlds completely, to the farming worlds, and I felt completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than done.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm done. Take her on a wee walk. She gets on really well with the cows, which thinks she's a cow, and she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before. That's why they put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich. It'll keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice turn.
Why did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins.
A whaling one.
And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. The fall was deserved. And perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt.
That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can now. You know. So I told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt. Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not witch finder, that is a man in the tent.
Well, don't ruin it.
Remember that Footlicker who had a demon in his hedge? There wasn't a demon in his hedge. You know, you interrogated it to rule it out. Oh, look. She's broken. This is before we even discuss Brown Peter. Your imp.
Wrong down, preacher.
What are you touching?
Well, you never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion? That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of them who are watching on BBC Two,
Hated by pretty much everyone.
Everyone?
The actors hated it, the sex hated it. Even the caterers hated it.
Yeah, he was a Bobby. I play Bobby, yeah. He's not called Bobby, he is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamonds? You mean the fake diamonds?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
I wasn't flea bagging, I was Mirandaing. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. You know, I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is over. Look,
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. What can we see turtle? I have to wear that today. Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, and not been told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky Duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision?
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design. We don't care about design.
What am I doing over here? That's mind-blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is?
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best timing. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carlisle.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can see.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui?
Wow.
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I do it with that Kate. It used to be over there. It's very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. No, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my great British focus group.
Can I ask your David question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday.
And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling.
So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays.
If you're watching this, right, you'll end up turning it off because it's fucking shit. It repeats after repeats after repeats.
Kind of dog.
It's fucking crazy.
A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that.
What now, the Rubik's Cube, which are also Sudoku?
Oh my God.
So, yeah, look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That Peru is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where like that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational side normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s. I've never seen this printed. The 80s giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became this sort of armor.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles play here in Lindley Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shirt,
really enjoyed that.
3, 2, 1, boom! You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie? How are you like?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if
No, don't. Don't do it.
Don't lie! Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it.
It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth,
in ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
It's just nice what Matthew just said there. That when he came in and looked at all the baked goods, and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works? That's why your cheese sings to you.
I locked you in the loft. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them. Hello, babies. What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lucky if my family, just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Ah,
do you want to try it?
No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you let him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Oh, you're not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out in Hyde, They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from Hyde, I want from Hyde. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor.
So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot emotionally to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there. It'll be off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little lock-up garage number, isn't it?
Yeah. I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. And my father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah.
Where's that? When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than the sane person.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. We've got to end it, aren't we?
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
What you got? At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table, and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me.
by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, me and him.
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
You're exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. Well, I say so, but...
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport.
Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookieitis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Lurex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching a clip of the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there with his black and white cat, just behind the tree.
Yep.
There's one there.
These are the Black Bears of Ennerdale.
Here, Manchester, there is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. I'll give you an elbow.
Oh, thanks, but I can taste the peat. I don't know what peat tastes like, but
it tastes like how an old house smells.
And that, let me tell you something. That is what you want from a drink.
Open that gate and open it this way.
Don't put your hand there!
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, you know, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world, completely, to the farming world. And I felt completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted.
Take her on a wee walk. She gets on in the middle with the cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find. Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found our new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately,
but then they get into the water and they are gone.
That she is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand. Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich. It will keep me occupied at least, while the cogs of justice turn. Why did you become a surgeon? Because I wish to advance from my humble origins.
I'm a whaling one.
And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. Look, the fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can meet up, you know. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not a witch finder, that is a man in the tent.
Well, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge?
There wasn't a demon in his hedge.
You know, you interrogated
To
it.
rule it out.
Oh, look. She's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter. My chicken.
Your imp.
Gone, cow creature!
What are you catching?
Well, you never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of them who are watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone.
Everyone?
The actors hated it, the sex hated it. Even the caterers hated it.
Yeah, you're the Bobby. I play Bobby, yeah. He's not called Bobby, he is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamonds?
Yes, know your voice.
You mean the fake diamonds?
Try taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
Uh-oh.
I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Miranding. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit is where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Mark, look what your t-shirt said. But do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend, we used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Wow. You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision? A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore? We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here? That's mind-blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is?
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carlisle. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carlisle.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast. And they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui.
What?
You move all of your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did it with that cake too. See, it used to be over there. It was very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my great British focus group.
Can I ask your David question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturdays. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturdays.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that.
You've got now the Rubik's Cube, which are also Sudoku.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That is homeroom. Is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s. I've never seen this printed. Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became this sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles play here in Lindley Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this plant. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shirt.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you.
little old man waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie? All your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, dear.
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I would have...
No, don't. Oh, don't do it.
No, why? Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
That's so precious going on.
Yeah. It's just nice what Matthews has said there. That when he came in and looked at all the baked goods, and he says there's something precious going on.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works. That's why your cheese sings to you.
My mom, Jill in the loft. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them. Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room? Just be so lovely if my family, just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do you want to try it?
No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you let him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Oh, you know here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out tonight, the superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from height, I want from height. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor.
So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot emotionally to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
It'll be off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little lock-up garage number, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
What's your name?
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. And my father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How can I be guilty of something I didn't do?
When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I could ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I've ended up
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
At school, I was allowed to sit with kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table, and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
Not more charity. What we want instead is real rights.
If there wasn't a little auntie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, I mean,
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
You're saying to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. Well, I say so, but...
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookieitis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Lurex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching a clip of the Jonathan Miller film and the wall running in black and white, and the TV will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there with his black and white cat. Just behind the tree.
Yeah.
There's one there.
There is.
These are the Black Bears of Enderville. Here, Manchester, there is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. We'll give you an elbow. Oh, thanks. Well, I can taste the peat. I don't know what peat tastes like, but I can. It tastes like how an old house smells. Oh. And that, let me tell you something. That is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open it this way. Don't put your hand here!
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world completely, to the farming world, and I felt completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted. Take her on a wee walk. She gets on with the dog with the cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on a volunteer. Give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice turn.
Why did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins.
No whaling.
I'm a damn fine one, but what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. Look, the fall was deserved. Perhaps it's some level before was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can meet up, you know. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not witch finder, that is a man in the tent.
Well, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge?
There wasn't a demon in his hedge.
You'd know, you interrogated it.
To rule it out.
Oh, look. She's broken.
Oh, this is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
My chicken.
Your imp.
Gone, foul creature.
What are you crouching?
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion? That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to. For the benefit of the audience, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone. The actors hated. Even Kate was hated.
I play Bobby. Yeah. He's not called Bobby. He is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the big diamond?
Yes.
You mean the big diamond?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for me.
I wasn't flea bagging, I was Mirandaing. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. You know, I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, I mean, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit is where it's actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Look what it is. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Lovely.
Wow.
You gave yourself a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision?
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here? That's mind blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven. See what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much, just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is.
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carlo. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carlo.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the rest of the summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast, and they can grow in this practically hostile area. That will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui.
What?
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I do that, Kate. It used to be over there. It was very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. No, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my great British focus group.
Can I ask your David question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything, or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturdays.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that. What now? The Rubik's Cubes, which are also Sudoku? Oh my God.
So, look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That was is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed. The 80s giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
this is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles play here in Lundie Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shape, really enjoyed that.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper, you're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie? All your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if you...
No, don't do it.
Don't lie!
Oh.
Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter. Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
Yeah. It's just nice what Matthews has said there, that when he came in and looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works. That's why your cheese sings to you.
I'm not doing the loft! She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them. Hello, babies!
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family, just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do you want to try it? No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child. Come. Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Everybody will help you outside, They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from high or from high. Well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot emotionally to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
It'll be off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out. She kind of really a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little application.
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. And my father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah.
Where's that? When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we are having to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic, and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
I don't take notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. Well, I've ended up
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table, and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, I mean,
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf.
You are horrible to me. Every day.
Exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
This man tries to get at me. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. And I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at, you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop? And the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport.
Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You've damaged someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookieitis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill, £60 to pay, Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Lurex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching a clip of the Jonathan Miller film and the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there, his black and white cat, just behind the tree.
Yep.
There's one there.
These are the Black Bears of Enderville. Here you go, Manchester. There is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. I'll give you an elbow.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I can taste the beat.
I'll be honest, I don't know what pig tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that, let me tell you something, that is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open it this way. Don't put your hand here!
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots.
Ever see how many repeats you get in the morning?
And watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, you know, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
Oh,
world completely to the farming world, and I felt completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted.
Oh my God, there's no way.
She gets on really well with the cows, like she thinks she's a cow, and she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on a volunteer.
Oh,
Give you my note of hand.
Oh.
I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice. Why did you become a surgeon? Because I wish to advance from my humble origins.
I'm a whaling one.
And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. The fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed. I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can meet up, you know. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not a witch finder, that is a man in a tent.
Oh, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge? There wasn't a demon in his hedge. You interrogated it to rule it out.
Oh, look. He's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter. Your imp.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion? That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
But a fair bit of them are watching on BBC Two. I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone.
Everyone?
The actors hated it, the sex hated it. Even Kate was hated it.
Yeah, he was a Bobby. I play Bobby, yeah. He's not called Bobby, he is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the big diamond?
Yes, lower your voice.
You mean the big diamond?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
And I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Miranda. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. No, I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years. Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He's single-handedly, I mean, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit is where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands and feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. with turtles. Mom, look what came into Chateau. But do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wild as some sort of pantomime villain, but the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wild, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky Duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Wow.
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision?
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here? That's mind blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really scary.
Yeah. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carly. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carly Island.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
Charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui?
What?
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did with that, Kate. It used to be over there. It's very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my great British focus group. And I asked Lord David Frick, are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself? I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday.
This is terrible.
And she said,
Repeat. All the time. Probably about 20 times through the night.
And then 2 months later,
you know, I mean, all morning, it's been the same shit all the time.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Surely BBC can be better than that. I mean,
Oh, well. Oh, I can't believe I asked you that.
What now? These Rubik's cubes, which are also Sudoku.
Oh my God.
So look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That was Peru. Is correct.
It's fucking terrible. How can you watch that over and over and over again? I mean,
Sounds duty is on the top of their game.
it's driving me crazy. I'm like, fucking hell.
That sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. What is this?
It was setting themselves on a sort of aspirational.
It's absolute bollocks. That's what it is.
outside normal reality.
BBC bollocks.
Explosion of artistry in the 80s. I've never seen this printed. The Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became this sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began. 4 years before, Beatles played here in London Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can.
I'm going outside.
And we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shirt, really enjoyed that.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on you're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie, all your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, dear.
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if you
No, don't.
don't do it. Don't whine. Don't. Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do.
Part man, part otter. Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it.
It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
It's just nice what Matthews just said there. When he came in and looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works? That's why your cheese sings to you.
I'm not still in the loft. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them.
Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room? Just be so lovely if my family, just could Thursday night me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Ah,
do you want to try it?
No.
How is she?
She's in her bed, Kat.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out tonight, They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, I want from high. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor.
So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
It'll be off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're
kind of picturing, well, you know, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little lock-up garage somewhere.
Yeah. I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah.
When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating.
And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU run when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I could ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I've ended up like...
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
We want what you got! We want what you got!
At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair was compatible to the canteen table and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, me and him,
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
Exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What, here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. And I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport.
Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You've damaged someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookyitis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay, Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Lurex. Isn't that lovely?
when they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching a clip of the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there with his black and white cat. Just behind the tree.
Yep.
There's one there.
There is.
These are the Black Bears of Enderville. Here you go, Manchester. There is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. I'll give you an elbow. Thanks. Oh, I can taste the peat. I'll be honest, I don't know what peat tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that let me say something. That is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open it this way. Don't put your hand here! I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, you know, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world, completely, to the farming world. And I felt completely out my depth.
I think exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted. Take her on a wee walk. She gets on really well with the cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found our new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice turn.
Why did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins.
I'm a whaling one.
And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. But the fall was deserved. And perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do.
You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can meet up, you know. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not a witch finder, that is a man in a tent.
Oh, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge?
There wasn't a demon in his hedge.
You know, you interrogated it.
To rule it out.
Oh, look. She's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
And Chicken.
Your imp. You've gone, foul creature.
Why are you crouching?
Well, you never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of everyone watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone.
Everyone?
Mm. The actors hated it, the execs hated it. Even the caterers hated it.
Are you the Bobby? I play Bobby, yeah. He's not called Bobby, he is a Bobby. Look,
The Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamonds?
Yes, lower your voice.
You mean the fake diamonds?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
I wasn't flea bagging, I was Mirandaing. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. You know, I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, I mean, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Mom, look what can this t-shirt said. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend, we used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wild as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wild, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
That's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky Duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Where?
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision?
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here?
That's mind-blowing.
I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is.
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carly. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carly Ave.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
Charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You tried feng shui? You move all of your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did with that plate. It used to be over there. Very impressive.
Join the art class. Oh. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. No, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone.
I'll be chewing it over with my great British focus group. Can I ask Lord David a question?
Go for it, go for it. Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think she's working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturday and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturday.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that. You've got now the Rubik's Cube, which are also Sudoku. Oh, my God.
So, look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That over is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us the voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed. The Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes,
This is me. And then it became this sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Lydney Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this plant. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talk about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shirt, you enjoy it.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie, all your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I wonder if you
No, don't. Don't do it.
Don't lie! Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it.
It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on? Yeah. It's just nice what Matthew just said there. That when he came in and looked at it, and he looked at all the baked goods, and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works? That's why your cheese sings to you.
I locked it in the loft! She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand over to our expert from the Lice Po Life. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them.
Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family just they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do you want to try it? No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you have him back? Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out in Hyde, you know. They're super people. But no matter where you go, people say from Hyde, I want from Hyde. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor.
So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot emotionally to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
Probably off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, you know, she's went in there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
God, thanks,
The public would have been absolutely shocked.
Good girl. Don't let mummy have a go.
Ready?
Oh, you had to knock it in further, didn't you? It looks good. Kids, come and have a look at it from here. It looks really good from here.
Hey, it's nice that.
What do you reckon?
Perfect. Well, there'll be some little birds happy in there soon.
Right then, kids, come on. Start to rain, let's get in.
Come on, kids, it's tea time.
Quick, come on.
Mum's Dad, there's the winner! Right, the first one, there's the winner! Come on!
Run. Why is Daddy always last? Why is Daddy always last?
Hello, Becca. £100,000. Anything's possible. Walk away now if you want. Deal or no deal?
The iconic game show returns weekdays at 4 on ITV1 or stream free on ITVX.
Mr. Cary Grant.
How do you create a character?
Well, I'll confess something to you. Cary Grant, I made him up. And the boy who had nothing had everything taken away. I'd achieved my wildest dream. But it wasn't going to make me happy.
Archie, brand new 4-part drama. Stream now on ITVX.
The computer system Post Office spent an arm and a leg on is faulty.
No one else has ever reported any problems with Horizon. No one.
You're responsible for the loss. I haven't got that money, and I don't know where it's gone.
Stand the pan.
That was a lie, actually. We are fighting a war against an enemy owned by the British government. While we're just skint little people.
This is about the reputation of the post office. It's not, it's about people's lives, you moron.
Finally, 555 of us now, ready to tell our stories.
Mr. Bates vs. the Post Office. Coming soon on ITV1 and ITVX.
After a spell of good weather, July has taken a turn and it's not good news for our crops. We should have our fields cut for hay by now, ready to feed our livestock over winter. Apparently this is the wettest July we've had in a long time. Well, it's looking very wet. And now, as you can see, the grass is just starting to wilt a little bit. It's starting to kind of look how I feel at times, just a bit deflated and a bit, you don't look the most enthusiastic. It could potentially be quite a spanner in the works because it's crucial. Well, I believe I make a little opening there and it's too yellow. If it starts to get really kind of yellow at the bed, really, you can see where your grass is starting to die. But, we're waiting for a 3 or 4, 5 day dry spell in the weather window. We've just not got it. Every day it's raining. Something you've worked so hard for over the last few months is all kind of undone. and then it just puts you on the back foot because you're going to have a poorer winter because of that. So the grass they're going to be eating over the winter is nowhere near as good as what it could have been. So it's just frustrating. People could say, well, you know, you grass from other farms throughout the winter. Well, it's not really possible when you're a small farmer, and it seems against every rule in the book, you know. Page 1, rule number 1 would be, if you've got the ability to grow grass, then you grow it as best you can. And that then, you know, kind of keeps you through the winter. But you're always just at the mercy of the weather. So at the minute, I guess it's just checking the weather every day, like a proper farmer. And keep our fingers crossed. As soon as you get the
I'm just thinking about my mobile.
3 or 4 days, then it's all system go. Only time will tell.
Oh, I was actually going to go from TalkTalk to Vodafone and have a Vodafone router sent to me. And I'm sure they must be charging me for the router or something or whatever. Because I mean, why is my bill £75 a month? I mean,
agricultural shows where farmers big and small compete to win awards for their livestock and sell the goods they produce direct to the public.
I can't wait to find out. I'm going to go at them. I'm going to say, "Look, you bastards," you know what I mean?
A local show in Cheshire to try and sell our lamb for the first time. This is a big deal for us, so our family are here for moral support.
We've only brought 2 lambs. The butcher's going to be next to us, butchering it up. We're going to be selling it. It's the first time we've ever done this. And we're nervous. We don't really know what to expect. And I've got an hour to make this look professional and decent and like we know what we're doing.
While I've got another task to do first. I'm thrilled to have been asked to judge the Young Farmers competition happening next door. I was really excited actually because they rang me up and said, would you, it was the Young Farmers, so I got excited thinking they want me to be a member. And then I got told I'm actually too old, so my dreams were crushed. But instead I was asked to judge basically all clubs within Cheshire have an opportunity to do a little flow to showcase what they've done in the last year and what their club is about.
I'm Emily from Cheshire Young Farmers.
Nice to meet you.
Tom Alston, our chairman.
Tom, nice to meet you.
Thanks so much for coming to judge. We have 11 clubs in our region, ranging from Malpas to Romley, all the way to Macclesfield. So we came to an agreement that you would judge it based on what club you felt you would be best to join.
If I was 9 years younger.
If you were 30 or younger. Everyone's been so excited when we said on the Facebook that you were going to judge.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is Altrincham here, yeah?
So this is Altrincham here.
All right, okay. So I just feel a bit of pressure now that I make the right choice. I think what they all represent is what I love about the notion of Young Farmers. It just stands for community. I think it's obviously integral for the farming world, really. I mean, the only thing is, my local club is actually in here as well, so I can't help but feel a little bit of, well, it's hard to be impartial, put it that way. While I get out my clipboard, Milo is helping Liz.
Good old trusting Bunty. Oh boy. So we're going to make all this look nice, and then can we shout, round up, buy our meat. Come on. Brilliant. Right, shall I get the tablecloths out? Come on then. Yeah, Milo. Tea towels. So we brought 2 lambs, and we're hoping to sell it all. We're going to break it up. You can buy it as a quarter, a half, or a whole. We're hoping our customers, but it's just the only way that we can test how it works. We didn't want to come with a load of lambs and it just be too much and overwhelming. Keep it this way, short and sweet. We'll learn from it and then we'll be bigger next time. How are we going to make this look nice? Worst case is we've got lamb for tea for the next 6 months. It's a win-win situation.
While we're waiting for customers, Liz just has time to run through the sales patter with Milo.
Have you got any meat? Lamb. 2 lambs. Yeah? And how much is it for a lamb?
20 quid.
20 quid? Okay, I'll take it. Thanks, pal.
Back over in the young farmer's tent, after much deliberation, I've made my decision. I feel a bit nervous now, actually. I'm going to start off with third place.
Hey, yeah.
And third place is actually my local and your club. So there you go. Third place.
Amazing.
And I thought it was when you said before about quite active members and they've had a big spike in uptake as well. And if your uptake has gone up, then that's always a good sign, isn't it? So, and clearly quite a successful group anyway. So that's third place. And then second place, you'll be glad to know.
Oh, God. Oh, I'm not here. No.
This is second place. You're the only guys with a Snapchat currently, are you? And you said you're really keen on your social media, but and then which leads me for the winner, which I think they had the best flow because it was really clear. Beeston Young Farmers, so led over there into the first place. Yes. So here we are, Beeston.
They did quite well last year as well, so I'm really happy with that. Thank you very much for judging and we really appreciate you stopping by and taking time out of your day. We have got you a little gift, so we'll
okay. Oh, excellent. Is this a little book here?
We'll get you some book with your kids some in as well.
Well, it's raining anyway, so it's probably a good
some sunglasses. Put it on.
It'll look alright. Well, people will think I'm in the Young Farmers, won't they?
You are, yeah.
And how disappointing is it when I say, well, actually, I'm too old. I just walk around with all gear on. How's that?
Good luck with your lamb.
We've got our lamb being cut, so hopefully we'll sell all them. So fingers crossed.
Okay, then.
Yeah, right then. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
As I get back to our stall, I have to weave through the audience watching our lamb being butchered as part of the demo.
So here you've got your legs of lamb.
Looks good, that, doesn't it?
Does. Anyone brought a grill? I'm just going to open this up and put some white flat.
You said already when you saw it, it's really, really good.
Right out, score on the back of it, pop it on your barbecue, cook a couple of hours, and people will never leave your house.
Well, you can buy it, you know. You can buy it and take it home. Well, everybody's commenting, saying that it looks good, so feeling good. Well, we've not sold any yet, so let's see. It's from our farm, yeah. It's all grass-fed, exclusively grass-fed, and this is what we call the mature lamb. So this was born in April last year, and you get a book thrown in there, a signed book as well, so you can read all about it.
So if you
Vodafone easily Tottenham. Vodafone easily and opening times.
So far, there's a lot of window shoppers, but not a lot of bites.
It is really important that we sell out today because we don't want to be just left with this. So it's a big deal. We don't want to be taking it home with us. We really need to sell it. Do you know what? I might even start selling, like, Kelvin will come for a romantic dinner if you buy this lamb. He'll cook for you. He'll sit and eat with you. That's what we'll do.
Do you think you ever knew the real Maddie?
There was no reason for me to question it.
I've been going on dates with Fraudster. I have not come across a case like Mehdi Avalimbo.
An unbelievable true story. The Footballer Fraudster. Stream now on ITVX.
They don't know who Ripper is. They don't know what Ripper looks like.
I will catch this animal.
We're called lions being destroyed.
Until they catch this man.
Wrong Gaston.
The Long Shadow. Stream the full series now on ITVX.
The Playboy Club, London, home of celebrities and aristocrats.
Well, welcome you all to the Playboy Club here in London.
It was rocked by the brutal murder of a Playboy bunny.
Somebody could be so cruel to murder a kid like that.
But digging deeper, I would unearth other tragedies. Was there a serial killer on the streets of London who'd never been caught? The Playboy Bunny Murder. Stream free on ITVX.
Wouldn't life be wonderful if we could find exactly what we're looking for? From daring dramas to real-life Hollywood stories.
Cary Grant.
Eddie's little Allen car, whatever it is you're looking for.
Look at this lot.
ITVX marks the spot. ITVX, the UK's freshest streaming service.
The motorcade begins the 11-mile ride to the Dallas Trade Mart.
The story of the man behind the camera. JFK, the home movie that changed the world. Stream now on ITVX.
Today is a huge milestone for us as farmers. We're here at the Royal Cheshire Show selling the first lamb we've raised.
Hello, are you interested in buying some lamb? Oh, you're a vegetarian. You're at the wrong show, aren't you? So you're a veggie and you're not. Well, this is our lamb that we reared on our farm.
What you meant to say is, I used to be a vegetarian, but having seen that meat, I've now decided to start eating meat.
You could be our first buyer. That is history in itself.
But selling the lamb in large boxes isn't going down well. So Liz wants to change our sales strategy.
Instead of us doing these boxes,
Yep.
can we make these sales smaller? So if you just want 4 lamb chops, we can sell 4 lamb chops.
By all means, yes. I think you'll sell it a lot quicker doing it that way. You just might get stuck with a couple of bits like the shoulders.
Well, we could have them.
£2 for a lamb chop.
Should we call it free? 250?
£3 each or 2 for a fiver.
I like it. This is what we need.
Proper market
£3
trader.
each or 2 for a fiver.
Yeah, never guess where I started. Your Barnsley lamb chops here, which are just 2 traditional lamb chops joined together because one's never enough. And your lamb cutlets and a few nice lamb leg steaks. I'll take them. One of those, no.
Oh, wow, excellent. Our first sale. I mean, it's not gone through yet, but we get them in the back for them here.
Shortens. Hey!
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
You're our first ever customer. I really hope you enjoy that.
Right, thank you.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is how the Fletchers do business. You got to hustle. Listen, nothing comes easy, and it never comes easy to us. So this is what we're going to do. Right, Kelvin, I'll be here, ready to get some
Right,
orders.
we're going to go get some people in then. Come on.
Don't be shy. Let it out.
Hello. Hello, everybody in the agri tent. For those that want to see a lamb butchered, we've got gander butchered in a live demonstration. So if anyone wants to come over and watch us, ask us plenty of questions, and you can see the master in action. The second demo seems to have pulled more potential customers in, and Liz has rediscovered her inner sales gap.
I used to work in a shop, you know. I used to work in Selfridges, so I've got the skills of a seller. I could sell snow to an Eskimo. These are £4. These are the last 2. Don't want you fighting over them. They're kidneys, yeah, do you want them?
Yeah. Oh.
Tell you what, I'll do that for a £5. Thank you.
Liz, did you get rid of those kidneys?
Yeah, I got them. Cameron's just having a lovely chat while I'm doing all the sales. It doesn't surprise me.
You're like a market trader, aren't you?
The sales girl is still in there.
Every time I look on, you're on the upsell. People were after chops, and they're walking away with legs and shoulders.
The tea towel.
And a tea towel. Well done. Right. Count
Right,
the
well
eddies.
done, babe.
See how much we've earned. We've shifted almost all our stock. And doing this has been a great way for us to hone our sales skills as we prepare to sell the rest of our lamb at future markets.
You've done good there.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
Gordon White, 075 111 97665. Yep.
When they get to work, they can phone me. Motherfuckers. Fucking robbing me. Oh, what's this? Channel 5? No, Channel 11. Oh my God, quick, Channel 5, what's that?
In 2021. Been like stewing and silence, hasn't it? But
It's been a big secret for us for a while, like not even our closest friends and family knew. I think our main priority is to just get to the show and honor Sarah as best we can and make that moment absolutely magical for the fans, for her, for us as a collective, and celebrate what we all did together.
Mr. Calvin Harris has done it again, fresh off the back of his 11th UK #1 with Ellie Goulding. He's returned, and this time with rising UK star Eliza Rose. It's got a house vibe, it's got... I mean, what is not to like? Now, are you any good at your Mo Ichido, your Karateka, your Uchi, or your Zuki? Well, if so, you could be the next Karate Kid. Check this out.
We're starring in a new Karate Kid movie together.
That's big news. But we even have bigger news.
Bigger than that?
We're looking for next Karate Kid.
That's right. The global search for the star of our new film starts right now. So let's wax on, wax off, everybody.
You mean check it on, check it off, hang it up?
Maybe the new Karate Kid will have to do it all. I'm excited. You excited?
I'm very, very excited.
It's Marrakesh, where there was quite the lineup to open its film festival.
Okay, the 20th edition of the International Marrakesh Film Festival open.
This year, Mads Mikkelsen was honoured with a Lifetime Achievement Award and got to fanboy over Willem Dafoe.
So I just realized I forgot my glasses. We'll figure out something. It's all a bit much for someone who was young yesterday in Copenhagen, who didn't dream of acting, but nevertheless has heroes. He watched over and over again heroes who sucked him into worlds of human stories.
Love him. Someone buy him a spare pair of specs, though. Love. Listen up, J-Lo fans. It's the moment we've been waiting nearly a decade for. She's dropping a new album called This Is Me. Dramatic pause. Now. Oh, and as if a new long-awaited album isn't enough, she's gifting us with a Prime Video film to go alongside it.
When I was a little girl, when someone asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, my answer was always in love.
And yes, I've slowed it down and replayed it over and over again, and no, that isn't Ben Affleck dancing with her. To another pop powerhouse, Demi Lovato kicked off the winter season in Austria, belting out some tunes in heavy snow at the top of the mountain opening concert.
I'm going to be bundled up. So normally I try to look really cool on stage with a costume that's very fitting for my show. But tonight I'm saying I'm just going cozy.
Well, at least she can tick off being a rock chick in a blizzard off her bucket list. We are like kids in a sweet shop, literally. At the world premiere of Wonka in London, where the all singing, all dancing Timothée Chalamet is the Moon Man himself.
Well, I love the original film, and I thought this origin story was very clever, so I wanted to be a part of it.
The people that you're working with, Olivia Colman, Mr. Bean himself.
No, that's what I geeked out over the most.
And the king of rom-coms, Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant in the flesh. I became an honorary Brit for a couple months.
I mean, as a person and as Wonka, he's magical. He's a really special, gentle, lovely, lovely being. I need to feed him up, though. He needs some pies.
Sweet as a nut. Someone else as sweet as they come. Who knew Geordie Shore's OG, Charlotte Crosby, had the voice of an angel? Well, she's doing a Mariah Carey and lending her voice to the Paramount Plus Christmas advert. And trust me, you'll be singing it all day long.
So I'm on the flight going to Dubai, about to be proposed to, right? And my agent texts us and went, you won't ever guess who wants you to sing on the Paramount Plus festive advert. And I went, who?
but I lost signal on the plane. My Wi-Fi cut out and I couldn't connect again. So for 4 hours, I was on the edge of my seat.
Off to New York now, where Greta Gerwig and Margot Robbie were honoured at the Gotham Awards with the global icon and creator tribute. And Margot couldn't stop chuckling.
It's far more of an exposing role than I ever expected a plastic doll to make me feel. And I think that is the genius of Greta Gerwig. She took this thing that we all thought we could judge and dismiss or decide upon quite quickly and really use it as a tool to interrogate ourselves. I found myself interrogating how I feel about myself.
Oh, well, I'm doing that without starring in a movie, love. See ya.
Celebrate Christmas with brand new adventures and your favourite friends. Come on, everybody! From festive bakes to crafty makes.
And let's make it a milkshake Christmas.
Make it a milkshake Christmas this year with Milkshake and My Five. Welcome to your Monday morning milkshake with me, Kira. We've got lots of brand new shows today, including brand new Animal Care Club, brand new Thomas, and brand new Story Den. But it's time now for brand new milkshake news. Take it away, Kemi.
Barbie sponsors Milkshake.
Hello, milkshakers. I'm Kemi, and it's time for the milkshake news. A roundup of all the fun things happening here at Milkshake. Today's report is all about being strong, building bridges, and being outside. Yes, it's the B report. And it's time to meet some brilliant superheroes right now. We'll play it for the first time in the dentist chair.
And you were strong when Mama combed the tangles from out your hair.
You were brave when you felt and you hurt your knee today.
And you were strong when you started preschool on your first day. You are a superhero. You are a superhero.
When you need your help, quick help that you're there. When you're there on the double, when your friends are in trouble, to show you care. You are a superhero, a superhero. You are a superhero, a superhero. I am a superhero. I'm brave, I'm strong, and I'm number one. Oh, well done, milkshakers, for being very brave and very strong. And speaking of being very strong and brave, we've had reports of a teeny tiny animal that's as strong as a giant. Milkshakers, what could it be? Milkshake Monkey has this report. Milkshake Monkey, what have you got for us?
Hello there. It's time for Milkshake Monkey's Spectacular Facts. And today's pet is teeny tiny. And it has 6 teeny tiny little legs. Can you guess what it is? Yes, it's an ant. Did you know that a group of ants is called an army or a colony? Ants are super strong and they can lift 20 times their own body weight. Wow, that's like me lifting 20 milkshake monkeys. Can you imagine? Ants don't have ears. Instead, they feel vibrations to find out what's making noise in the world around them. Aren't they brilliant?
Thank you, Milkshake Monkey. And how difficult can it be to lift up a leaf like an ant? I think I'll leave that to the ants. Did you know that as well as being very strong, ants are also very good at building? Maybe the ants can give Jen and Derek a hand. All 6.
Wow, Derek! That is an amazing bridge. Please, can I have a go?
Absolutely. So I'll have to knock it down, then you can rebuild it. You ready?
Okay.
Here goes. Give it a go.
Right. All right.
Simple.
How did you do this?
Keep going. You'll get there.
Oh no, I'm not going to be able to do that. These are heavy. Oh, I don't think I can do it, Derek. The pieces aren't long enough.
Don't worry, Jen. I've got to be honest, I did have a little bit of help. Simon, come here and help us. Okay, well, it's really easy. We've been building arch bridges like this for years, and they're so strong because the forces are spread along the building blocks to the ground either side. And so they're incredibly strong. So, like you helped me, we put the foam underneath to build it. Yes. So, shall we build it, Jen?
Let's build it.
Come on.
Get our scaffolding.
I'll get the blocks ready.
Thank you. Right, let's go.
Yeah, Simon. Jen, one for you.
Oh. Yeah, that's in. Take this out. Is it going to stay? It worked! That's amazing! So the pieces lean on each other, which holds it all together over the imaginary river. Science is so clever.
And this will last forever, won't it? Lots of years. Brilliant. Shall we be a bridge?
Let's try it.
Come on.
Okay, let's lean on each other. Oh,
Whoa.
it worked!
See you soon, Milkshake.
See ya!
Don't fall.
Thank you to Jen, Derek, and Simon, the science explainer. And Simon, your knowledge of science is splendid. And now it's time for some more building. Let's go over to David, who's busy outdoors building a tent. That's right, he's going on a camping trip. He just cannot wait for it. Yeah. He loves to go camping.
I'm putting up that tent, banging on those beds. This is where I'm sleeping tonight. Yeah. Love to go camping, out in the open camping. Yeah. Down on my nose, feet on my toes. Marshmallows and hello, I sit behind the trees, digging in the middle piece. Who's the games we play by daylight? Yeah. Bonnie's strumming her guitar, we sing by the campfire. Isn't this a beautiful night? Ooh, yeah. Love to go camping, out in the open camping. Yeah. And when the moon goes, we eat our marshmallows and have milkshake camping.
Oh, well done, guys. That was great.
Rain, snow, or bright sunshine, it's never too late for weather report time.
Milkshakers, it's now time for the weather report. Let's see if it's raining or sunny.
Reading.
What's doing? Oh!
Hello.
Oh, hello, Monkey. I hear you want to know what lightning is.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, please.
Well, sometimes when clouds move, tiny bits inside the cloud bump or rub together. And then electricity builds up. And when that electricity fills the cloud and there's too much, it needs to escape. And when it escapes, we get lightning.
Oh, yes, I think I understand.
How about I show you?
Oh, yes, that would be great.
So you know I said that inside the cloud, the tiny particles might rub or bump together?
Yes.
That's a bit like this balloon rubbing or bumping against my head and my hair.
Oh, yes, and oh, look at your hair. It's standing up.
It's standing up. And that's the electricity building up between the balloon and my hair, a bit like it builds up in the cloud.
Oh, yes.
And then remember, when the electricity needs to escape,
yes,
we get lightning.
Oh, yes, I do understand. Oh, but you would only really get lightning outside, wouldn't you?
Well, actually, here at the Science Museum, we can make lightning inside. So, Monkey, indoor lightning can be quite loud. That's why we're wearing these.
Pardon?
Ready?
Oh, yes, I am.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Stop, bananas.
Always remember, no matter the weather, Milkshake brings us sunshine every day. I've been Kenny, you've been watching Milkshake News, your roundup of all things happening at Milkshake. Can someone turn the lights down, please?
Oh, wow, there's more brand new Milkshake news tomorrow morning. But not before we all say happy birthday to Molly, who is 6 today. Lots and lots of love from Mummy, Daddy, and Ruby the dog.
Whoa.
And happy birthday, Gracie May, who is 5 today. Lots of love from Mummy. Happy birthday. It's brand new badges.
Barbie sponsors Milkshake.
Through the woods and past the trees, underground live some very curious characters. The Badgers. Join us as we find out all about these stripy friends and see what they get up to, above ground and under it. Today we find out all about badgers, their fur and their super useful claws. We see what they really like to eat for dinner. And we meet some more members of the Badger family. Let's join the Badgers in their secret world. These are European Badgers. Aren't they cute? They have black eyes, black and white hairs on their face, which gives them their stripes. Stripes on a badger's face are like stripes on a bee. They say beware to other animals. They have black ears with white tips. Badgers walk very low to the ground as they have very short legs. They don't look like any other animal. However, they are part of the mustelid family, which means they're related to pine martens, otters, ferrets, and the wolverine. Wow! There are around 400,000 badgers in the UK, but many of us will never ever see one. That's because these stripy friends are nocturnal, which means they mainly come out at night. Sometimes they do come out in the light summer evenings. However, you still might find it hard to spot one. That's because they have super sensitive hearing and a great sense of smell. And when they hear us coming, they run and hide. So, how do we know what badgers look like? Well, lucky for us, some friendly humans have set up special camera equipment like this so that we can all find out more about these stripy woodland creatures. Baby badgers are called cubs. When they're young, they spend all their time underground. But here are two little cubs exploring this tree stump. After being underground for so long, to their noses, these trees must smell amazing. Like toddlers, they love to explore the things around them by climbing on them. Although badgers have short legs, they are pretty good at climbing. That's because they have long claws on their front paws, which gives them great grip. And is also useful for digging and building nests. Have you ever wondered what badgers like to eat? I'll give you a clue. They're pink and wriggly and also live underground. Have you guessed it? That's right. Badgers love to eat earthworms. Did you know that in a single night, an adult badger may eat well over 200 worms? Wow! Badgers also like to eat snails, slugs, and soft fruit like raspberries and fallen blackberries. But sometimes they'll even eat bigger animals like hedgehogs. Spiky. Thanks to the secret cameras, finding out about badgers and seeing them running and climbing has been brilliant. Can you remember what you learned about badgers today? 1. Badgers are part of the mustelid family, which means they're related to otters, ferrets, pine martens, and the wolverine. 2. They're nocturnal, which means they usually come out at night. That's why many of us have never seen one running around. And lastly, 3. They love to eat wriggly earthworms. And adult badgers can eat up to 200 worms a night. Well done. Join us again soon as we meet some more stripy badger friends.
In this little cottage lives Tweedy and his best friend Fluff. Tweedy's always there to give Fluff a helping hand as they discover new things together and plan a brand new episode of Tweedy and Fluff this morning on Milkshake and Hi-Fi. Barbie sponsors Milkshake. Harry, happy 5th birthday to you indeed. Lots of love from Mama, Dada, Tommy and Sunny. I hope you have a fantastic day. And it's also Lewis's birthday today. And Lewis is 4.
6th of September,
Lots of love from Mummy,
2021. I'll just shout it everywhere.
Barbie sponsors milkshake.
I'm Peppa Pig. This is my little brother George. This is Mummy Pig. And this is Daddy Pig. International Day.
Peppa and her friends are at playgroup. They're dressed up in costumes from different countries.
Today is International Day, when we celebrate all the countries of the world.
Hooray!
Peppa is dressed as France.
I'm France.
George is Russia. Pedro is America.
Yeehaw!
Zoe is Japan.
Konnichiwa.
Susie is Holland.
Hello. That's Dutch for hello. Madame Gazelle, what do all the countries of the world do?
They sing the song of harmony together.
Hooray! I like singing. So do I.
Does everyone remember the words?
Yes, peace and harmony in all the world. Peace and harmony in all the world. Peace and harmony in all the world. Peace and harmony.
Lovely. And later, we will sing that for your mummies and daddies.
It is playtime.
Enjoy yourselves. Play nicely together.
All the countries are playing in the playground. The United Kingdom is on the slide.
Whee!
France and Switzerland are on the swings. Germany is playing hopscotch.
1, 2, 3.
America, Russia, Spain and Greece are in the sandpit.
I builded a big sandcastle. Yeehaw!
Here are Holland and Japan.
Now it's our turn in the sand pit. Why? Because you've had your turn. You can play on the side now. But we want to play here.
Oh dear, there is not enough room in the sandpit for more than 4 countries.
What's going on? It's our turn in the science pit. But we were here first. Is Susie being a bit bossy? George started it. Leave George alone. He's only little. Hello. What's all this noise about then? Nay. They're trying to push us out of the sandpit. No, we're not. Yes, you are. George started it.
Oh dear, the countries of the world are not playing nicely together.
Peace and harmony in all the world. What's that noise? Oh no! The countries are fighting.
You can't play in the sandpit. Yes, we can. It's not fair. Stop arguing. Susie, you're always telling people what to do. No, I am not.
Children, what is happening?
America, Russia, Spain, and Greece won't share the science pit. Holland is being bossy. You're the bossy one.
That is enough. Is this how you think the countries of the world behave?
Don't they?
Of course not.
Sorry, Gazelle.
All the parents have arrived.
How is International Day going?
Not too bad.
Excellent.
Lovely. We will now sing for you the Song of Harmony.
Peace and harmony in all the world. Peace and harmony in all the world. Peace and harmony in all the world. Peace and harmony. Hooray!
What a wonderful display of togetherness.
Pepper and her friends love singing together in harmony. All the countries of the world love singing together in harmony.
Peppa Pig.
Happy birthday to Xander, who is 4 today, with lots of love from Mummy, Daddy, your big sister Hetty, and all of your family.
Happy birthday!
Have a fantastic day, Xander. And Georgia, you're also 4 today. Happy birthday. Lots of love from Mummy, Daddy, and all of your family. Have a great day. Here's Brand New Oggy. Barbie sponsors Milkshake.
White Christmas. Time to wake up, Sporty. What day could it be? Christmas Eve, of course. Time for the Christmas checklist. Job 1, decorate the tree. Perfect. Job 2, decorate the house. Looking good, Sporty. And finally, job 3. Enjoy the snow. Maybe Oggy Oggy and Mallow can help. No snow is a Christmas catastrophe. It's a festive essential. Without it, Christmas will be ruined. This is no joke. But maybe you guys can save Sporty's Christmas. Bring on the snow. That's more like it. Merry mission complete. Or not. It's meant to be sunny, not snowy. Sorry about that, Weather Cat.
Oh.
Now what? Hit it, Mallow! Mechanica can build anything. What about snow? A snowflake maker! Now you can create a flurry in a hurry. Sporty's gonna love this. Who could that be? Ready for a festive surprise? Oggy Oggy and Mallow made it snow after all. Kind of. Guess make your own flakes just aren't the same. Nice try, Oggy Oggy. What have you spotted? Hey, wow! If you can't bring the snow to Sporty, maybe you can take Sporty to the snow. It's moving day. Coming through, Police Cat. It sure is a long way. Look at all that snow. Uh-oh. Sporty's house is out of control. She's heading for a Christmas crash. Go for it, Mallow. Careful, Oggy Oggy. Sorry, Sporty. No snow yet. You've got to stop this house. Nice shot, Mallow. Phew. Hi, Polar Cat. You're definitely going to want to see this, Sporty. Real snow! courtesy of your really good friends. Christmas checklist complete. Now there's just one thing missing. Bye-bye from Santa Claus! Merry Christmas!
Milkshake is your home for brand new Peppa Pig. So let's get making. And moving. Brand new Peppa Pig. Next week, exclusively on Milkshake and My 5. Barbie sponsors Milkshake.
Here I come. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Good morning, campers. I have something very special to show you.
Oh, is it a box of legs? A bird feeder? A very small tree.
It's an old movie camera.
I was going to say that.
Today, campers, you will make a film about our wonderful forest camp using this very camera. And we will show it tonight at the Forest Film Fiesta for our VIPs. Very important birds. Inspector Feathers, Pigeon Post, your parents. It will be a lovely chance to show what makes Forest Camp such a truly special place. Now, who wants to be the director? Oh, that means who wants to be in charge? Rudy!
Thank you, camp leader.
I want you birds to do this all by yourselves. One of you will have to help by operating the camera. Anna and Rudy will choose what they want to show, and the camera bird will film it.
I'll be the camera bird.
Thank you, Odo. And we'll need someone to record the sound. Excellent. Here's your microphone, Soundbird Doodle. You simply point the microphone at whoever is talking. Can you hear me?
I hear you, camp leader. How do you work the camera?
Look through here, point the camera at what you want to film, and push the button.
Doodle, you look like a giraffe.
Let's start at the pond, campers. We've got a masterpiece to make. A day in the life of Forest Camp.
What's a masterpiece? Let's start with a normal morning at camp, with Rudy and I doing ballet. That would be good, yes?
What do the rest of us do? You'll watch. Watches are important.
Is that the same as doing nothing?
You'll be saying things like, ooh, ah, amazing, like that.
And we need backup dancers. Oh, okay. I'll put the camera right here. This is gonna look great. And action! What do I do? Press the button? Oh yeah. This is so good! But let's get the watchers, Doodle. Amazing! I ate spaghetti 3 times last week. Oh no, Anna and Rudy are doing the big finish. Ta-da! You were great! I really liked the ta-da! What now? After our beautiful
chicken casserole to write some jokes.
Hey, you stay with that, buddy.
Yes. I'm ready for my close-up. What makes Forest Camp so great? Ha, because it has me in it, Leonardo. Yes, I am that great. I'm fabulous.
This is going to be the best film ever.
It's a disaster.
It's brilliant. Brilliant? So far, we've just got dancing swans, fighting chickens, and a moose peacock. But that's brilliant, because this is a film about Forest Camp. And Forest Camp is great.
But the guests will be here soon. We won't be ready.
We'll totally be ready. Is it all right if we just run around and film stuff? Great. Let's go, Doodle. We got the greatest birds that you ever did see. That the Forest Camp is the place to be. Yeah! Whee! Well, it's time. Did you get it? We got it.
Hey, big guy. We can't wait to see your films.
It's about to start.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to our Forest Film Fiesta. This film was made by us, and it shows why our Forest Camp is the place to be.
And so this is our film, and here it is our film, which we hope you'll like. Forest Camp, the place to be. A place of friendship, fun, and beauty.
Ta-da!
Welcome to Club Chicken, welcome! Doodle, this film is going to be amazing. Are you sure the camera's pointing the right way? Welcome to Club Chicken!
I am that great.
I ate spaghetti 3 times last week. Whee! It's time. Did you get it?
Excellent work. You all captured the true spirit of Forest Camp perfectly. It's a place where everyone can do their best and have fun.
Thank you, Inspector Feathers. We were going for laughs the whole time.
Let's watch it again.
I knew it would be great.
Gabriel, happy 4th birthday! Wow, lots of love from Mummy, Daddy, Arthur, and Coco the cat.
Happy birthday!
Have a great day, Gabriel. And Alfie, happy birthday to you. You're also 4 today. Lots of love from Mummy, Daddy, Ella May, and the family.
Hooray!
Here's brand new Tweety and Fluff. Barbie sponsors milkshake. So peaceful in the den. No one has woken up yet. What is that sound? A fly, busy buzzing. Fluff thinks it's here to play with him.
Be careful. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Tweety is about to get a shock. Phew, that was close. Oh, Fluff. Now where's that fly? Aha! Oops. Oh, it's back. Whoa! Oh no, Fluff. Watch out, Fly. Fluff's not giving up so easily. How is Tweety managing to sleep?
Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I think Fluff has caught the fly. Oh wait, it looks like the fly is tickling Fluff's belly. Tweety's woken up. Cuddle Fluff? Ah, Tweety doesn't know that if Fluff moves, he'll lose the fly. Fluff is never still unless he's sleeping. A buzzing Fluff? Nope. A buzzing fly.
Not bad.
Since there wanna do make another promise that I can't keep. I don't ever know what I want, but that's what you want. If you're down with it, don't blame me. Breaking it all before it starts, making it all up in my head. I just know for sure my things are looking. And then it stops. I can't say it loud. Yeah, it's not enough. Let's just say it is what it is. And what's what you want? Kisses to my exes, you don't get it. Kisses, that's on the thing they can't live without me. Break us in this life, never coming. I still keep the number and another kisses to my exes. Sorry that you love me.
Said you really hurt me, but I still got you. Rape and exes. Currently discussing whether a 4-minute voice note is acceptable behaviour. Lots of you feeling very passionate about this subject. Red flag all day. I'll tell you what's worse than a 4-minute voice note. 15 voice notes, one after the other, very length. Just only like a normal person, says Jay in Peterborough. You'd be surprised at how angry this makes me feel. 51st degrees, major red flag. Real voice should never be used, right? I'm just really sorry for just much as absolutely made me jump out of my skin. I'm putting something into the system, pulled my shoulder out, so that's a red flag. Head in London. Should we just say there's a red flag and go on with it? Head in London. The red flag is a work voice note. Green flag is friends. I love a rambling message from my mates. I'm Dean Wickham. Can't deal with voice notes most of the time, so 4 minutes is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely a green flag free. I love hearing from friends I've not seen for a while. I love getting a 4 minutes worth of juicy gossip from my best mates, and particularly friends I need to catch up with. Green flag. I'd rather listen to 4 minutes than reach for 4 minutes. That's a good point. Canadian Scotland saying absolutely a green flag. If someone's needing to send me a 4-minute voice note, I'm getting the popcorn out first because we know that's going to be a good bit of gossip. So having collated all your views and come to the decision based on all of your opinions, I think it's safe to say that you voted unanimously for being a, well, we don't have flags, so red light, red flag, so you know what I mean. Red flag behavior, keep it shorter. I mean, the voice notes we get from you guys in here about 10 seconds, and that's decent enough.
I put the quarter break up down to the if it happens to blow, it makes a round sound. On my left, push it back and go to down. Putting rap on my back and I'm black and stacking crowns. How they came back around while that's selling. Yep, I got a bag now, but it's nothing to brag about. Back around, I'm a black man with a bloodhound. Making love sound to a bad chick, she from uptown, up from down south, not allowed now. Hit the music, baby, cut it down. Hit it while you do me and do with the I feel like I'm a now. I feel like a bust down when I shine bright, line is up now. When the cut big black tuck, set up, you gon' pick it up now. Get okay, push the pace. I put the quarter break up down to this bit of to blow, it makes a round sound. Get on my left, push it back and go to down. Putting rap and I'm black and stacking crowns.
I know I can't afford to stop. And I know that it's too soon.
Okay.
It makes a round sound. Cat on my lap, push it back and go to down. Putting rap on my back and I'm black.
I'm pretty fucked. I could sleep for a couple of hours, I reckon.
I don't even listen to my kids for 4 minutes straight. Not a chance. Red flag.
Radio 1's hottest record of the year. Okay, here we are. In case you missed it, we have 20 records in the shortlist of the hottest record of the year now across your Future Science Show, across Friday Night Dance Shows and Dance Anthem. There's always one record that is given the accolade of hottest record that day. And what happens at the end of the year, we put together a list of the hottest records of the year, and
you guys get to vote on which one you think should take the title of the hottest record of the year. Makes sense, right? There's been over 300 hottest records in 2023, and it's up to you to pick. So you've got until Wednesday this week, 7 p.m. to vote for your favourite. If you want to do that and get involved, I've done it. Then all you need to do is head to the Big Brother socials. You'll see all the details on how to vote there. And you'll be able to read the times and privacy notice too. And here's a winner of the previous former hottest record of the year winners, Paramore. This is why I'm Radio 1.
Maybe you should try, or maybe you could scream it. Might be best to keep it to yourself. It's why I don't think I say the This is why. Conviction. We were crimes of passion. Survival of the fittest. To This is my fun one this morning, early breakfast. Nice to be back with you all. Again tomorrow, as always. Greg James on the way with your breakfast show. He's behind the front of the show, and I'm sure I'll be turning up by what we're doing. Okie dokie, Greg and the team on the way. First up, let's get your news beat with Pete Allison.
3 weeks today, you'll be waking up on Christmas Day. We're here from Tamsin. You're doing Christmas shopping using buy now, pay later schemes.
Just like an easy option, do you know what I mean? You can normally see it on every website now.
Charity Helping People Money Issues shared a survey with Newsbeat. It's just over half of us who buy now, pay later debt, struggling to pay it back. Tamsin told us she owes
like £300, which out a wage I would say is quite a lot when you've got other payments like bills and that coming out.
We've asked some companies running the schemes like Klarna and ClearPay about this, but haven't heard back yet. In the Middle East, Israel says it's targeting Hamas command centres as its military moves further south in Gaza. Hamas runs Gaza and is considered a terrorist group by the UK and the government. Israel stepped up its attack on the area after an agreement to pause fighting ended on Friday. You probably put your heating on full in your car first thing. A warning roads go like an ice rink in parts of the UK today. That's according to the RAC. The Met Office expects ice for most of the north of England and says it's likely to cause travel problems. It also says there'll be snow in higher parts of Wales and eastern Scotland. Radio 1's Sound of 2024 long list. 10 artists set for success next year. Newsbeat's Rebecca Swash. Big on it.
Olivia Dean is one of them. Katie Baser, Iris Starr, Tyler, and Seema on there too. The last
dinner party, Kenya Grace, Elmine, Peggy Goo, and Suku make up the rest of the top 10. We'll find out who the winner is in January. Past winners include Adele and Stormzy. Last year it was the girl band Flow.
Thanks, Rebecca. Premier League, Man City's Jack Grealish might have thought he'd scored a winner. Cut back.
Grealish struck it in. And Manchester City are back in front with 9 minutes remaining.
3-2 up against Spurs until the 90th minute when Dejan Kulusevski equalised. 3-3 it finished. His City boss Pep Guardiola.
Very good as half, so they are for the fun. We were less happy, and yeah, we could continue.
For any Liverpool fans who got their layers on to watch their side play Fulham, it was worth braving the cold. McAllister,
One way out. What an unbelievable strike for Alexis McAllister.
His first goal for the club, a shot from 30 yards out in a dramatic 4-3 win. Liverpool boss Jurgen Klopp.
Bit of a stretch, obviously, unfortunately. Football is joy when you win, and it made it happen again.
Scottish Premiership Celtic.
Yeah, joy when you win, but football, right, and alcohol, and when you lose, families suffer. Families and friends, well, there's a lot of issues. You know, a lot of pain, arrests, situations going on. All because of a ball goes along the floor. Come football. Whoa, so fucking what? If I had my way, I'd puncture all the fucking football so they can't play ball. I remember I was in the section unit, right, and I fucking insisted, right, we get rid of that fucking channel. It was football, full volume in the section unit. Everyone was watching it, and I made sure, right, they fucking changed the channel, right, so that I can watch some normal television. And they was all fucking crying. I remember that.
We just missed the snowstorm. Hope you're all okay. My God, Cumbria took a tasting this weekend. Hope everyone's okay.
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads.
Yeah.
The telly I was watching was fucking shit and rubbish, but I changed channel because I didn't want to hear the fucking roaring crowds of fucking football, everyone going crazy. Oh, full volume. I said, fucking change channel, turn that shit down. And they did, in the end they did. And all the patients and everyone was fucking upset. But I insisted I want to watch television. You know what I mean? This is it. It was funny though.
Cyber Monday type vibe. Or should we call it straight? It's all slippy outside and it's Monday. Ice Rink Monday. It's got a rink to it. I think to start today's show we should play Roisin Hastie's classic from the archive of her doing the sport.
I reckon football and mental health has got a problem. I'm convinced the NHS are fucking breaking the law by fucking letting people get away with what they do. Turning the volume up, fucking going crazy, standing outside in pubs, big screen, fucking everyone's drinking, roaring, going, you know, really going fucking crazy, right? NHS, you're fucking shit, you know. You should have some laws, you know. You should tell people not to watch fucking television and go crazy. Elation. Do you know what elation means? Elated. It means when you're excited. You're fucking really fucking excited. Yeah, that's elation. Yeah. Those on elation should be on probation. Yeah, they should be fucking cautioned not to drink when football's on.
Tell me all the ways you need me. I'm not here for long. Catch me or I go Houdini. I come and I go. Prove you got the right to please me. Everybody knows. Catch me or I go Houdini.
If I could actually go into a section unit, right, and get him to turn the telly over, change the channel, and make everybody fucking cry, because I turned the channel down, the volume was down, the channel was changed to something different, and not football. I'm sure we can do it on YouTube, and get everybody to fucking maybe be upset and all that when they cannot watch watch football when they're drinking. If you're caught drinking and watching the football, you can get arrested. That's what I reckon we should do. So what's it going to be, elation or probation? Now, are you going to sit there drinking and fucking getting excited and all that shit? Maybe if you lose the football, are you going to get angry and fucking hurt someone? What are you going to do? Come on. Tell me then. You fucking idiots. Go and buy yourself a piano. Get a piano and say, fuck football. I'm going to play a piano. That's what you're going to do.
I'm trying to put you in the mix, be one better than the truth. Only point to just to hurt you. All good love just to tease you. None of these toys don't lead to. Make your whole head in a week to. Made me out of your lip to. Start out of your lip to. Also, I need a centerpiece.
I think I've been up all night, actually, to be honest. I must have fell asleep a little bit. It's crazy, really. I should go to bed and not do this. I shouldn't be on YouTube like this. All I can think about is that fat, big, stinky, fat police woman, a blonde-haired lady with blue gloves on. And she's walking around here, she's around here, and all this and that. Right. And I was calling her a cunt. And she said, oh, if you carry on like that, I might have to arrest you or something. I said, you're a cunt, you're a cunt, you're a cunt. You know what I mean? For fuck's sake. She comes in my house, a big fat pig, dirty, smelly fucking policewoman. She's on my YouTube, you will see her, right? You should phone up the police and say she's a smelly, dirty, fucking stinking pig. What's she doing in his house? I've also got other transport, NHS transport, where they all come into my house. I got the photographs and that. Little bastards. So I hope they get fucking shot or killed. I do share their faces. I think what I might do is do some printing and get all the places and put it all in Desborough House. Go down to Desborough House, the mental health place, and say, "Hey, you fucking idiots!" Right? This is going everywhere. It's going viral. Right? Because I'm still quite annoyed, really. 18 years of my life in section units, thanks to my mother. My mother went to Desborough House with me. But years ago, when I was talking to my mum, if I say to her, "Can you tell me this and all that?" She wouldn't tell me fuck all, nothing. She's very secretive, and she's very jealous as well. The way my brothers have been, well, I'm not going to bother going to my mum's funeral. My brothers can fuck off.
The Weekend and Daft Punk start by 7:10. I'm going to take a risk here. Christmas music! What do we think? A couple of you have asked for the Christmas dingers on yesterday's quiz. Do you know what? I'll try it today and I'll see if you like it. I'll leave it up to you. The Christmas dingers, by the way. Huh? Magical. And then a big bell when you get it wrong. Yeah. Kieran's the water safety man and says, "No ice rink Monday for me. It's a balmy 5 degrees in Northern Ireland." Harry from Chichester says, "I'm celebrating Ice Rink Monday because it's my birthday." Happy Ice Rink Monday to you. James says, "I have managed to get out of a nice warm bed this morning to get to the gym. I need some Monday motivation." I just wouldn't do that. I didn't need to be. I'd be still in my bed. Tom, hello to you. I'm celebrating Ice Rink Monday by driving up from Kent to Birmingham. It's currently not one of the M40 northbound, icy, but it is damp. Fruit by Danny says, "Emergency Christmas animal news. Last night, a large number of reindeer blocked a major road in Suffolk, causing it to close." We must investigate. More on this story as and when we get it.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Nice and cold. Ooh.
Zoe says the Christmas music sounds fantastic. Just the one so far. Today's show. Quiz coming next with Captain Eve. She's standing by. All the latest things at 10 to 8. Listener A-Lead is on the show today after 8 o'clock in person. And we're going to get her to answer some of your questions because she's incredibly smart. 10-minute takeover at 9. We must talk about some of the stuff we got up to in Dundee last week as well, including the moment that a lot of people have asked to go on, which was the big band interrupting our big boss doing his welcome speech. All of that and much, much more, neatly packaged on the Radio 1 Breakfast Show.
Radio 1 Breakfast.
I could have a really nice sleep. Just go into my bedroom, get in bed, and go to sleep. I went outside for 10 minutes, had a smoke. And then I come in, done some beans and rolls and everything, bread, butter and rolls and all that. I had chocolate before I went out because I had to wake up. So I had chocolate. I was like, chocolate. You know, so, but I mean, I munched quite a lot of chocolate. It was quite funny, really. Actually, no, it was terrible because when I got outside, I thought, oh my God, chocolate. You know what I mean? Like loads of it. Chocolate is a good way to wake up. If you need a bit of energy, just have a little munch on some chocolate and you'll be all right. Oh. Whoa. I can't wait for 9 o'clock. I want fucking Vodafone to phone me.
Youngblood and Ollie Sykes, that is Happier. Christmas music on the quiz. Rocket's texted and says, I love you, but you're giving me the ick saying Ice Rink Monday. You missed the start of the show. It's not my idea. That's what the RAC are trying to call it. They're giving us the ick. And welcome to yesterday's quiz with Christmas music. Eve, hello!
Hello!
Welcome to the Radio 1 Breakfast Show and welcome to yesterday's quiz. Captain Eve, tell me about your team, please.
So we're a group of lecturers and students from South Wales.
This is good. This is very, very good. So you are a student on the
Yeah.
quiz. So you've got two students. So you and your mate Amy. And then tell us about the lecturers we're going to hear later in the week.
So we've got Anne Howard and Sam. They're both an absolute laugh. Sam's not got a clue what he's doing, just to make
What is the dearest? O2 or Vodafone?
probably end up singing.
So I'm looking forward to it already. This is a great idea. Students versus teachers, essentially. So Eve, tell me about your course and how long you've done it for.
So we're doing media and we've been on it for about a year and a half now. And radio is one of the areas we've studied. So it's quite amazing to be on it. I think Anne Howard was quite shell-shocked when I told her that we've actually done it. So
You're going to be on the media that you're actually studying.
yeah,
This is it. This can be part of your coursework.
it will be. It will be in my production.
Tell us about the your big weekend experience of last year.
So it was amazing, but when I went, I was stupid enough to put like glow-in-the-dark face paint across my chest with Radio 1. And when I got home, I took it off and it sunburned into my chest. And I had to go to work the next day with Radio 1 across me.
On your, literally saying it from your chest.
This says about £50 a month. And it says O2, they've got a standard situation, 5G and everything.
Let's get on with yesterday's quiz. Have you revised? Are you ready?
Yes, and if Anne Howard's listening, that's why I've not revised my assessment today.
What's the assessment on today? What should you have been revising?
Oh, 2 films. But I failed it, so it's fine.
Sure. All right. Well, let's see if you can get some extra credit on the questions on this quiz. Here we go. 90 seconds on the clock. Eve, all you have to do is set the total for the rest of the week. Your questions start now. The first contestant was
EE was the best provider in 2017.
Which Houdini and new role singer has reportedly split up from her boyfriend Roman Gavras.
Dua Lipa?
Yes, one of the world's smelliest foods called called the Minger is set to hit UK supermarkets. What type of food is the Minger?
Speed and Data, as well as calls and texts, in second place with 3, followed by Vodafone and O2.
Middleton.
Correct. Which North London club drew 3-3 with Man City?
Why choose Vodafone over O2? Vodafone win out of over O2 in every category. They got the faster, typical, and peak 4G speeds, and typical, better 5G speeds. O2 looks sluggish in comparison. Users looking for the best possible speeds will definitely prefer Vodafone. Yeah, but why are they charging me £75 a month? I need to know because I'm not fucking happy.
But what sport is that in?
Darts.
No, snooker. Timothy Chalamet and which actress was seen in new posters for June Part 2?
Zendaya.
Yes. The world's oldest living male triplet celebrated their 93rd birthday.
I've already paid for the phone. It's a SIM contract, nothing else. You know what I mean?
Which Hollywood actor posted a message about Wrexham after they defeated Yeovil Town in the third round of the FA Cup on Sunday?
Ryan Reynolds.
Yes, and for £85, people are able to hire out which Christmas figure to trash your house, Scrooge or the Grinch?
The Grinch.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Eve, I feel like this is annoying, isn't it, when people are laughing at things you don't know about, but I'm going to have to read it now. But producer Tom he's crying opposite me. Did you write this or was this you, Venery? Tom, this is a disgrace. Okay, and I can only apologise.
That's okay.
A journalist for the
I'm fucking knackered.
wrote about eating beaver in Vilnius. It's Vilnius, Lithuania or Liechtenstein.
I wouldn't have a clue. The first.
That is the correct answer. Ridiculous. That is the end of yesterday's quiz today. That's a question about a beaver, does producer Tom. And it caught me off guard and I didn't know what to do. 14 points, Eve. That is perfect.
I'll buy some more Coke.
There are a couple of wrong answers, so I can't give you an extra point.
Big bottle, £1.75. It's pretty cool.
Eve, thank you so much for putting up with our nonsense this morning.
It's alright. It's good to have a laugh.
It is good to have a laugh. That is good. A good motto for life.
I'm not very happy with the deal bloody pot noodles. They went from 140 up to 160. If you go to Sainsbury's, there's still £1.40, I think.
We look forward to hanging out with your mate Amy tomorrow and then the lectures for the rest of the week, okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
Speak to you in a bit. Bye-bye.
Radio I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead.
Chip Stop Chippy. Curry sauce used to be £1.45 and it went up to £1.95 and now it's £2.25. And up the road it's been £2.99 for a while. If I go to sleep, I'm going to be quite sleepy. I'm going to be like, I'm going to be like relaxed and kind of like sleepy and drowsy and if I hang out for another couple of hours and have a chat with bloody Vodafone, I might be a bit bossy, a bit annoyed and upset with the situation. I can feel my stomach and it's bloody terrible. That's Matt's Bakers. Do not go to Matt's Bakers. They're prejudiced. They're horrible. They're nasty people. Well, actually, the woman on the laptop who works in Matt's Bakers, she's absolutely disgusting. My brain is bleeding, and sometimes I get giddy spells. And I had a bit of weed on me, and I'll give it to the girls, and then I was shouted at and told I'm barred and all that. When it comes to actually going back there again, I just told never to go there again. Never. It's terrible. It's a really bad place to go. William Beanie, the Saints football player, right, was going there. And they would, when COVID-19 was about, they would give one share for William Beanie, but not anyone else, especially me. I mean, they wouldn't give me a share to sit with Beanie. He's my mate, this is how it is. But Matt's Bakers, they chose to just have one share for William Beanie. And I remember I was saying to William Beanie, I was saying, look, I'm going to give him a call and see if I can have a chat and come and sit with you and sit outside and all that. I'll be over in a minute. And it turns out they wouldn't let me sit outside with William Beanie. This woman's disgusting. She's a horrible woman. Watching that Matt's Bakers in Falkland Court, Falkland Road, Chelmsford, Hants. Yeah.
How long was Tom beavering away to produce that gold question? Don't know.
Just say to her, did you bar the piano man who sits with William Beanie? We hear you barred him for about 6 months, and after that he didn't want to go there.
What's the name of that journalist? He was called James Butler. James Butler very much enjoyed the Beaver. Lovely. Enjoyed eating Beaver. Paul in Manchester switched the radio on at that exact moment and enjoyed it. Well, that's great, isn't it? So it sets the tone for the day. It's the best of the best. It's an audio gallery, and it's an iconic radio show. Listen now on BBC Sounds. Search Radio 1's Essential Mix.
This world can hurt you because you didn't need to start. Things fall apart, but nothing breaks like a heart. Nothing breaks like a heart. I heard you on the phone last night. We live and die by pretty lies. You know it. Oh, you know it. The silver bullet cigarettes, this burning house. There's nothing left to smoke. Oh, know it.
I've got no money. Not until tomorrow. I could pull more rings. Well, I just can't bother to go easily today. It costs £10 to get to Eastleigh. I've got a bus pass, but I don't want to get on a fucking bus. I'm pissed off with buses. Oh.
Nothing gonna save us now. Nothing gonna save us now.
Oh.
Mal Ronson and Miley Cyrus, nothing breaks like a heart. 7:30 on Monday mornings, Radio 1 Breakfast. I've got Billy Gillies and Lil Nas X to play next for you. But let's get some news with Pete Allison first.
Okay.
3 weeks today, Christmas Day. If you're shopping, have you used companies like Tamsin House to pay for it?
Arna or ClearPay.
Tamsin's telling us about using the schemes to cover the cost of Christmas, even though she struggled to repay them before.
I already used it in the Black Friday sales. That's just kind of affected me for this month anyway. Like I'm going to need to pay it back, so I probably will use it again for Christmas.
The charity helping people with money issues shared a survey with Newsbeat. It suggests having buy now, pay later days is almost as common as going into your overdraft. Well, we asked Klarna and ClearPay about this. ClearPay told us it tells customers to only buy what they can afford and has steps in place to help them avoiding overspending. We're yet to hear back from Klarna. In the Middle East, Israel says it's targeting Hamas command centres as its military moves further south in Gaza. Hamas runs Gaza and is considered a terrorist group by the UK and other governments. Israel stepped up its attack on the area after an agreement to pause fighting ended on Friday. If you've started your morning de-icing your car, roads could be like an ice rink in parts of the UK today. That's according to the RAC. The Met Office has put out a warning for ice for most of the north of England, which means it's likely to cause travel problems. It also says there'll be snow in higher parts of Wales and eastern Scotland. On to who's on Radio 1's Sound of 2024 long list. It'll be 10 artists for success next year. Newsbeat's Rebecca Swash, you can tell us.
Starting with Peggy Goo, also on there, Iris Starr, Seema and Katie Baser. It's mostly made up of female artists and it suggests there's a big year ahead for dance and Afrobeats. Kenya Grace and Tyler also recognised. Girl band Flo won it last year. In the past, it's recognised Adele, Stormzy and Fred again, the top 5, and the winner will be revealed at the start of January.
Thanks, Rebecca. Sport 24 goals in 5 Premier League games yesterday, 6 between Man City and Spurs, including this in the 90th minute.
The header is in. Dejan Kulusevski has scored for a third successive trip to the Etihad.
Finished 3-3. Pep Guardiola not happy with the ref stopping play to give City a free kick, instead of letting them carry on with a late attack.
Make a gesture with your hands, say, play on. And have to make a pass, and have to stop. So this is a little bit what surprised me.
Meanwhile, at Anfield,
Alexander Arnold! He scores for Liverpool! They scored 2 in 2 minutes!
a late Liverpool comeback. They beat Fulham 4-3 at Anfield. Chelsea won against Brighton. Draws between Bournemouth and Aston Villa, and West Ham and Crystal Palace. Scottish Premiership is Celtic lost Brendan Rodgers after their game.
I've never been so angry since I was a manager.
Might not think it from that, but Celtic won. They were 1-0 down to St Johnstone, but won 3-1.
Second half, it was a different team. The energy, the intensity, the quality. That's what you expect when you play for Celtic.
At 8 points clear of Rangers, who beat St Mirren 2-0. And Cricket England have lost their first one-day against West Indies in Antigua. That was by 4 wickets. This is Newsbeat. It's 7:33. Pete, thank you. Good morning. Welcome to Monday's Radio 1 Breakfast Show. Greg James with you till 10:30. All latest things coming up.
And next, as we're back from Dundee now, as the dust has settled, I want to play you the moment that you might have missed if you didn't listen later on Friday's show. where we interrupted the Big Boss's speech, welcoming everybody to the exhibition by firing up a big band. We'll go through those highlights next.
On the BBC Sounds app, on the radio, and ask your smart speaker to play Radio 1. Radio 1. BBC. Radio 1 Breakfast with Greg James.
Feeling my fingertips were made to touch your skin. Days only last for a minute. I never questioned why. I always knew you were mine. Loving you is in my DNA. Yeah, loving you is the only way. Yeah, loving you is in my DNA. Yeah, loving you is in my DNA. Yeah, I can hear your voice, so terrible that noise. Give me the flame that I needed. I saw it in your eyes. I always knew you were mine. Loving you is in my DNA. Yeah, loving you is the only way. Yeah, loving you is in my DNA. Yeah, loving you is in my DNA. Is in my DNA. Loving you is in my DNA. Yeah, loving you is in my DNA.
Radio 1 Breakfast
With Greg James.
coming up after 8.
Hi Greg, it's Amy. I've taken a break from my skin pain questions on Daily Lunch to answer your science questions.
BBC Radio.
Radio 1 Breakfast.
You hit me with a call to your place. Ain't been out in a while anyway. Was hoping I could catch you throwing smiles in my face. Romantic talking, you don't even have to try. You're cute enough for me tonight. Looking at the table, and I see the reason why. Baby, you live in the life, but baby, you ain't living right. Champagne, cheers with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not faced, don't make it a sin. If you ain't in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, and I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out of your name, I'll be on the way. Like I wanna sell what you're buying. I wanna feel on your in Hawaii. I want that jet like a and flying. Put a smile on your mama. I need a sign of the times every time that I speak. A diamond and a 9, it was mine every week. What a time and a climb, I was shining on me. Now I can't leave. And now I'm making hella easy. Never wanna pass my lead. I only want to be heavy. I envy. Champagne, cheers with friends. Yeah, the dark boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not faced, don't make it a sin. If you're in the garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out of your name, I'll be on the way. Call me one day. Tell me you love me Friday. Call me by your name.
The Lil Nas X and Montero. Call by your name, and it's 7:38 on the Radio Breakfast Show. Hello, Monday, gloomy old Monday, icy old Monday, and snowy Monday for a lot of people as well. A mad weekend of snow all over the country. We managed to escape Dundee before the snow was dolloped all over. But on Friday, we were live from outside the V&A Museum in Dundee. And it was the launch of the Radio 1 Big Weekend Experience, which is there, and people are visiting it over the weekend, and it's there for the next 5 weeks. You can go and look at it for free. It's an actual exhibition of the glorious things that happened at Big Weekend, the amazing costumes that were worn by some of the artists, some of your artifacts, your stories, your videos. There's interactive things. You can be a DJ, you can do all sorts. It was a big deal on Friday morning when there was a launch, official launch, just after 8 o'clock. Big Boss Leone of the V&A was doing a speech. Big Boss Alit of Radio 1 was also doing a speech. And while they were preparing and meeting all the local dignitaries and the Lord Provost Bill had turned up, and they were meeting all the sort of local councillors and things, I realised that they wouldn't be listening to the radio, so we could make some plans as to how to disrupt the opening moment. Because as I said, from the very start of this whole thing, it's great that we're doing a museum exhibition, but let's make it dry, okay? Let's make it dry.
Oh, yeah.
I invited a man called John into the studio. Ariel Free was with me, and this is John's job.
So I'm the director of music for Dundee University. So I'm here with the Dundee University Big Band.
Big band.
Yep.
Does that I presume that means quite a lot of instruments.
Yep. Obviously, it's quite hard to hide a big band, so we had to hide them in plain sight. I told the boss that I booked a big band for after his speech. But what he didn't know is that I got a copy of his speech, and the band were primed to interrupt him just before he finished. I had one instruction for John, and I was deadly serious. People will ask you to stop. They will try and get you to stop because it'll be interruptive. They ignore them. Okay, just keep on playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is on your head.
For how long? Like an hour? Two? I love John's commitment to it. He was willing to go for an hour. Fantastic. So here's the moment that the interruption happened. And as I said, it was just before the end of the speech, before the final line.
I am so honoured to be stood here today with you, Anne Leone, director of V&A Dundee, with this amazing exhibition. Ready for it? Which brings me to say something that I have always been to say.
What's Ali's face doing?
Right, I can't hear you, but it's furious. Okay. We are going to get fired.
Well, let me keep the band going.
Keep going, please. Sorry, Alex.
In the V&A. Okay, I feel like we need to finish that speech off. We'll get the speech finished, and then I'll come in and apologise. We can actually get this thing open. Lovely. What a wonderful big band. Thank you to John and the big band from from Dundee University. And we did, you know what? We opened the exhibition and we maybe created a new version of this song as well. Thanks to everyone that made it all happen last week. We had such a good time.
The people change how they got away. A little time and some tenderness. You live by my way. No one and a heart that beats and a heart that's true. Something that you got to know, baby.
am so honoured to be stood here today with you, Anne Leone, director of V&A Dundee, with this amazing exhibition before us. Which brings me to say something that I have always wanted to say.
These presents don't really come for free. Your paycheck don't mean that much to me. Just take my hand and hold me tight. You never buy my love. You buy me this and you buy me that. So when I work, and we are we're all going up to something that you got to know. Will you read our way now? That I dance to a different song. Still gonna shame, but I got to
Kungs versus cooking on 3 burners. What's that, boss? This girl on the Radio 1 Breakfast Show. It is 7:45, and a few of you, I mean, a lot of you very much enjoyed that. I'm pleased, that's the idea. But the main thing is, what did he want to say? Well, it was a very triumphant sort of, I declare this museum exhibition open, but didn't get to do it. That was, I mean, genuinely cross at the end. All those things are coming next.
I've noticed you around. I find you very attractive. Would you? I find you very attractive. Would you go to bed with me? I've noticed you around. I find you very attractive. Would you go to bed with me? I've noticed you around. I find you very attractive. Would you, would you go to bed with me?
Yeah.
That's the thing with Radio 1. No one's safe. Any of the DJs, anybody can have their trousers pulled down at any point. And that is the situation here. Campbell and Alchemist, would you go to bed with me? It's 7:48, and I think before we do all the latest things, we should have one of the great Christmas songs. Kelly Clarkson, anybody?
gonna hold you close. Make sure that you know I was lost before you. Christmas was cold and gray. Another holiday alone to celebrate. But then one day everything changed. You're all I need. I believe the change right here. With me, something falling as the embassy. Just wasn't the same. Alone on Christmas Day. What a beautiful night. You would hold me tight. You're all that I need. Underneath the tree, I found what I was looking for. A love that's meant for me. A heart that's mine completely. Knocked me right off my feet. And this year I will fly with no worries at all. 'Cause you are near, and everything's clear. You're all I need. I believe the change right here. Be something falling as the embassy. Just wasn't the same. Alone on Christmas Day. One day, everything changed. You're all I need.
This is a good one. It's a really good one. Underneath the tree. Often overlooked, I think. Kelly Clarkson on the Radio 1 Breakfast Show, 7:51. Let's get you up to date with all the latest things. And we start with Timothée Chalamet and Hugh Grant, who have been doing loads of interviews ahead of the new Wonka film being released. Sorry, I don't mean Timothée Chalamet, I mean
Timothy Campbell.
Timothy Campbell. It's in cinemas this Friday, on the 8th. Yeah, 8th December, this Friday. In an interview with Access Hollywood, Timothy said this.
By the way, he tells me often that I remind him of his mother.
That's such a compliment. Wow.
Hugh Grant says that Timothy Campbell reminds him of his mum.
What do you see in Timothy that your mother also has?
No, it's the eyes. It's really weird. Go away, Mom.
Really? Okay.
And the interview sort of fell silent. Everyone went, okay. I'm not quite sure what to do with that. Next up, someone very funny called Monopoly Phonic on TikTok posted something very funny. This was them walking back from just a little shopping trip.
So I just pulled this from Aldi, and the guy on the till says, "What bakery item is in your bag?" I said, "Pastel Donato," because that's what I thought they were called. And he actually just thought I didn't speak English.
I think we can all relate to this moment. We're trying our very best to be cultured and use the actual, what we think is the actual name for the item. I get a little bit self-conscious when I ask for a pan au chocolat. Because I know that people are like, oh yeah, I know what you mean, but you could have just said chocolate croissant. But I do also think that those things are different. Because the chocolate croissant is chocolate inside a croissant. Pan au chocolat is as if more of a bun. And it's more of a bun, isn't it? Anyway, so that's what this guy's got caught up with.
It was like, which item is in the bakery? I was like, Pastel Donato. He looked at it and he was like, Portuguese tarts. Sorry, darling, but when you're an international superstar like me, you know the Piccolini's Pastel Dinner.
Obrigado.
Yes, next up, the long list for Radio 1's Sound of 2024 has been announced today. The list of artists who are tipped for big things in the year ahead. Previous winners: Sam Smith, Adele, Pink Pantheress, Years and Years, Flo. Some of the artists that have been nominated this year or shortlisted include Ira Star, C-Matt, Kenya Grace, Katie Beza, Peggy Goo also on the list, Elmeen on there, The Last Dinner Party, Olivia Dean, Siku, and Tyler. The countdown of the top 5 will begin on Monday the 1st of January. The winner will be revealed at the end of that week on Friday the 5th of January. Great list of artists there. You can get to know all the acts on the long list and celebrate the last 21 years. You're joking! 21 years of the BBC, The Sound of. With Clara Amfo and Jack Saunders tonight from 6 o'clock. I think we should go back to 2018. Just going to pick a year at random and play the winner of that year. And once you've heard this, you'll be up to date with all the latest things, even though this thing is from years ago.
Radio 1 Breakfast.
With Greg James back in 2018, little known singer-songwriter Sigrid won it and then became pop megastar Sigrid, who we love. This is Don't Kill My Vibe.
You shut me down, you like the control. You speak to me like I'm a child. Try to hold it down, I know the answer. I can shake it off and you feel threatened by me. I try to play it nice, but don't kill my vibe. Don't break my stride. You never saw it happen to me, don't you? They want to use it up, that you don't belong here. Think it's how it happened to me, don't you? Don't kill my vibe. You love to tear me down, pick me apart, then build me up like I depend on you. But I throw myself from heights that used to scare me. Just you're surprised I'm the person you can't figure out. I try to play it like it don't kill my life. Don't break my stride. Never saw it happen to me, don't you? They want to use it up, that you don't belong here. Think it's how it happened to me, don't you? Don't kill my life. Say I'm young, I don't care, I won't wait another hook. Say I'm young, I won't wait another hook. No, you're acting like you heard me, but I'm not even listening. No, acting like you heard me, but I'm not even listening. Don't kill my first lady, don't you? They want to use it up, that you don't belong here. Think it's so important to me, don't you? I'm trying to play it like it don't kill don't break my stride. I'm trying to play it like it never so important to me, don't you? They want to use it up, that you don't belong here. Think it's so important to me, don't you? Don't kill my vibe.
Still sounds amazing, this song. Don't Kill My Vibe. Sigrid on the Radio 1 Breakfast Show tonight from 6 o'clock. Clara Amfo and Jack Saunders looking at all the best bits from the BBC Sound Off from the last 20 odd years and celebrating that long list this evening.
BBC
Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Don't run me. I'm minding my own damn business. Don't try to find me. I'm better left alone than loneliness. It doesn't surprise me.
Oliver Tree, Robin Scholes, miss you. 8 o'clock on Monday mornings, Radio 1 Breakfast Show. Tyler and Jungle to play next. First, some news with Pete Allison.
Radio 1 Newsbeat.
3 weeks today, you'll be waking up on Christmas Day. We're hearing from Tamsin. You're doing Christmas shopping using buy now, pay later schemes.
Just like an easy option, do you know what I mean? You normally see it on every website now.
A charity helping people with money issues shared a survey with Newsbeat. It suggests over half of us with buy now, pay later debt are struggling to pay it back. Tamsin told us she owes
like £300, which a wage I would say is quite a lot when you've got other payments like bills and that coming out.
We asked Klarna and ClearPay about this. ClearPay told us tells its customers to only buy what they can afford and has steps in place to help them avoid overspending. I had yet to hear back right from Klarna. In the Middle East, Israel's militaries this morning told people in more parts of Gaza to evacuate. It says it's targeting Hamas, which runs Gaza and is considered a terrorist group by the UK and other governments. Israel stepped up its attack on the area after an agreement to pause fighting ended on Friday. You probably put your heating on full in your car first thing. A warning roads could be like an ice rink in parts of the UK today. That's according to the RAC. The Met Office expects ice for most of the north of England and says it's likely to cause travel problems. It also says there'll be snow in higher parts of Wales and eastern Scotland. Radio 1 Sound of 2024 longlist, 10 artists tip for success next year. Newsbeat's Rebecca Swash, who's on it?
Olivia Dean is one of them. Casey Baser, Ira Starr, Tyler, and Seema on there too. The Last Dinner Party, Kenya Grace, Elmine, Peggy Goo, and Siku make up the rest of the top 10. We'll find out who the winner is in January. Past winners include Adele and Stormzy. Last year it was won by girl band Flo.
Thanks, Rebecca. Premier League, Man City might have thought they'd scored a winner.
Cut back, really structured. And Manchester City are back in front with 9 minutes remaining.
3-2 up against Spurs until the 90th minute when Dejan Kulusevski equalised to make it 3-3. Is his boss Ange Postecoglou?
We're going to go down, we're going to swinging. Let's make sure we just go back to playing our football, keep it simple, have real belief. And I thought we did that in the second half.
For any Liverpool fans who got their layers on to watch their side play Fulham, it was worth braving the cold.
One way out. What an unbelievable strike. Alexis McAllister.
His first goal for the club, a shot from 30 yards out in a dramatic 4-3 win, is Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp.
Bit of a stretch, obviously, emotionally. Football is joy when you win. Enfield made it happen again.
Scottish Premiership, Celtic 8 points clear at the top. They came from behind to beat St Johnstone 3-1. Rangers won 2-0 against St Mirren. Aberdeen lost 2-0 at Hibs. Cricket, England lost their first one-day against West Indies in Antigua by 4 wickets. And Australia's Gold Coast withdrawn its bid to host the 2026 Commonwealth Games. As it stands, no other country wants to hold them instead, with some saying they can't afford to. This is Newsbeat, it's 8:03.
Still to come on Radio 1.
1 o'clock.
Dean and Vicky.
At 10:30, Ricky, Melvin, and Charlie.
But right now, it's Radio 1 Breakfast with Craig James.
BBC Radio 1. Radio 1. Make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water. On my knees, I can keep my cool but the night I'm running. I'ma be in a dangerous mood, can you match my time? Telling me that you really know what you're hiding. Talking cheap to show me that you understand how I get. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body. If I give you my time, can you set my soul from it? I don't want to take me baby before. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body.
whole body. Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me harder, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me harder. Hopefully, I can last all night, don't get too excited. Ooh, privacy. We gotta code away, you can stay inside. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body. If I give you my time, can you set my soul from it? I don't want to wait. I'll take it, take me where I ain't been before. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body, whole body. Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me harder, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me harder, make me sweat. Make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me harder, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me harder, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me harder, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water. BBC Radio. Something with the ball. I was in the club. Something with the ball. Saw that man. Ooh. I was in the club. Something with the ball. Saw that man. Yeah. There was no place for you in my arms, so I walked over to him and I laid on the charm. Yeah, what's a man like you doing in a place like this? He said, would you like things? Fulfill my wish. Make me feel good, make me feel nice. Give me your loving all through the night. Make me feel good, make me feel nice. Give me your loving all through the night. Make me feel good, make me feel nice. Give me your loving all through the night. Yeah. Oh, all through the night. Yeah. Oh, all through the night. Yeah. Oh, all through the night. Yeah. Love it. Yeah. Give me your loving. Give me your loving. Yeah. Come on, twirl the man cool, just answer me. One touch from his hand. Set my love free. Set my love free. Set my love free. Yeah. Make me feel good. Make me feel nice. Yeah. All through the night. Make me feel good. Make me feel nice. Give me so loving. All through the night. Make me feel good. Make me feel nice. Give me so loving. All through the night. Yeah. All through the night. Give me your loving all through the night. Make me feel good, make me feel nice. Give me your loving all through the night. Make me feel good, make me feel nice. Give me your loving all through the night. All through the night.
Let's try to come see. Look at him. Oh, it's good.
On BBC iPlayer,
Is it DCI Silver?
the award-winning series Vigil returns. Murder at a military airbase. Tantamount between that and a brand new investigation. Starring Suran Jones and Rose Leslie. Vigil starts next Sunday on BBC iPlayer.
BBC. Radio 1 Breakfast.
With Greg James. It's the Radio 1 Breakfast Show. Usually, this person is on the phone and is a huge part of the breakfast show, but Aileen is in London, not London, and you came in to see us.
I did. Every time I come to London, I have to see all my favourite people, and now I'm going to on the list.
Thank you so much for putting me on the list. This is really fun. Thanks for being in the actual studio. What's it like being here face to face with me instead of just the voice?
I feel like I won the competition. It's very fun. There's a lot of screens, and I feel very proper now.
Well, you are proper.
Oh.
That's going to be my first question when we get to your Q&A.
Okay.
You're going to do a Q&A
Yes.
for listeners today. The last time we had a listener in person, it was Tom the Young Farmer.
Oh, yeah.
This is great company you're keeping now.
Oh, my God. Pressure.
So Tom the Young Farmer, obviously famously a farmer. You are our dating expert. Sure, that's
Someone who doesn't date is very ironic.
Well, we saw you on TikTok a little while ago with an amazing quiz on dating you got from Hinge, which went madly viral. We nicked you from the internet, put you on the radio, and we found out loads of things about you. We know that you are doing a thesis.
I am.
And you are a scientist. But are you
Oh, God.
a science enthusiast?
Science enthusiast who just took an academic career far too far.
Tell us about your thesis.
Oh, so I'm doing a PhD in physics, but I always have to caveat this with it's a lot of biology as well. And just this is, I think, just like a word for word. I was a biologist at GCSE, and now a lot of what I do is biology. So Who knows how they got here? I think everyone always thinks like you do hardcore maths and stuff.
Yeah.
But I thought, I'm not real. I mean, I haven't seen an equation in a really long time. But I've got some friends who are pure mathematicians, right? And I just look at them and I don't understand what they're doing. It's like, so you sit and just like think and like look at maths. What do you do? And they're just like, yeah, we just like look at a page and
Seriously, obviously, in your analysis, you take those things very seriously, but you also use your brain for good nonsense. You've created, over the last few months or so, you've created so many quizzes. I thought it'd be quite nice for you to be answering some questions today.
Okay.
So the listeners are going to do a Q&A with Aileen, and we're next on the Radio Breakfast Show. This is Radio 1. I know that I can touch you. Them boy there trying to touch the truth. How dare you wanna come round here like a bad boy do it. You want all the talking.
Hold on, milkshakers. I'm gonna keep you everywhere. This is Milo. Barbie sponsors milkshake. Mom, it's Milo. Just come and sit down.
An island, which boasts a 7-mile-long crescent-shaped stretch of white sandy beach. See some of the largest stingrays in the Caribbean on a Stingray City tour, and you must head underwater to admire the Sunken Kittiway, an ex-US Navy ship which was sunk on purpose in 2011 and is now a renowned diving site. Then make the most of the Norwegian Encore as you cruise to Miami, disembarking to enjoy a nice deluxe hotel stay. In the official cruise capital of the world,
Christmas dinner where they can make new friends. For many, Christmas simply isn't Christmas without the Salvation Army. Please call 0800 472 5777 now. That's 0800 472 5777. Thank you.
At Asda, get 3 for 2 across a huge range of gifts this Christmas. Head & Shoulders is launching something huge. The Bare Minimum, clinically proven anti-dandruff shampoo made with just 9 ingredients. No sulfated surfactants. Packaged with 46% less plastic, giving dandruff protection. New Head & Shoulders Bare. Job done.
Save on Christmas gifts at Matalan with 30% off all coats, all boots and selected accessories. In-store, online and on the app now.
We're party guests. We invited everyone we know. We don't know anyone.
No one's coming.
Oh dear. Someone's party? Welcome all. This party clearly needs some M&S party food. Like our best ever prawn toasts with ponzu dip, pulled beef and potato rosti towers, and these M&S chicken flatbreads. Prawn toast! This is not just party food. This is M&S party food.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way it would want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we know everyone is different. That's why we offer funeral plans to funeral services that are personal, every step of the way.
At Beyond Next, we believe life is better with less of some things and more of others. Like less hassle, more convenience, less variable, more stable, less short-term thinking, more long-term actions, Life's better when you get more. Fix your tariff and get 100% renewable electricity as standard. So switch to E.ON Next.
Come with me. Why? What are we doing? It's showtime. What is going on?
5-star films on 5-star.
Here I come, professional!
900.
No, Pluto TV is free and easy.
I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm one of the actual human beings who programs the channels on Pluto TV.
Oh, well, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, let's Sorry, I just wanted to give you a flavor of the movies.
Gotcha. We'll always have what we didn't have.
It's a beautiful morning in the Paris of the North.
Shop.
And the seafront shops on the Prom Tiddly Om Pom Pom are prepping for a busy day by the beach.
I've been having a look around sunny Blackpool today.
And if you know where to look on the Golden Mile,
Oh, they look comfy, don't they?
you can snare yourself something second-hand for a steal.
Lovely, thank you.
Like in this shop that raises money for a local animal charity,
You do get a lot of people coming to Blackpool that are animal lovers.
run by the delightful Debs.
We see all sorts of people in the shop and they're all lovely. That's £1. You paying cash or card, darling?
The charity has a sanctuary that rescues and rehomes animals in need.
£5 on again.
And that £5 could save a hound.
Oh, our shops are all bargains. That's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. See you again. Bye.
While Debs keeps the money coming in,
Hi, Debs. I've just popped in for those address labels.
Penny is in charge of the shelter itself.
As sanctuary manager, I basically coordinate the rescue and rehoming. You ready? Oh, go, go, go. I just love that, don't you? It's the best. Oh, to have that energy in the morning.
I'm sure you can manage a canter before your coffee.
Come on, sweetie. Come on.
Penny has been an honorary Blackpool lass for nearly 40 years.
I'm originally from Yorkshire, but don't tell anyone that because I stuck over the border.
Your secret's safe with us, Pet. Oh, I mean Chuck.
I've been in hotel management for most of my career. I came to the sanctuary as a visitor. Good girl. I then fell in love with this place and didn't really want to go back to my old job. Sophie. Good girl.
Penny tries to rehome every animal in her care.
The best thing for me is seeing that dog or that cat go off into the sunset with their new owners to a very, very happy life.
And today she has a new arrival.
Toby. Hi, sweetie. So this is Toby. He's just over a year old. He came to us a few days ago. Good boy. He was, in my opinion, wrongly placed with an 80-year-old lady who really couldn't cope with this size of puppy.
You look like you're struggling as well, Penny.
Not too interesting. The main issue that we need to address is his walking on a lead. We need him not to be pulling and not to be dragging. Come on, Toby. Toby. Come, come, come.
Someone's interested in adopting Toby in just 1 week.
Come on. Come, 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 come.
But unless he can toe the line, the adoption isn't likely to go through.
If we don't train up our dogs properly, this way, there's every chance in the world that they will come back to us.
And he'll be stuck at the shelter.
Come on. Oh, come on this way. What are we doing? Where are we going?
As Penny comes up with a solution to put Toby's troubles to bed,
Toby, come here.
over on the East Coast, Skate Vegas is the town that never sleeps.
This is Marbella of Mablethorpe. I think it's a general atmosphere. It feels very lively and lovely to come here.
Skating is great.
Yeah.
So get your bums down here and have a whale of a time.
Yay!
And the car boot queen and entertainer Belinda
You caught me at my favourite place.
The summer season is vital to her survival.
Calm before the storm. You can basically earn in 6 months what you can earn in a year around here. So you've got to condense everything into that 6 months.
Bookings have been slow for singer Belinda, but tonight she's landed a local warm-up gig.
I get this out and a new one in before we go to bed.
With a special VIP guest.
So love my dad. He's my idol.
Belinda's dad, Des Gray, a local icon and singing star for over 50 years.
My dad is the reason what I do. I watched him do it since the age of, well, dot. Because I was only like 8 or 9. So you're like that. That's my dad. And I want to be like my dad one day. And now I am. And it's very strange, you know. I do love it. It's a life I never want to change. Hey, yeah. I love you too. I've got to go to work now.
This evening, Belinda will be headlining a variety night, where she'll be performing 2 of her tribute acts.
Remember to put this on the right way tonight.
Yeah.
Because even though it looked good, I don't want to put it on back to front.
No, I know.
The other week. When I put a costume on of a tribute, I feel that's an alter ego. You've got a mask and you can perform as them.
Helping Belinda get into character is 34-year-old Chloe Gaeta.
Belinda is my best friend, so if she ever needs anything done, I'm the person she asks. I'm like her right-hand woman, as she says all the time. They were a bit big the last time that we tried.
But I don't understand why my feet are shrunk. Chloe's the closest thing I'll have to friend, family, daughter, sister, all rolled into one. She's my little ray of sunshine that perks me up.
Oh, I'm really proud of you. It's just, I can't describe it, but it's just seeing you doing it every night. And
I know. But you only get to see my backside.
Yeah.
Because you're in the dressing room.
Well, it depends what show we do, you know what I mean?
Tonight, the pressure will be on.
Right, let's get this sorted.
Yes, let's get this done.
Because this could be Belinda's first step to a successful season of singing in Skeggy.
I actually am really nervous. Hopefully, a few people who's watching in the audience will enjoy it, and that's all that matters.
Break a leg, Belinda. Down in central Skegness.
Oh, nearly. Cheers, Joe. You've been smashing. Thank you.
Holidaymakers are lapping up the fun.
You having a good ride at Bexley?
And of course, the secret to staying jolly by the sea is...
Jolly's the most famous seaside matches, are you? Yeah. They're John the Donkeys. Can you ride on one of these? No, you can't.
Jolly's been Skeggy's poster child for 114 years and an essential part of Skeggy life, the 75-year-old retiree George Saxon.
It epitomises Skegness. It's creative reality, isn't it? To give something back. It's for fun. It's to bring the joy. It's very good happiness. I don't know what that's about these days, is there? Oh, Jolly.
But a jolly on the beach isn't the only way to get your kicks in Skegness.
Let's get some of these floaties.
It's not exactly sex on the beach, but it'll have to do.
Helen and husband Alan live up the coast in Filey and have been coming to Skeggy for their holes for donkey's years.
We've just brought up coming to Skegness, and it was just brilliant.
Cheers, Al.
Cheers, Al.
Well, it's my big birthday this year, 50th, and I said last year when we were here I wanted to come back.
Joining the monkeying around,
that's enough, fella.
Don't be greedy.
Is a load of friends and family, including daughter Kelly.
Take your mum clubbing, won't you?
Everybody deserves a little bit of a break, and I think it's just
The stars in it.
we needed it.
Right, we're going to get off.
Okay.
Hang on, off already, lads.
Nice to have a little bit of time away from the boys and have a little bit of girly time. So let us our commence. Let's get on them rides.
A bit of a girls' day out. Good idea.
We're going in on this rocking roller. If you're sick, I'll leave it. I won't be sick.
She doesn't look too sure about that, does she? Bold move, keeping the tiara on for the ride, Helen. Well, I didn't want to say I told you so, but after a roller coaster of a morning, the group is getting ready to rock and roll.
Do you remember when we used to go dancing together? What about splits? Can you still do splits? Go on, Ellen. Go on, Ellen. Go on.
Oh, it hurts just watching.
Whoa.
Impressive.
She might be 50. She's still got legs like she was 18.
After they meet up with the lads, they'll be partying at Skegness's one and only 60s B&B.
It's your 50th. We're going to have a ball, get back to Beeston, and then just crack on and party away.
Whilst Helen and the gang get ready to throw some shapes, in Blackpool,
I'm running out of time in a little bit.
father and son Jeff and David are shaping up some sweets.
It's a good workout. You don't need a gym at the end of the day, that's for sure. So I can save some money on that. You didn't go anyway. So there's a point in saving money. Now you're very good, man.
They own one of the few remaining rock factories in the area.
I'm going to start blowing this now. You give us a hand with this. Yes.
And want to deliver a cracking new flavour for the holidaymakers this summer. But still don't have an idea of what it should be.
Me and Jeff are going into Blackpool. We're going to try a couple of different foods just to try and get some inspiration. We need to come up with a new product. We need to see what's selling well.
Sounds like an excuse to pig out to me.
Let's go buy some food.
Okay. Most jobs in the confectionery industry are tough, especially going out and tasting new sweet. Look at this. There's an ice cream mix with a jam donut. It's really tough.
Oh, sounds terrible, Jeff. Have an ice cream to cheer yourself up.
Can I have a strawberry one, please, and lemon mixed together, please?
Doubling up on flavours, Jeff. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
The mixing the flavours is definitely going to be the secret. Because in the ice cream, you get two different flavours, one after the other, not totally mixed together. I recommend that.
We have great fun, me and David, working together. I like to have fun. I don't come to work to be serious.
Maybe not, Jeff, but you need an idea for your new flavour of rock fast. Otherwise, you'll have nothing new to sell this summer.
If we do a new flavour, some people are going to like it, some people won't. We're not going to find a new best-selling flavour. No. Because those are candy floss and bubble gum. So if that's what everyone's buying, why don't we just try some? Why don't we eat them both together, see what happens?
Double dipping, a great idea.
Thanks for your help. Thank you. Take care. Mix them together. You do that. Wrap around it. All right? Yep. Cheers. Good. I don't know, good. I got candy floss and bubblegum just came sweeping across. Wrapped around it. Yeah.
Seems like we might be onto a winner.
Yeah. Right, there's a winner. Yeah. Yeah.
Thought so.
I'm doing rock. Easy. Right.
With no time to waste, it's back to the factory to get cooking.
To make a new sweet is probably one of the most nerve-wracking things. It's very important that you get it right first time.
One of the toughest parts of any boil is making sure the colour of the rock is right.
If it goes wrong, you've wasted the ingredients, you've wasted time, you've wasted wages, and then you've got to start all over again.
The fellas want a baby blue for the bubble gum and a light pink for the candy floss. Problem, David?
I get a little bit more blue. I'm worried about that going green. Turn it in a few more times. It's a trial. What could go wrong?
They'll need to think of a quick fix if they want to wow the holidaymakers with a new stick of rock this summer. Toby's zoomies keep Penny on her toes.
Toby!
Right. And singer Belinda keeps it ladylike.
Bridget Jones knickers that go under my other outfit, because otherwise, you know, you start flashing something on stage you shouldn't.
Celebrate Christmas with brand new adventures and your favourite friends. Come on, everybody! From festive bakes to crafty makes.
And let's make it a milkshake Christmas.
Make it a milkshake Christmas this year with Milkshake and My Five.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. New Domestos Power Phone. Cleans for services. Killing germs in the hardest to reach places. New Domestos Power Phone. Unstoppable.
These are the stains Persil is made for. Our new best ever capsules are here for outstanding stain removal, even in a quick and cold wash, leaving no residues behind. New Persil capsules, now in a plastic-free pack. Keep away from children.
Shine, baby. Shine. Do something about erectile dysfunction at lumen.com.
You don't stop the rocket to the bang, man.
1 million.
Lady Million.
Fragrances by Rabanne.
Joe Marler here, in a fancy house, feeling like a boss. Why? Because I wear step ones. My old undies made my legs feel like this. But with step one, they've got you covered. These ultra glide panels stop chafing. So when I walk, I glide. Well, I'm online at step1.life. Was that possible?
Magnum Mini Almond. The Magnum classics you love, but mini. Magnum Mini always fits.
When you run a business, great communication is vital.
I just transfer you. I think I just cut them off.
Welcome to Hi 3, the business phone that's refreshingly easy to use. Packed full of features designed to make your business life simpler. And all backed up by our UK-based support team. Find out more at hihi.co.uk. Hi.
Hi.
I need to talk to you. We need help. We're being pushed to our limit by wars and natural disasters. In Turkey, Syria, and Morocco, our teams immediately ran towards the chaos and saved people's lives. In fact, they're still helping people in those regions right now, while supporting people affected by the conflict in Ukraine. Every single day, we're being challenged like never before by the brutal effects of the climate crisis, and more emergencies are coming. Just like you, we have to do more and more with money that doesn't go as far as it used to. I know that this is a hard ask. The rising costs that affect us affect you on a daily basis as well. If you think you can give something, please don't wait. Pick up the phone, send a text, go online. People need us right now.
Introducing the Aldi Christmas Drinks Run. Never before has it been so much fun. Award-winning bottles for raising a toast. A splendiferous choice for every host. Everything you need at an amazing price. So there's no need to put your celebrations on ice. Uh-oh, that's the Glühwein.
A blocked and bunged up nose can feel restrictive and uncomfortable. Olbus can relieve congestion and pressure to help you and your family breathe again. What a relief. Olbus, the power to breathe.
Good Girl, the feminine fragrance, Carolina Herrera.
Ridge Medical Practice.
Make an appointment at the surgery with your favourite medics.
Unfortunately, I have to send you to A&E.
Where do I have to go?
Pronto. This will be a new experience.
Me too, as well. You're my first.
Your booking is confirmed. GP's behind closed doors. Weeknights at 7 on 5 Star and My 5.
Just up the coast from the Skegness Beach,
Can't live without my tights. Sexy legs.
tribute act Belinda is rushing to get ready for her gig.
Bridget Jones knickers that go under my other outfit, because otherwise, you start flashing something on stage. You shouldn't.
Mamma mia, Belinda.
Well, I don't know what to expect tonight, Chloe. I don't know if they're really, going to be into it, but everyone likes that.
Oh yeah, everyone.
Tonight's performance could lead to more bookings in Skegness, so the pressure is on to impress the crowd and her VIP guest.
My dad just coming to see me. The nerves inside you are really just like grating at you, and you're thinking, oh God, please don't go wrong. That look right, Chloe. Yes, I'm useless. I'm putting these on.
Whilst Belinda gets herself together,
I'm on soon, and I should be ready.
her special guest is arriving. Local singing legend and her dear old dad, Des.
I must be excited about your dad being here.
Yes,
I've not seen you perform for God knows how long.
every time I've always performed in front of my dad, I've always been nervous, so I don't know how I feel. Oh, it's just like, I'm hoping I'll just pretend he's not here. I've worked for 30 years to prove to my dad that I can do this.
Belinda wants to make tonight's gig special for her dad, as he's recently been diagnosed with dementia.
One day he might not know who I am, and that scares me. So for him to see me why he's still 100% here, it means the world to me. Come on, girl, do me justice tonight.
Belinda, she spurs you on. And wherever she goes, she brings the roof down.
Well, let's hope she brings it down tonight, Des.
We're not going to lump, have I?
And with the stage set,
All right, this one's for you, Dad. Okay, grab your hands.
it's time to see if Belinda will belt out a blinder.
For my dad to come and see me, that was really special. Every daughter wants her dad to say that they're proud of him.
Absolutely fantastic. I can't say any more than that. It was brilliant. Oh, I was there cheering on and singing with you.
I enjoyed it.
I did.
Belinda may have been a hit tonight, but we'll have to see if she can convince the rest of Skeggy next.
Thank you very much.
It's mid-morning at Blackpool Prom. And while some are picking up a treat,
Yeah, what can I get you?
go on, I'll have a tutti frutti. Down at the animal sanctuary, Manager Penny's busy picking up something much less appetising.
It's just one day-long poo picking session. I got into charity just because I believe in giving back. You have to pass it forward in life, even if it means picking up poo.
I prefer a 99.
Come on, Toby. Toby, come.
Penny's been struggling with new arrival Toby, who's a bit of a terror on the lead.
Toby, this way. Come on.
So Penny's called in Vicky, the animal centre's welfare officer, to try and get Toby walking on the straight and narrow.
So can you show me a little bit about his problem with his pulling on his lead, so I know what I'm up against?
And he's off. Turbo Toby strikes again.
We likes walking out in front, and then if he sees something, he's off there. Because this I can kind of out-handle, but then if he gets any more speed up, then I can't.
Gotcha. Toby's rubbish on the lead. But what if we unleash him? Oh, much better.
I'm just trying to burn some energy off him first. Toby!
With only a few days left before his potential new owner pays a visit, it's crucial Toby learns how to behave.
It's quite hard to train a dog like this. It's entirely down to them. They can have good days and bad days. I do like the challenge.
Well, today's your lucky day, Vicky.
Good boy. You did good boy. Well done. You can't expect a complete change overnight just with one session. He's only a young dog.
Vicky came to us in March. She has a degree in equine sciences, but her work with the dogs and her training with the dogs is incredible.
Shall we get his lead on and start trying to practice our walking on a lead?
He's taking the lead, if that counts.
What I want to see is this lead loosen slightly. When Toby was following me around everywhere, I have to say, you do feel out of control.
Toby's got a long way to go.
So that'd be good if we can have Toby happy and relaxed on the end of the leader, because it means that we can rehome him quite quickly.
He needs to knuckle down and come out top dog in lead lessons.
And hopefully, fingers crossed, he's going to be adopted very soon.
3 miles west of the sanctuary, confectionery kings David and Jeff have run into trouble with the colour of their new rock.
Does look a bit green though.
I think once that's stretched, that'll be better than it looks now. That's just going to widen it out.
You ready for the bullet? Yeah. Okay, let's go for the bullet. I'll take the right one.
The guys are hoping the puller will bring out the blue in their green goo. I'm not sure the mixture's getting any more blue, lads. Pouring in a bit more colouring will surely do the trick.
If you put too much in, then we're going to end up with a navy blue batch when we wanted a nice baby blue.
All right. Steady as she goes with the pouring then, David. Wait for it.
There we go. Yeah, the colour. There we go, nice and blue now.
Phew, disaster averted.
Going to end up with a red and green swirl, which wouldn't have looked very good. But you can see we've got like a nice baby blue colour, which is what we're after.
When it works out, it's a big relief, especially when it's something that we've got quite high hopes for.
Okay, Dave, give the cut. The spiral's really good.
I'm fantastic.
My teeth aren't strong as well, but
right, I'll get wrapped.
The job's a good one, but the real test starts now.
Once we've done these, we're going to head down to the prom. We're going to try and find some people, see what they say about it. We think it's a good idea. We think it looks great. But if people don't like it, then it's not going to help us diversify.
There are hundreds of flavours of rock being sold in Blackpool. So making theirs stand out with the tourists could be tough.
Excuse me. Sorry to disturb you. Sorry to disturb you while you're at work. Me and my dad make Blackpool rock. And we wanted to come up with a new flavour. And we need people to try it.
Well, don't force it on them, David.
Have a nibble on that. Use your good teeth. What does that do? Can you taste bubblegum in there?
No, that might have been the candy floss bit.
Not the start they were hoping for.
You've got to go out there and face the critics. It's a bit of an uncomfortable situation, really, because you're hoping for the right response, but you just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you get bubblegum first, then the candy floss.
That's the nicest rock I've ever had.
Phew!
It's not going to be chilly.
No.
Perish the thought, Janet.
You like it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Comes up to that one.
Does it taste like bubblegum?
Yeah,
you did that.
Is that nice?
You can't pull him away, Steph.
The response was so positive. Well, that's
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Change Julie up there. Yeah, go bless.
They got the flavours, they got the concept, they enjoyed it, they liked the colours of it. I was thinking, was that?
Yeah. We've got to really back this. We've got to make more. It means we've got that lifeline. It's probably actually more important than I've realised until just now.
Whilst this father and son head off to celebrate.
Well done. Good teamwork. Well done. Good teamwork.
Over in Skegness, Helen, Alan, Dorset Kelly and their entourage will be finishing off their holiday with a shindig at Neville and Lorraine's 60s B&B.
Helen and her husband Alan, I think were sort of fun-loving. They enjoyed just coming here and letting their hair down, and liked a couple of teenagers again. I just enjoyed coming back to Skeggy.
especially this place. I mean, it's a cracking place, isn't it?
Thanks, Lorraine.
Thanks, Lord.
It's nice to be able to do this as well. Lorraine and Neville just make you so welcome.
I've heard they throw a killer party and all.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm knocking on a bit now. I'm out of my 40s now, that's it. I wish I were 30 again.
I wish you were 30 again as well. But hey,
I bet you're going to wish you didn't say that later, Alan.
Just in case you need it tonight,
It's a laugh a minute with you lot.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Disco tonight.
But the celebration's a bittersweet for Helen.
Oh, that's beautiful. Sorry. It is beautiful. Family time is so important. We've had a lot of grief in our family. I lost my mum, lost my brother, whose birthday it was, only yesterday. And I love that one of me and my mum. And that one was one that was spongily taken off her, didn't it?
This is why we like to just get away for a good break.
Yeah.
Treat yourself a bit. Just forget about best you can and just have a cracking time.
And I will raise a glass for my brother.
Yeah.
Definitely.
As we all will, love, yeah.
We will.
So, in honour of those loved and lost,
Let the party begin.
Fine, big puff.
Let's.
Another fantastic night. Been brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
It's been a brilliant weekend.
Nice, deserved rest, hasn't it?
It certainly has.
Happy birthday.
oh, what a cracking end to their holiday. Coming up, Belinda gets the call of a lifetime in Skeggy.
It's 10 times bigger in the village hall. A bit blown away by that.
And it's make a break for puppy Toby.
It just worries me if it doesn't work out that bless him, Toby's going to be back in kennels again.
What is the most powerful word? See. See to new beginnings. See to myself. See to passion. See to life.
Yes.
See Intense, the new refillable fragrance, Giorgio Armani.
Le Mal and Le Mal Elixir, the new intensity for men by Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Freelance, the perfect combination of generous chocolate chips and a crunchy, crumbly texture. Lovely. Maryland, good to the last crumb.
Hold on to your baubles. Deliveroo is coming to town with hundreds of groceries at in-store prices. From stores to yours in as little as 20 minutes. Order now on the app.
I suffer from chafing. But Step 1 has got me covered. They put these Ultra Glide panels between the legs. They glide when you walk. Love them, or they're free. Based on this feedback, we know you'll love them. So if you want underwear that won't ride up, won't trap sweat, and won't chafe, buy them online at step1.live.
Jade loves her clothes to smell amazing and fresh, so she uses Comfort Fabric Conditioner in every wash. Yep, smells amazing. New and improved Comfort Fragrance. Enjoy 100 days of freshness.
I've got nothing to eat.
Nothing.
Hold on, I can do something.
Turning nothing into something.
turning nothing into something.
I turn nothing into something.
It's amazing what you can do with nothing. And a little Hellmann's. Make taste, not waste.
Dan's Christmas Day will be spent huddled on a pavement. John can't remember a Christmas he wasn't on the streets. Lauren would rather face Christmas alone than face the abuse at home. Living on the streets is tough at any time of the year, but imagine how it feels at Christmas when you're shivering with cold and everyone else is celebrating. Will you help bring a homeless person in from the cold? Call 0800 140 4433 and give £19 or whatever you can afford to the Salvation Army. Every day of the year, including Christmas, we open our doors and hearts to homeless people. We can't solve all their problems, but with your £19, we can show them someone cares and give them a chance of a fresh start. So please,
Man, just come round.
facing the bleakest of Christmases and call 0800 140
There's this little box.
4433 today.
Oh, what's that? He goes, just see if there's any rats or anything. I said, there's been no rats. I've been here since October 99. I said, I've seen a hedgehog a few times, but never a rat. He was smiling and all that. He's like, that's right, mate. I think it's the other side that's been probably maybe a rat over the other side of the land.
The magic of Christmas is savings really popping off. With this Prosecco down from $5.75 to $4.75 a bottle with the Lidl Plus app. That's a magical Christmas with Lidl.
You ready to do this? What's going on? Come with me. Why? What are we doing? It's showtime. You ready to let the dogs out? Here we go.
There is a bag of more rubbish, I think it is. I haven't got in the corner in the grass and that. But it's just sat there, you know, it's crazy. I took 3 bags up the top of the path and all that. And it was really, really windy and everything. And I think two bags got a bit ragged. And one bag seems to be mostly tied up and everything and placed in the middle of the grass. I actually dug away the hill when I first moved here, and there's a lawn, and on that lawn is my bag of rubbish. And next to it is a rat box. And I was damn man, fucking hell. I don't have rats, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
And singer Belinda is taking some time out while she waits for bookings.
This is my escapism. How did you not enjoy this? It's peace, it's quiet, it's tranquil.
Who's that ruining Belinda's tranquility?
Hello, John, you alright?
All that was in my head is fucking money. And can you get me some tobacco? Because I need some tobacco, and I'm going to run out of tobacco today.
Oh wow, yeah, brilliant. That was the beach.
And I'll be smoking vapes.
Start one of their busiest weekends off. It's 10 times bigger in the village hall. Bit blown away by that.
No time to be flabbergasted. You've got
until
until
tomorrow.
It's a booking at one of Spencer's
Tomorrow I get paid. But tonight I get paid.
Just the break Belinda's been waiting for.
Come on
And whilst Belinda takes the dogs home, back at the Blackpool kennels,
About 1 in the morning.
Penny and the gang.
I suppose I could get a taxi up to the house and get some tobacco.
Toby's training.
Good boy, come here. Clever lad.
He's been struggling when it comes to walkies.
What I'm going to do, I'm just going to walking just past you and see if I can still maintain that connection. Good boy.
But someone is possibly interested in adopting him.
I remember I was driving whilst these sections were going on and all that. But at some point, one of these sections, it fucked my brain up. It really did.
Will pay off. It just worries me.
And I suddenly felt I could not drive again.
He's going to be back in kennels again.
The woman Toby needs to impress with his walking is Tracy. And her whippet, Purdy.
Hi, Penny. Hello, Bitty.
I know at some point I said to myself, I'm not going to drive anyway because I was unconscious 10 days and nearly died.
Okay. We'll go sit and wait
I remember
Okay.
waking up and kicking the nurse.
We
So
always use the charity shop in Cleveland's, and my son donates out of his wages every year. And then we got
I
Crazy,
can't figure out
rescue dog.
when this was happening.
And
And that.
we just thought we'd
Um,
just like to give another rescue dog a home, really.
Oh, little boy. Hello, sweetheart.
Well, that's a good start.
Hiya. Hiya.
I was so pissed off being sectioned. I couldn't believe it.